I opened a travel agency in the world of cultivation. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 351, Banquet. In this fleet of flying boats, except for the first one that was used to carry people, one of the other flying boats was filled with bedding, cloth and other daily necessities for the use of these foundation building cultivators. The remaining 10 flying boats were filled with various food materials that were not easy to obtain on Black Pearl Island, and Yang Zhao even bought a lot of candies. Since Yanshan City did not produce these things, the price was more than 3 times that on land. No wonder Black Pearl Island would look for a special fleet to buy supplies, because the things in Yanshan City were really expensive, and the things shipped by the fleet were estimated to be much cheaper, because they did not pass through the hands of Yanshan City merchants. The waves were roaring, and they arrived at Black Pearl Island, after sailing on the sea for nearly an hour. Yang Zhao asked the flying boat to circle the island, and took these people to various sea fields to walk around, so that they could understand the working environment, and also met with the giant jellyfish, so as to avoid misunderstandings, if they did not know each other. Then Yang Zhao gathered everyone, and began to draw lots to allocate work locations. The environment on the island was similar, and the accommodation was similar. Although there was a little difference, the difference was not great. Each sea field must be assigned a formation master, and the extra formation masters will be used as a mobile force to be responsible for the daily spot checks of the entire island. The rest of the foundation building monks all drew lots to decide where to go. With the giant and monks watching, these foundation building monks did not dare to be clever in the drawing, which led to many people being dissatisfied with the results of the drawing. But as the saying goes, with the giant and monks watching, they dared not say it out loud, no matter how dissatisfied they were, and could only keep their dissatisfaction in their hearts. Yang Zhao pretended not to see it, and after everyone had drawn lots, he asked them to divide into teams consciously, and then sent them to each sea field one by flying boat. The supervisors and Zhao people in the sea field had been prepared long ago, and warmly received these foundation building monks, and let them choose the houses they wanted to live in. Yang Zhao on this side divided the things he bought in Yanshan City equally, and put them in their respective sea fields. He ordered the sea field supervisor to use these supplies to hold a banquet today, which was regarded as a welcoming banquet for these foundation building monks. Although the ingredients she bought were not enough for the workers to eat freely, they were enough for the workers on the island to taste the fresh seafood such as sea fish that they ate daily on the island. We must let these workers know that there is a new owner on Black Pearl Island, which will bring them good changes. Needless to say, the Zhao people stationed in various sea fields knew how to use these materials to provide more convenience for future work. After this trip, the sun was already setting. Yang Zhao kept Emolin and Tata, 3 sea creatures who wanted to escape into the sea and find a place to live, to meet Mu Fangaiu and others on the island, and also had a wind-facing banquet to keep in touch with colleagues. Due to the large scale of the banquet, the head of the sea field called a group of workers to set up a stove on the open space. The workers spontaneously took out spatulas and kitchen utensils from their homes to cook meals. The aroma of food floated over the sea fields throughout the afternoon. The children in the sea field were like kittens, turning and wandering behind the adults. The oldest of these children was 11 or 12 years old, and the youngest was only a few months old, and was still in the arms of the older children. They watched their parents pick vegetables and chop meat, drooling, but no one asked for food from the adults. Even so, cooking with knives and fire is dangerous for children. The little people brought out bags of sugar, melted several large buckets of sugar water, and asked them to go back to their homes, to get some cups and bowls, and then come to line up to drink the sugar water. The children's eyes lit up all of a sudden. The older children took the younger children and ran home in a flash. They each took out a wooden cup or bowl and then squeezed into a line. Because at sea, the cups and bowls used by the workers are mostly made of wood, just for the convenience of obtaining materials and the low price. The rest, whether it is made of pottery or porcelain, plus the shipping cost, are too expensive for these workers. The children here have no sense of queuing. You push me, I kick you, and soon several children started fighting because of queuing. The little bean people were afraid of being trampled, so they could only call a few adults to suppress these naughty monkeys. After the crying and noises quieted down, the little bean people gave the children sugar water to drink. Imolen, who was strolling out, saw this scene. For some reason, he took out a small bowl from his arms and lined up behind the children to ask for a bowl of sugar water. His size stood out among the children, which attracted many children's disgusted looks. After all, on Black Pearl Island, it was difficult for them to taste sugar all year round. Although there were a lot of barrels of sugar water, there were also many children. Many children stood on tiptoe and looked at them eagerly, fearing that the sugar water in their barrels would be gone. Imolen was so tall that he could drink a lot at a glance, which made many children who didn't drink the sugar water feel a sense of crisis and secretly glared at Imolen several times. But this giant unstage sea creature didn't care so much. Whoever glared at him, he would glare back. Several children were frightened and cried on the spot, but they didn't dare to leave the queue even if they cried. Although the adults who maintained order saw this person, they all knew that he was a monk, and they pretended not to see him, as if they were blind. Every time a bucket of sugar water was used up, the faces of the children in the queue became anxious. Fortunately, Yang Zhao bought enough sugar, and when a bucket of sugar water was used up, the little beans would immediately dissolve another bucket of sugar water. Soon, Imolen also asked for his bowl of sugar water and drank it. Tata and the others just pretended not to know this person, and turned around, and walked somewhere else. When the sun set in the west, long tables were set up in the towns of each sea field. These tables were put together by the workers from their homes. The supervisor and the little bean said a few words before the meal, such as working hard and getting more salary, which attracted loud applause from the crowd, and then announced the start of the banquet. Although there was no alcohol on the table, it did not affect the workers' interest in the banquet. After all, the food on Black Pearl Island is not rich, and the most eaten every day is all kinds of sea fish. Now, when seeing something that is not available on the island, even a plate of ordinary stir-fried vegetables, it feels extra sweet. Yang Zhao accompanied these giant unstage people to set up a table in the house. Although the cooking skills of these workers were not very good, these people did not complain and ate with honor. The giant and people ate quickly. When the atmosphere of the banquet outside was getting thicker, the physical ones had finished eating. Imolen and Tata, the three sea creatures, said goodbye to everyone, and each found a direction to escape into the sea. I broke my promise. I'm sorry M. Chapter 352, Garrison Base. The sun slowly climbed from the corner to the center. Yang Zhao, Shangjia, Imolen and Manager Chen of Hizhu Island stood not far from the gate and basked in the sun for a whole morning. After the overall banquet of Hizhu Island was over, Manager Chen of Hizhu Island came to discuss with her about visiting the nearby garrison. Manager Chen is a middle-aged man with dark skin and medium height. Few people working on the island have white skin, and their skin color smells of sweat. Logically speaking, visiting the nearby garrison base should have been done when Yang Zhao first landed on the island. But there were too few people who came to Hizhu Island to preside over things this time. To be precise, there was only Yang Zhao jumping alone. She was still a young girl who looked tender-faced and knew nothing about island affairs. Faced with this situation, Manager Chen couldn't help but murmur in his heart. He was very unsure about taking Yang Zhao to visit the nearby garrison base alone. After all, in the past, in such high-end activities, he was at most a follower. It was good enough for him to know which way the gate of the garrison base opened, and no one expected him, a small manager who worked for others, to do anything else. But now facing Yang Zhao, who is even greener than him, it is understandable that Manager Chen wants to delay. In fact, at the beginning, he always had some illusions in his heart, expecting Yang Zhao to be sent here as a frontline worker, and there should be corresponding people in charge to take over the affairs of the island later. After all, who would entrust such a responsible business to a foundation building cultivator? Is the court crazy? However, reality gave him a slap in the face. Seeing that all the affairs on the island were handled by Yang Zhao, and those Chindan cultivators were obviously worshippers, not involved in the specific management affairs of the island. What is outrageous is that within 2 days, the person who specifically participated in the management of the island's market changed from Yang Zhao, a human, to a small bean man who looked unreliable. No matter how you look at it, it is impossible to tell whether the small bean man is a human or a ghost. When such an unreliable person left Black Pearl Island with a Chindan 7, the hearts of the people on the entire island, whether they were supervisors or workers, were lifted. After all, the token given by the court in Yang Zhao's hand can activate the island's defense formation, and when she left, she also took away half of the highest combat power. Many people are worried that, if 1 or 2 Chindan cultivators or Chindan sea creatures come to the sea to rob and plunder in the next 2 days, the entire Black Pearl Island will not have enough cultivators to come to support. Fortunately, Yang Zhao came back with a mighty flying boat and Chindan sea creatures, and brought them supplies that are hard to find on the island, which made everyone feel relieved. But the visit to the nearby garrison base was completely delayed. Looking at the big sun in the sky, and looking at the pair of soldiers standing at the door without looking sideways, Yang Zhao sighed. Although she has been busy these days, the affairs of an island are really not something she can handle alone. At first, Yang Zhao wanted to bring Manager Chen and 2 people here by herself, but Manager Chen disagreed. One of them was a mortal who had only opened his meridians, and the other was a cultivator in the foundation building stage. The time for them to go was already delayed. They had no cultivation and no status, so it seemed a bit disrespectful to the garrison. Yang Zhao thought it was right, so he invited Shang Jia to come on the condition that he paid half a year's hard work in advance. Shang Jia was from an orthodox government school, and he was a Chindan cultivator, so he would be very prestigious wherever he went. Shang Jia was interested in alchemy, so he always had enough money. Faced with Yang Zhao's conditions, he agreed without thinking. As for Emolin, he just saw Yang Zhao and his friends boarding the flying boat to leave the island, and he had to join in the fun halfway. Because of the actual lack of brain physiology, he is now curious about everything, and he even grabs a bowl of children's sugar water to drink. Watching the sun getting brighter, Yang Zhao touched his Kayankan bag and found a bag of candy that he didn't know when to put in, and distributed it to everyone one by one. As Yang Zhao ate the candy, she wondered if it had expired, because she remembered where it came from. Last year, for some reason, she was so hungry that her eyes turned green when she saw people. In order to control her mouth and not do anything that would anger the heavens and the people, she stuffed a lot of candy into her Kayankan bag to satisfy her cravings. But even if it's expired, candy shouldn't kill people. While the 4 of them were eating candy together, 2 soldiers ran over with serious faces and saluted Shang Jia. "Excuse me, are you the senior from Black Pearl Island?" Shang Jia was fiddling with the small medicine stove in his hand, his face calm, and he didn't look like he had been left out for more than an hour. "Yes. Commander Lu invites you to talk. The construction of this garrison base looks much older than Luoyang, and you can clearly see signs of wind and rain. But the overall area is much larger, unlike Luoyang, which is a bit cramped to live in due to the geographical environment, and there is no space for activities." As they followed the 2 soldiers in, they saw a woman in military uniform sitting on the main seat. She looked to be in her 40s, with a character wrinkled between her eyebrows, which made her look very serious. Everyone greeted each other, and the lieutenant generals looked up at everyone present, and quickly fixed their eyes on Shang Jia. Although Emolin was also a Chindan cultivator, he was a Sea clan. Why, this Black Pearl Island is under the name of the Shangyingzhang family, and no one from the Shangyingzhang family came. Shang Jia had put away the small medicine furnace, and pointed at Yang Zhao with a smile. "General Lu, you think too highly of me. This is the current owner of Black Pearl Island." Yang Zhao bowed again. "Junior Yang Zhao, you may not know that this island is under the name of the Shangyingzhang family, and I'm in charge of it now. Junior, because I'm new here, I'm a little confused when I first come to the Kamei Island, which is why I came to see you today." Yang Zhao put her attitude very low. She had been asking for help from others, and this time she came late, so it was normal for the other party to have a temper. Moreover, this is the violent organ of the Great Zhao dynasty, and it cannot tolerate a foundation establishment stage girl being arrogant here. If it weren't for your height, I would have thought you were the illegitimate child of the Zhang family. The eyes of the Lieutenant General Lu were like a knife, shaving Yang Zhao from head to toe, and his eyes paused for a moment on her wrist. Seeing this, Yang Zhao's hairs were about to explode. Haha, you are joking. More than one person has mentioned the problem of the Zhang family's height. The last one mentioned it was the owner of the Dashan trading company who wanted to take a beautiful photo. It seems that the height of the Zhang family is not the result of excess of nutrition, but the result of the genetic bloodline that has caused the entire family to be more than 2 meters tall. And his height has become the most eye-catching symbol of their family in the Great Zhao dynasty. Ha. Not seeing the person she wanted to see, the Lieutenant General Lu obviously had no desire to speak. Do you understand the rules of the KMAIC field? Yang Zhao hurriedly took out the prepared gifts from the Kyankan bag, put them on Lieutenant General Lu's table, and then shook his head a little embarrassedly. I hope you can give me some more advice. As mentioned above, the person who knows the rules best among their group is this Supervisor Chen. But this Supervisor Chen only knows which direction the gate of the garrison base opens, and the rest is not something that his class can touch. Oh, a bribe in broad daylight. Lieutenant General Lu sneered and opened the long strip wrapped in silk. Inside was a dagger more than 20 centimeters long. The blade of this dagger is metallic black, and the sharpened part is silver white reflecting a cold light. The handle of the dagger is thinly wrapped with black rope to prevent slipping. Up to this point, the dagger still looks very simple. But looking down, the tail of the dagger is inlaid with a large ruby, which is polished by the machine and shines brightly when the light shines on it. Lieutenant General Lu casually held the dagger and gently cut the corner of the table. With a sound of mantis, a corner of the solid wood table fell off. The craftsmanship is good, but there is no magic array on it, which is a bit of a waste of such good materials. She stretched out her fingers to test the blade, and nodded with satisfaction when she saw that the blade was not bent or broken. As long as you like it, although there is no magic array, it is still good to keep it around and play with it. This dagger was obtained by Guo Fuminqiang from a research institute in the early years. It is said that the material of the blade is iridium osmium alloy. Although iridium osmium alloy has excellent properties such as high melting point, high chemical stability and good thermal strength, it is difficult to process due to its own characteristics. Only a few of this kind of dagger were made in the experiment, and it was abandoned because of the high cost and difficulty in processing. As for the ruby at the back, it is artificially synthesized and is very pure compared to the natural one. Guo Fuminqiang felt that the dagger as a gift was not good looking without a dagger, so he asked someone to inlay it temporarily. The reason for giving this gift is that he thinks that people in the army have a special feeling for cold weapons. Now it seems that this gift was given in the right way. Lieutenant General Lu took out a small notebook from the table and handed it to Yang Zhao. Take it back and have a look. Remember, these are the minimum standards set by the court. He immediately wanted to send the guest away. This was a meeting with a long wait and a hasty ending. It ended so quickly that Yang Zhao was still a little overwhelmed when he walked out of the garrison island. Imolin, who had been patient all the way, came over eagerly. The big gem behind the dagger is very beautiful. Can you sell me a few? What do you want that thing for? Yang Zhao, who was a little confused at first, was even more confused now. Although the gem was very beautiful, Imolin looked bold all over, and he didn't look like a fish who liked gems. Of course I use it to decorate my house. I originally had a lot of it, but I forgot to take it out when I ran away, so it was cheap for others. While gems are used to decorate the house. Yang Zhao once again said that she was enlightened. This reminded her of a golden toilet with a diamond-studded toilet lid. It seems that rich people use gems in this way. Chapter 353, Sahai Trading Company. As soon as they stepped onto the flying boat, Imolin and Shangjia went their separate ways. Yang Zhao and Manager Chen gathered together to study the small booklet given to her by Admiral Lu. This booklet was neither new nor old, and it was obviously a second-hand product. But second-hand products have their own advantages. This booklet contained notes left by the previous owner after reading it. There were not many notes, but some difficult to understand proper nouns or ambiguous clauses would have their own understandings by the previous generation of owners. There were only 3 or 2 words and 3 or 5 sentences. It seemed that Admiral Lu was quite satisfied with the dagger he gave her. Otherwise, if he gave Yang Zhao a new one, she would have scratched her head when facing these clauses. For example, it was written in the booklet, the managers on the island can defend themselves to a limited extent when facing danger. The word limited was ambiguous to Zhao Bei. After all, who knew how big the limit was, whether they could injure, kill, or just tie them up? It was with the help of this note that the two of them stumbled through most of the booklet. It turns out that as an overseas enclave of the Great Zhao, the owner of Hizhu Island not only has to carry out commercial planting activities, but also has the obligation to assist the management of the garrison base. For example, when a major disaster such as a shipwreck occurs in this sea area, the garrison base has the right to take over the management of Hizhu Island. When the garrison base is short of manpower, all the monks on Hizhu Island can be conditionally recruited into the army. Of course, this is only when the situation is more urgent. Hizhu Island has an obligation to supervise and report on a daily basis. If there are any robbers in the waters near Hizhu Island, or the monks engage in bad fighting, regardless of race, Hizhu Island must report to the garrison base immediately. As for giving gifts to the army, there are also clear regulations in the small book. For example, the owner of the island can provide the army with food, vegetables and other necessities, and the army can go around their island twice more according to the rules. After studying this one by one, the flying boat has arrived at Hizhu Island before the small book is finished. Then the work of studying the small book increased from 2 people, Yang Zhao and Supervisor Chen, to 7 people. Of course, the extra people are all Xiao Dao people. They found a larger room, and Yang Zhao handed out small notebooks and pencils to everyone, and then began to read and copy the sentences one by one. With the addition of these little bean people, the efficiency of the reading work has been significantly improved. After all, Lieutenant General Lu's notes were not interpreted sentence by sentence, but only her own understanding was written next to the content she thought was important, and the common sense issues that this Lieutenant General thought were also difficult for Yang Zhao to understand. But this problem became clear and obvious in the eyes of these little bean people who assisted her in managing Black Pearl Island. Which sentence has an uncertain scope and should be treated with caution? Which sentence can be interpreted with different meanings? Or which sentence has traps, etc. Not to mention that they are very proficient in these things, but also have a sense of being able to do it easily. So, this activity smoothly changed from Yang Zhao's main lecture to the absolute control of the little bean people. Yang Zhao and Supervisor Chin could only sit quietly and take notes, and the little bean people made them look like 2 fools who couldn't understand human words. While taking notes, Yang Zhao silently thought in his heart that he had been in school for nearly 15 or 16 years from elementary school to university, and he had done a lot of reading comprehension. Compared with these Xiao Dao people now, I really feel ashamed of the teacher's teachings over the years. Of course, due to language problems, Xiao Dao people have many questions that they are not sure about. Yang Zhao posted these questions in Zhuanru Tower for a fee on the spot, hoping that professionals can answer them. If this step doesn't work, then Black Pearl Island will have to be careful when facing such problems. This work is both complicated, and Yang Zhao can't avoid it. After studying the whole book, she felt like she had been in class for several days and didn't dare to slack off and ask for leave. It was at this time that Feng Zhao, the red-ringed sea snake Liu who was hiding in the sea, handed in the news that a strange flying boat was flying straight towards Black Pearl Island. The logo engraved on the flying boat was Sahai Trading Company. When Yang Zhao was still a little confused, Manager Chen had already come over. In half a month, Sahai Trading Company will come to deliver food to our island. Sahai Trading Company was contacted by the previous owner and usually specializes in supplying food to the island. Yang Zhao slapped her forehead. She actually forgot this important matter that concerns the survival of thousands of people. When she was in Lijiang, a business had already contacted her. Xiaodaran also mentioned this issue to her and asked her to contact him when she went to Yunshan City. After all, it was easy to talk over a table, and there was not even a decent cook on Black Pearl Island. but because of her eye problems, Yang Zhao was exhausted from nightmares, and she didn't think of this question. After returning to the island with her people, she went to the nearby garrison base in a hurry, and then started to attend classes again. Xiaodarin on the island saw that he had brought several flying boats of food and supplies when he came back, and thought that she had solved the matter, so he didn't ask any more questions. After all, young people of this age are very annoyed by being followed and constantly told. Yang Zhao asked Manager Chen to take people on the flying boat to welcome them, and he took out the account book of food in and out that Xiaodarin had packed a few days ago, and started to do it. Xiaodarin was not idle either. He found 2 sets of tea sets from somewhere, washed them inside and out with great effort, and boiled water for the guests. The tea leaves prepared are leaves of a shrub that grows on Black Pearl Island. The leaves are dark green and serrated. If eaten dry, they taste a bit bitter. Soaking them in water will give the water a sweet taste. However, this thing should have the effect of promoting digestion. The more you drink, the hungrier you get, so adults generally don't drink it. This thing is a rare snack for children on the island. Children often organize to pick it up on both sides of the nearby stream. The Little Beam people followed these children to pick it. In theory, this kind of thing cannot be used to entertain guests. But Yang Zhao didn't have the habit of drinking tea, so he naturally wouldn't buy this thing. The grade of the tea that Manager Chen and his team drank was too low. After thinking about it, this leaf is more reliable. At least it is fresh for outsiders who haven't drunk it. Yang Zhao had just finished looking through the prices of grain in the past 3 years when a Little Beam person came to tell her that the flying boat of Sahai Mall had landed. She quickly packed up the account books and prepared to welcome the people from Sahai Trading Company. After a while, a big blue meatball came in accompanied by Manager Chen. The fat man's eyes were narrowed into a line, like a Maitreya Buddha. He was wearing a blue suit and immediately caught Yang Zhao's attention. As for the other people following behind, they were too inconspicuous compared to this big blue ball of flesh, so it was understandable that they were ignored. Manager Chen bit the bullet and acted as a middleman to introduce the two parties. He had never been able to do this job before. Boss, this is Manager Feng of Sahai Trading Company. He manages a fleet that specializes in sailing on the nearby route. He is very capable and has a great reputation on this route. Manager Feng, this is the boss of our Black Pearl Island. Both parties saluted, and Manager Feng spoke first. The young master of the boss is a talented man who can do great things. I'm Feng Dexon of Sahai Trading Company. I'm highly regarded by our boss and I'm in charge of the business of this route. It is really rude of me to come here this time. Boss Feng, you are too polite. I'm the new boss of this Black Pearl Island. My surname is Yang, and my first name is Zhao. I have heard of the name of Boss Feng for a long time. Then the two sides sat down as host and guest. Yang Zhao pointed to the tea served by the Little Bean Man. This is the grass tea from Black Pearl Island for Boss Feng to try. It is not a good thing, and it is not as sweet as authentic tea, but it is also a specialty of Black Pearl Island, with a bit of wildness. Boss Feng was very polite. Since it is recommended by Island Master Yang, I must taste it carefully. He picked up the teacup and took a sip, full of praise. The taste is sweet, refreshing, soft and pure, and it really lives up to the recommendation of Island Master Yang. Seeing this simple tea being praised so much, Yang Zhao picked up the teacup and took a sip with doubt in his heart. Could it be that the taste of the leaves will become better if they are soaked for a long time? As a result, after swallowing a mouthful of tea, Yang Zhao found that it was still the same taste, without any change. It seems that she is really a rough person, and can't taste the purity and softness of tea at all. But she can't ask this stupidly, so she can only follow the words of the shopkeeper Feng and start chatting. The two sides praised each other for a few words, and after a cup of tea, the shopkeeper Feng began to talk about the food problem. Their business fleet has stopped at another island for rest today, and it will take half a month to reach Hisu Island. And their ship has already loaded the food to be transported to Hisu Island. Although a boss on Hisu Island has already greeted them, the new boss of Hisu Island has not sent anyone to contact them. Their company did some research and decided to load the grain into the ship, thinking that if they loaded the grain, they would lose a little money at most. If they didn't load the grain, the thousands of people on Black Pearl Island would be at risk of starving. I wonder if Island Master Yang is interested in cooperating with our company? If Yang Zhao was not interested, their fleet would have to change the route in the future and sell the grain that was originally destined for Black Pearl Island to others at a reduced price. This shopkeeper Feng Da showed a style of doing things that was completely opposite to his image when he was talking about business. He was particular about being clear and straightforward and putting the whole thing in front of Yang Zhao in a straightforward manner. He neither covered up the grain business that might lose money for Sahei Company, nor was he afraid that Yang Zhao would catch this and try to get him a lower price. Our Sahei Trading Company is based on honesty. I will tell you clearly how much money I can make from this business. If you don't believe me, you can ask around on this route to see if what I said is a lie. Manager Chen, who was sitting at the end of the room, nodded silently to Yang Zhao. No matter how dumb Yang Zhao was, he understood what he meant. This way of doing business makes the profits clear to both sellers and buyers, but it also blocks the bargaining space for buyers, and it will be difficult to bargain significantly. This style of doing things has both advantages and disadvantages for both buyers and sellers, but it is very friendly to unfamiliar partners who are in contact for the first time. And Yang Zhao happens to be the kind of person who can neither bargain, nor is a strange partner. Moreover, Sahei Trading Company loaded the grain into the cabin without getting accurate information, risking losses. This behavior made Yang Zhao admire it very much. After all, no one wants to lose money, and capital is all about profit. Just for you, I want to cooperate with Sahei Trading Company. After getting the promise, the shopkeeper Feng Da took out a piece of paper from his sleeve and handed it to Yang Zhao, and then began to talk about the grain price. He introduced the cost of their purchase, labor cost, ship freight, etc. He introduced it clearly from beginning to end, and all the data were spoken without any stuttering, and he spoke faster than Yang Zhao could read, obviously knowing these things by heart. The reason why he introduced it in such detail was to give Yang Zhao a reference. After all, the price of grain is different every year, and Yang Zhao cannot use the account books of previous years to measure the price of grain this year. This time they transported nearly 400,000 kilograms of grain, worth more than 3,500 taels of silver, enough for everyone on the island to eat for more than 3 months. There is no sufficient supply of oil and sugar on the island, and the workers are very gluttonous. In addition, the children who are being counted by the Little Beam people also need to eat. If we buy this in the Great Zhao, 400,000 catties of grain would only cost more than 2,700 taels, but this is at sea, so the price is naturally much higher. The extra silver is the freight and the profit that their Sahei Trading Company wants to make. Yang Zhao held the small notebook given by the shopkeeper Feng Da and calculated it in his mind and found that the silver was about the same. The grain price was based on the Qing dynasty. Chapter 354, Feng Da Manager. Yang Zhao was quietly looking at the list, while Feng Da, the shopkeeper, was sitting next to him, drinking tea leisurely. Of course, he could only drink tea. There was not even a snack on the table except tea. He couldn't just sit there and play with his fingers. There was more than one crop on the list in Yang Zhao's hand. In addition to yang mei, the most widely planted staple food in Dazhao, there were also various kinds of rice, beans, and even some kitchen utensils, such as pots and knives for cooking. She put down the list in her hand and asked Feng Da, the shopkeeper, who was sitting quietly on the side. Feng Da, the Sahei Trading Company should be transporting more than just these things, right? Yang Zhao, who is wise. The shopkeeper was not in a hurry and took out another list from his sleeve and handed it over. Yang Zhao took it and looked at it. Wow. Sahei Trading Company can even sell this? Feng Da, the shopkeeper, smiled and rubbed the old teacup in his hand. Why not? Each island has the right to defend itself. The things on my list are allowed to be sold by the court. There is nothing illegal. Yang Zhao was a little skeptical, because although the list looked like various materials for building formations, there was a remarkable thing mixed in it, palm thunder. Yang Zhao didn't understand the other things on the list, but she was very familiar with palm thunder. When she first came to the other world, Fang Shili went crazy, and Yang Zhao and the workers of Shandy Fang used these things to intercept the attack of the Fang family. Shandy Fang in Kangcheng specializes in producing this thing for the army. This is the only military product produced by Shandy Fang. Kangcheng is too small, and aspiring monks are flowing out. If there is no military order to support it, Kangcheng's own economic scale cannot support a large-scale magic weapon workshop. The most profitable business for low-level magic weapon workshops like Shandy Fang is the military purchase order. But in the list given by the shopkeeper Feng, there are more than 30,000 Palm Thunders alone. The price was also very touching, more than twice the factory price of Shandy Fang. Seeing such a large amount of transportation, Yang Zhao felt a little heavy in his heart. Are Palm Thunders easy to sell? Manager Feng nodded slightly. Of course, we businessmen don't do business at a loss. This made Yang Zhao's lips dry, and he couldn't help but want to lick them. More than 30,000 Palm Thunders can fight a battle. Since there is such a high demand for Palm Thunders on this route, it means that this route is definitely not so peaceful. Which peaceful place can consume so much arms? The fleet of Sehei Trading Company does not sail this route once a year, but 4 times a year. Even if not every ship carries more than 30,000 Palm Thunders, the sales share is not small. And Isu Island is on this route. Leave me half of these Palm Thunders. Manager Feng, who was originally looking at the teacup for archaeology, trembled when he heard this, and the teacup made a dinging sound. Half. Island Master Yang, Black Pearl Island only buys about 2,000 each year, so why do you buy so many? The key is that these 30,000 Palm Thunders are not only sold to Black Pearl Island. These 30,000 are the supply for the entire route. Half of them are sold to one island. What about other islands? They have been doing business with Sehei Trading Company for many years. There is such a big gap all of a sudden. Those islands that didn't buy them will definitely be dissatisfied. Yang Zhao looked at the list silently and asked faintly, did someone pay a deposit in advance to settle this? Well, that's not the case, but we have a tacit understanding with others. We have a bottom line in our hearts about how much each customer wants, and we will tell us in advance if there is any change. If you want half of them at once, it will be difficult to make up for the missing share. We have to transfer them from other places. The meaning of the shopkeeper Feng is very simple. It will cost a lot more to transfer them from other places, which is not suitable for doing business. How about I add 1% to the total price? Shopkeeper Feng's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help laughing. Master Yang is so generous. I'll leave you half of the Palm Thunder. The most important grain deal hadn't been finalized yet, but the first deal the two men reached was actually an arms deal. Yang Zhao put down the list and stopped looking at other things. I'm new to Black Pearl Island, and I'm not very clear about the storage of materials on the island. Manager Feng, can you leave this list so that I can study it for one night and we'll decide on the other things to purchase tomorrow? How about that? Okay, Master Yang will make the decision on everything. I'll come back tomorrow. Manager Feng didn't delay and stood up and said goodbye. Yang Zhao personally sent the people out and watched them board a flying boat engraved with Sehei Commercial Bank and sail away. Then he called the island supervisors, array masters, and Xiao Dao people to hold a meeting. The main topic of discussion was the items on the to lists. How much share should they get? In addition to discussing the amount of food to be purchased, these supervisors also had to study the type and combination of food to be purchased. The array masters studied how much corresponding materials were needed to maintain the array formation in the sea field. They have been on the island for several days, and they should know the approximate demand for these things. The Little Beam people have long known about the Palm Thunder. After all, when Yang Zhao and Feng Da were talking, there were some Little Beam people sitting next to them in the room, but they were small and easily ignored. Will half of the Palm Thunder not be enough? Are there other standard weapons that can be bought? A Little Beam person first raised his question. After all, there are several thousand people on the entire Black Pearl Island, and half of 30,000 is only 15,000. It would be good if each person can get 3 or 5 on average. The Little Beam person next to him disagreed with his opinion. You sit first. After all, we have just arrived and don't know the specific situation nearby. Buying too much at once will also be a problem for storage. Yang Zhao looked at the number and had a headache. In fact, half is considered a lot. Palm thunder needs to be triggered by spiritual power. Most of the people on the island are civilians, and many of them have never opened their meridians. When they encounter danger, they can't use the palm thunder in front of them. It costs 10 taels of silver for a person to open his meridians, and this is a unified price set by the court, and it is fair to everyone. Although the Great Zhao court has strictly controlled the cost of opening the meridians, the sea fields that control the cultivation of the meridian leaves can't make much money in a year. This price is still a bit too high for ordinary people in the Great Zhao. Just opening the meridians can only improve a child's physique, make him stronger and less sick, but if there is no spiritual power and he can't pass the provincial school, these people who open the meridians will never be able to cultivate immortals in their lifetime. Therefore, if the working people only open the meridians, it is a very uneconomical business. For example, in ancient China, farmers all know the benefits of reading and writing and taking the imperial examinations, but if the children of the lower class are not top geniuses, their parents generally can't bear to support them to study. Because the effort and return are not proportional, if the lower class people have silver, it is better to save it as a deposit for the family. Otherwise, a little change can make this family broken up. By the same token, the Great Zhao is not a world where everyone can afford to cultivate immortals, and those who come to overseas islands to make a living have even fewer opportunities to open their meridians. I bought these for the supervisors, foundation building cultivators and giant and seniors on the island. Each of them will get a few hundred. The little bean people looked at each other. Is there any way for us little bean people to use some spiritual power? We are definitely more professional than those supervisors in using palm thunder. When the time comes, you can recruit a few hundred professional little bean people to pass it. Won't there be people to use? Yang Zhao pondered for a moment and nodded. This is indeed a method, but I haven't studied these things. I have to ask others. Yang Zhao turned around and asked the supervisors who were studying food there. Have you seen any enemies land on the island? Are there pirates or something like that nearby? These supervisors looked very serious when Yang Zhao and others were discussing palm thunder. Yes, among them, the human race, the sea race and the bird monster race are the most. Every year, some people come to explore several times, but we drive them away. I have heard about other islands encountering pirates. They move like the wind and have cultivation. There are several pirates and dozens of pirates in a short time. And these pirates are divided into two types, those with kayankan bags and those without kayankan bags. Those without kayankan bags only dare to rob some small places, because if they rob too much goods, it will be difficult to transport them. What they prefer to do is steal things. Manager Chen was a little depressed this time. The sea field that was abandoned on our Black Pearl Island was that someone secretly destroyed the seabed formation and went in to steal the veins and leaves without being discovered by us. This led to the sea urchins being able to invade in large numbers along the gap in the formation. In less than 2 days, the entire sea field was destroyed. Those with kayankan bags are more dangerous. These people put the stolen things into the kayankan bags, which does not affect their retreat. This leads to their style of robbing like the wind and daring to bite hard goods. This is another manager who also spoke up. When I first came here, I heard that there was a small island about 300 to 400 miles away from us. There was only one Lingsu sea field there originally. It was because of the pirates that the entire Lingsu sea field was destroyed, causing the island to be abandoned now. Yang Zhao frowned when she heard this. After all, she was born in a peaceful country, and her understanding of pirates can only be obtained from the internet and TV. If there is a Yuanying senior in charge, will the situation be much better? The supervisors gave a positive answer. Of course, although many Yuanying seniors come to the island to guard it to find a quiet place to practice hard, they don't like to pay attention to some small fights. But the pirates know that there is such a Yuanying senior here to guard it, so they dare not act too hard. Otherwise, if the matter is made big, it will attract the pursuit of the Yuanying senior, which will not be worth the loss. In other words, now that there is no Yuanying senior in charge of Black Pearl Island, the danger has increased a lot. Chapter 355, Arms. The most troublesome thing about this matter is that Yang Zhao and the Xiao Dao people have no intuitive impression of pirates. They have never come into contact with this group of mobile armed forces that sounded more complicated, and they don't know the specific situation of the other party. A strange and mysterious enemy always makes people more defensive and uneasy. It was already dark when Director Chen and others finished counting the number of materials to be purchased. After the show was over and everyone left, a Xiao Dao person suggested to Yang Zhao whether to apply for some conventional weapons from Guofuminqiang to defend Izu Island. Xiao Dao people are small in stature and lack strength due to natural limitations. But this matter has both advantages and disadvantages. The disadvantages that they will become unfamiliar with the weapons they were familiar with, and many weapons are probably useless with their small stature. But correspondingly, the advantages that the traction beams make the army less afraid of combat casualties. With conventional firepower, the combat power they can burst out is absolutely amazing. They even heard that the military commission above is discussing whether to distribute the traction beams to military departments at all levels for various dangerous operations and even combat missions. The reason why it is still under discussion is that this thing is a pure imported product. The military commission has great doubts about the supply of the traction beams and is worried that after a large number of them are allocated to the army, they will be strangled. At the national level, this alien species from another world will not be planted on the mainland without research for several years or even more than 10 years. So Black Pearl Island is now a pearl in their eyes and a rare treasure. It is far away from the mainland and sparsely populated. The island is large and the soil is relatively fertile. For the Chinese, it is a bit unreasonable not to grow something on this land. The military commission is now discussing whether to send a group of soldiers to establish a traction beam planting base for the army. Of course, this island is not only watched by the military commission, but also by all kinds of people who are interested in in-depth research on the other world. After all, there are few people here, and it is far away from the mainland of Dazhou. It is too convenient to do many things on Black Pearl Island. Whether it is studying biology or energy, this is a good place. It would be even better if there were no natives from another world on the island. Yang Zhao only reserved his attitude towards the little bean man's proposal to apply for arms. One is that the risk is too great. Hot weapons, which are incompatible with the world of cultivation, are too eye-catching. What if a giant unstage cultivator is tempted and kidnaps her? Yang Zhao and everyone on the island is just an employment relationship. Without enough force to suppress them, she can only rely on money. And Shenruo's master has heard that gunpowder is not allowed to come. Hot weapons have the shadow of gunpowder. The second is that there is a garrison base nearby. There are so many items sold by Sihei Trading Company. Why is there only one Palm Thunder among the regular weapons? This is because the Great Zhao Court only allows regular companies to sell Palm Thunder. Everyone uses Palm Thunder to repel pirates, and it will not attract special attention from the garrison base. Once unfamiliar weapons with large-scale destructive power appear, it will definitely attract the attention of the violent agency of the Great Zhao Army. This is more frightening than the sudden rebellion of the giant unstage cultivator. After thinking about it, this situation still needs to bring in foreign aid. Yang Zhao thought for a long time in her heart, and the shadow of a person bumped into her mind. I will go to Yunshan City again, after meeting with Feng Da, the shopkeeper, tomorrow. Isn't it just silver? People who are greedy for money are always simple. They don't ask much of you. As long as they have silver, it's fine. On the second day, Yang Zhao personally welcomed Feng Da, the shopkeeper, into the house. After a few pleasantries, Yang Zhao handed over the order that they had agreed on yesterday. When Feng Da took a look at the order, his whole spherical figure was filled with ripples of joy. Yang Island Master, do you want to renovate the abandoned sea field and use it again? It's a good place. It's a pity to waste it. Besides, there are still 700 or 800 workers in that sea field. I can't always rely on me to support them for nothing. Feng Da nodded in agreement. If the sea field wants to be restarted now, it is not as simple as cleaning the sea urchins inside, but also buying a large number of open-veined leaf saplings to transplant. The price of open-veined leaf saplings is not cheap. Each one costs more than 4 taels of silver, but it can only guarantee a survival rate of half. This survival rate is chilling. Yang Zhao first asked for 500 young plants, intending to raise them in nearby waters for a while, so that the young plants with open veins could adapt to the surrounding sea conditions. After the sea urchins were cleaned up, these seedlings should have adapted well, and they could be transplanted seamlessly, saving time and accumulating experience. Originally, Yang Zhao thought that, after giving the order to Manager Feng, both parties would sign a written contract or something like that to finalize the deal. But Manager Feng smiled and shook his head, explaining to Yang Zhao in a relaxed manner. We, Sahei Trading Company, do business on various islands, and we never sign written contracts. We always pay money and deliver goods at the same time. After all, the written contract involves the rules of heaven, and there are too many dangers in the sea. Whether it is you or us, it is full of uncertainty. Manager Feng sighed in his words, as if he was thinking of the past. Some ships will always sink in the sea, and some islands will always be invaded. It's already unlucky enough. It's too unfair to trigger some punishment because of not completing the tasks in the contract. Yang Zhao thought about it and decided that it would be better not to sign the contract. Although the contract is very useful, it is a bit rigid compared to people. It will not understand people's sorrows and joys, and there is no such thing as leniency. The Sahei Trading Company is still thoughtful. The two of them flattered each other for a few more words, and then the shopkeeper Feng said goodbye. 9 days later, the fleet of my Sahei Trading Company will arrive here. At that time, Island Master Yang, we will meet there. Okay, see you there. After sending this Feng Dab all away, Yang Zhao began to discuss the safety of Hizhu Island with Guofeng Qiang, and agreed with Yang Zhao's proposal to bring in foreign aid. Finally, a large amount of silver was sent to buy the goods of Sahei Trading Company. Yang Zhao did not delay and went to Yunshan City without stopping. Yunshan City was still prosperous. She first took out the silver to exchange for a lot of bills, which she kept for the big shopkeeper Feng to settle the bill. It was not very friendly to the merchants to pile silver on the table again and again. Bills were much more convenient than cash, and using them to pay the bills made Yang Zhao look less like the silly daughter of an avarish. But the life of a silly daughter of an avarish was really easy. Facing the surprised eyes of the young clerk, Yang Zhao ran away with the bills. Chapter 356, Killing. Hey, didn't someone avoid my Tai Yin Lao a few days ago? What kind of fragrant wind brought Miss Yang here today? Yang Zhao, who was originally discussing business with the owner of Tai Yin Lao, had a stiff face when he saw the young man walking slowly downstairs. The originally noisy hall suddenly became quiet. The young man was wearing a light green dress today, and a small black snake was coiled on his head. When he saw Yang Zhao, he raised his head and opened his mouth to show his small hooked teeth, making a threatening gesture. Yang Zhao stood up and bowed to him, and the owner also stood up to salute. Of course it was the southeast wind blowing from the sea that brought me here. Isn't it that even the sea breeze despises me? I was disrespectful to you last time, and today I was sent here just to give you money. This made everyone present stunned, and then they all laughed. The young man walked down the stairs, sat in the main seat with a big horse and a golden sword, and waved his hand to let Yang Zhao and the others sit down. It seems that you have really encountered some difficulties. You can say such nice things. You were quite harsh when you came last time. This person didn't speak like a businessman at all. If Yang Zhao hadn't been afraid of this person's cultivation, she would have spoken back long ago according to her previous temper. She came here to do business with real money, not to buy on credit. But as the saying goes, people have to bow their heads under the eaves of a loev. This person not only has a high cultivation, but also has an official background. If Yang Zhao offends him, he will die without knowing how, unless he stays in the city. If you really don't like me, this is not far from the gate. How about I close the door for you when I go out? Yang Zhao stepped back and wanted to slip away. This person seemed to have a bad temper today, and she didn't want to be used as a punching bag. Besides, the reinforcement were not only in the Yin Tower. The reason why she chose this place first was because the Yin Tower was semi-official in nature, and the corresponding organizational structure would be more complete. According to Yang Zhao's previous experience, if pirates attacked, organized, and disciplined cultivation groups would naturally have stronger combat effectiveness than those fighting alone. For example, when facing the attack of the Fang family in Kangcheng, it was the organized and disciplined workers of Shandy Fang who resisted the attack of the children of the Fang family. If it was a mess, Shandy Fang would have been lost long ago. Seeing that the boss didn't say anything and just drank tea indifferently, Yang Zhao glanced at the shopkeeper next to him who was sitting very straight and moved back a little bit with his heels rubbing the ground. If the Yin Tower really didn't do this business, she would go to Lansheng Garden and she could hire a few more giant unstage sea creatures. However, although the sea creatures in Lansheng Garden are good, it is afraid that it will not be useful if they hire too few. If they hire too many, Hesu Island is not that big. Hesu Island is not big, and most of the sea cultivators have their own hunting range. There are too many sea cultivators here, and others haven't done anything. These sea creatures have to fight among themselves first. If it really doesn't work, she will shamelessly give up and go to Dashan Trading Company. Anyway, she hasn't been paid for the embroidery. She traded the credit for the embroidery of the little bean figurines, and she thought that Guzuan, the head of Dashan Commercial Bank, would be willing to help her. The whole hall was silent, and no one dared to say a word. Only Yang Zhao was still silently moving her heels towards the door. "Stop, you little girl really don't want to be offended at all." The cold voice made Yang Zhao stop in her tracks, and she put on a stiff smile on her face and moved closer again. "Aren't you afraid that you will be annoyed by seeing me?" The lackey complimented the boss a few more times, and Yang Zhao and the head of the silver shop started a new round of negotiations with this big light bulb. This person didn't say anything, but stared at Yang Zhao with a smile, staring at her with a gust of wind behind her head and her hair standing on end. But gradually, Yang Zhao's attention was all focused on the serious looking female shopkeeper. The knife of this head shopkeeper was so cruel that Yang Zhao, a silly girl from a landlord's family, felt pain in her flesh. But no matter how painful it was, buying peace in the Ten Tower was much more cost effective than hiring the Giant and Sea Clan. In the end, they agreed that the Ten Tower would send out spies to keep an eye on the waters near the Black Pearl Island day and night. Once there was any problem, they would pass on the news to the Ten Tower. 3 taels of silver per person per day, and food subsidies were also provided. Yang Zhao hired 5 spies every day. As for which spy came, she didn't care. She just paid the employment fees of these 5 people once a month. In fact, she also wanted to use the messenger magic tool to contact the big shopkeeper directly at the beginning. If there was any problem, she would call here, and the Ten Tower would immediately lead people to kill. How convenient. But a few words from the shopkeeper dispelled her idea. Since these pirates have decided to rob, they will naturally not let you use the messenger magic tool. It is more convenient to leave spies outside the island. Yang Zhao knew that this statement was true and false, but it was not worth her risking. If it was true, the rest of the silver would be determined by the scale of the pirate attack. The larger the scale, the more silver is required. If there are casualties, Yang Zhao will also have to cover the funeral expenses, medical expenses, etc. Chapter 357. Who is the pirate? Yang Zhao finally stepped out of the gate of the Ten Tower. Looking at the big sign hanging on the lintel of the Ten Tower, cold sweat kept flowing down. It was because from beginning to end, the young man stared at her with a half smile, which made her feel uncomfortable. When all the details were discussed and the contract was to be signed, the young man said something meaningful. "Don't worry, I will let the news out of the Ten Tower." Yang Zhao felt cold in her heart when she said this, and she forced out a silly smile, pretending that she didn't understand what he meant. After the contract was signed, she didn't dare to stay, bowed her head and said goodbye, and strode away with venomous snake eyes. When she got outside the door, she dared to perform a cleansing spell to dispel the sweat around her body. This overseas is overseas, a place outside the law. It really eats both sides. If I don't come today, then tomorrow I guess they will have to take it themselves. Yang Zhao muttered secretly in her heart, but didn't dare to say it out loud. As long as there was still time, she began to visit various shops in Yunshan City, hoping to find something that could be used to defend Black Pearl Island, but she was unable to find a place to buy. As Yunshan City was one of the few cities in the nearby sea area, it should have various tools for coastal defense. However, as an outsider, it was too difficult for Yang Zhao to find out about this strange city. But time was running out, so Yang Zhao only purchased a batch of 300 wooden frogs and boarded a flying boat to fly to Kangcheng. This wooden frog is a very simple wooden magic weapon, just a small wooden ball. The wooden balls can be connected in series. As long as a wooden frog is hit hard, it and the other wooden frogs in series will call out. Its sound is like a drum, like the croaking of a frog, so it is called a wooden frog. This is generally used by sailors in the fleet. If one person discovers danger or encounters danger, he hits the wooden frog to pass the message to the others. Yang Zhao wanted to use it for the defense of Black Pearl Island as an alarm. Arriving at the foot of Nanshan Mountain, Yang Zhao walked up the mountain. At the entrance of the mountain, the idle little bean people found her. "Hey, Comrade Yang. Master Yang is back." These two shouts spread to the back, bringing more people's shouts. The little bean people, like ants smelling sugar, gathered together. "Comrade Yang, there is no place to move bricks now, and we can't enter the Sujin Pagoda every day, except for reciting scriptures and practicing the spirit raising ceremony. There is nothing else to do. Yes, there is no place to move bricks these days." Many people ran away, and then it was over. Yang Zhao was prepared for this situation. Yunayang Temple has been in practice for more than 2 months. More than 3,000 little bean people have done all the work they should do, no matter how weak they are. The remaining work that requires craftsmanship is not something that modern people like them can do. The little bean people who have nothing to do will naturally find something to do. As for whether the work they do is annoying or not, that's another matter. Yang Zhao was in a hurry to come back because he was afraid that these 3,000 little bean people would cause trouble when they had nothing to do. Kangcheng is the base of Yunnan Temple, so he had to leave a good impression on the people here. "I rented an island. If you want to go with me, I can take you there today, but I have to tell you in advance that you have to work on the island." When they talked about working, the little bean people got excited and they chased after him one by one, jumping up and down. "So will we get points or copper coins for this work? I'm poor now." The little brats down the mountain still have a copper coin in their hands, but I don't have a penny. That's right. I don't even have copper coins when I want to buy a fish hook for fishing. Although Kangcheng is not particularly prosperous, it is also very exotic. For Chinese people who travel to buy things, it seems that they have never been to a city if they don't buy some local specialties. At the very least, they have to take a lot of photos. But they don't have mobile phones now, so they can only pin their simple feelings on buying words. Let's talk about this when we get to the island. Yang Zhao quickened his pace and came to the resting place of Master Shenryu. This time, Master Shenryu showed up as soon as he noticed Yang Zhao coming back. "Why are you back? Black Pearl Island must be very busy now." Yang Zhao raised his hand to salute and finally told him everything he had encountered in the past few days. As soon as he talked about the eyes, Shenryu raised his eyebrows. "Eyes? Do you have nightmares every day now?" "Yes, but I seem to have gotten used to it these days. I just feel a little nauseous every morning and don't vomit so much." But because of this incident, Yang Zhao's nerves were a little tense and there was always a sense of depression in her heart. It was that the affairs of Black Pearl Island were busy these days, which involved most of her attention. After being busy for a long time, she didn't care about this depression so much. But not caring doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Shenryu held the silver conch in her hand. "Show me your eyes." "Yes." Yang Zhao used the incense to cast the divine body, and the gold, red and black entangled together, to cover the entire pupil. Shenryu leaned in and looked around, then pondered for a while. Except for the incense casting divine body, the other two forces are all sourceless water. As long as the incense casting divine body rises, the other two forces will naturally be suppressed, but I don't know how to eradicate them. This conclusion is similar to that of the giant shrimp doctor in Lanshengyan, except that one allows her to improve her cultivation to the golden elixir stage, and the other is to improve the incense casting divine body. The golden elixir is more difficult for Yang Zhao, who has just practiced for a year, and the incense casting divine body is correspondingly easier. When thinking of incense, Yang Zhao thought of her blogger account that had not been updated for some time and couldn't help but cough awkwardly. Can she say that she was busy these days and forgot? No one should come to her for this matter. Master, it's good to suppress it and prevent me from having nightmares. During this period of time, I will practice well and strive to improve the incense casting divine body by a small section. Shenryu looked at Yang Zhao and couldn't help but sigh. Alas, a single tree cannot make a forest. It's not easy for you to be alone. It would be great if someone could help you get out of this worldly thing. Yang Zhao nodded and kept this in mind and then continued to talk about the Black Pearl Island. She introduced the pirates and complained about the Yin Tower. Master, if I didn't go to the Yin Tower to do business yesterday and pay the protection fee, would the people in the Yin Tower become pirates tomorrow? The silver conch in Shenryu's hand made a tinkling metal collision sound, just like the owner's somewhat irritable mood. The Yin Tower should have been established in the past few hundred years, but this thing is half black and half white. The government probably won't give him a lot of money, and he still has to be responsible for all kinds of expenses. But since the boss has promised to spread the news, the Black Pearl Island will naturally have less risk. I'll give you 3 more divine thunders to save your life. If I can't beat you, remember to escape, okay? Yang Zhao nodded affirmatively. Master, don't worry. I'm not stupid. I won't defend till death. She was actually quite afraid of death now. A beautiful and fantastic life was opening up to her. It would be so unfair to die now. Shenryu pinched the seal with one hand and murmured, "Subtle vacuum, Lord Zhao of the divine sky." She put her 2 fingers together and gently tapped Yang Zhao's brow. Yang Zhao only felt a tingling sensation in her brow and could vaguely sense the flashing of lightning and the churning of white liquid inside. She couldn't help but open her eyes wide in surprise. This was the first time she clearly perceived the resonance of the lightning in her brow. Shenryu saw her curiously touching her brow with her fingers and occasionally scratching it with her fingers and worriedly told her a few words. Your cultivation is improving day by day, and the power of this lightning will increase with the increase of your cultivation, so be careful when using it. Strike the top of the enemy's head and don't let the lightning fall on your side. Your small body can't withstand the divine thunder. Yang Zhao put his hand down, feeling a little amused. Grandmaster, you see I'm already over 20. I can't do such a stupid thing. Although she said it righteously, Shenryu obviously didn't trust her. Anyway, this is to save your life. Just don't play with it. Then he threw a silver snail into Yang Zhao's hand. Take this token and go find the old shark and ask him to accompany you to Black Pearl Island so that those giant unstage sea creatures won't bully you because of your cultivation. Yang Zhao looked at the shiny silver snail in his hand and felt a little embarrassed because he remembered that last year she said that she would replace it with a pair of gold ones for Grandmaster Shenryu when she got rich. As a result, Yang Zhao got rich now, but she forgot about this matter completely. Now Grandmaster Shenryu can't even take out the token, so he can only dismantle the pair of silver gongs. Thank you, Grandmaster. Yang Zhao thanked him while thinking about where to buy a pair of power balls for Grandmaster to play with. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 358, Support. For the silver conch of Shenryu's master, the old shark surnamed Qin agreed to go to Black Pearl Island. When faced with Yang Zhao's invitation to board the boat, the old shark surnamed Qin did not agree. I'm still used to walking in the sea. The sky is dry and uncomfortable. Not only did he want to walk in the sea himself, he also wanted to take Yang Zhao with him. You come with me and get familiar with the terrain and roads in the sea. You never know when you will need it. This made Yang Zhao a little embarrassed. She took a flying boat on this trip, and this flying boat cannot go to the sea. But as an elder, the invitation was also good, and Yang Zhao couldn't refuse. She could only tell the flying boat in the sky to let them fly back to Black Pearl Island by themselves, and she would go back from the sea by herself. Afterwards, Yang Zhao, led by the old shark surnamed Qin, started a gorgeous underwater journey. Colorful coral reefs, dense and lively seaweed forests, various fish, shellfish, and things of unrecognizable species were rampant on the seabed. There are also deserts in the ocean. There is no trace of life for a long distance. Not only are there no fish and shrimp, but even corals cannot be seen. The surroundings are silent. If there is no flow of seawater, it is really like a dead zone. During the journey, Yang Zhao and his companions even encountered an underwater volcano. The black chimney brought up the boiling seawater, and a group of small fish and shrimps survived in this fire. This is another kind of prosperity. However, the old shark surnamed Qin thought Yang Zhao swam too slowly. He dragged Yang Zhao along the way, and all the scenes were just a glimpse, and there was no way to see them in detail. When they arrived near the Black Pearl Island, the old shark surnamed Qin asked Yang Zhao, while shaking his tail, "Do you remember the terrain of this section of the road? If someone chases you, it is much safer to hide in the seabed than in the sky." This statement is definitely a prejudice in Yang Zhao's view. Although the terrain of the seabed is much more complicated than that of the sky, there are also many sea creatures with high cultivation. Along the way, Yang Zhao found that there were eyes staring at her in more than one place. However, when facing the old shark surnamed Qin, the local snakes were very obedient and felt like hiding. But the old shark surnamed Qin could make these people shut up, but Yang Zhao didn't have that ability. You may be disappointed, Senior Qin. I only remember how to get there, and I only have a general understanding of the surrounding terrain. Obviously, the old shark surnamed Qin was not satisfied with this answer. This is a bad thing about you humans. You are too weak to be sensitive to the surrounding environment. But I can't blame you. The position of your eyes is not good. Well, if this person's cultivation was not really high, Yang Zhao really wanted to fight back. If a person's eyes grow on the left and right sides of his head like a fish, can this person still see? The old shark surnamed Qin was so satisfied with the position of his eyes that when he transformed into a human body, he didn't move one eye to the left temple and the other to the right temple. It's the junior who disappointed the senior. While the two were chatting, a small figure swam over. Yang Zhao took a closer look and saw that it was the giant and stage of the sea race whose true identity Yang Zhao didn't know yet. Tata. She was wearing a red dress, and she didn't restore her true identity even in the sea. Seeing that the old shark surnamed Qin wanted to shake his tail, Yang Zhao, who was standing next to him, hurriedly stopped him. Senior, this time he is a sea cultivator from Black Pearl Island. He probably came here because he saw me. After Tata came over, Yang Zhao introduced the two to each other. Later, the old shark surnamed Qin told Yang Zhao that the reason why Tata could maintain her human form in the sea was because the hair on her back had completely fallen off. I guess she thinks she is too ugly, so she still maintains her human form in the sea. Hair? Yang Zhao asked with some confusion. Senior, did you see what the original form of Senior Tata was just now? This question was relatively simple for the old shark surnamed Qin. Before Tata entered Yang Zhao's sight, the old shark surnamed Qin had already discovered her existence. A blue sea otter, small in size, and loves to live in seaweed forests the most. Is a sea otter considered a sea creature? It's no wonder that Yang Zhao was surprised. In fact, this sea otter doesn't look like a sea creature at all. The old shark surnamed Qin chuckled. What's the big deal? Many birds also call themselves sea creatures. Facts have proved that the old shark surnamed Qin is much faster in the sea than the flying boat in the sky. When Yang Zhao and his friends arrived at Black Pearl Island, the flying boat had not yet returned. She almost thought that something went wrong on the way. Fortunately, the flying boat also rushed back to Black Pearl Island after more than an hour. In the following days, the old shark surnamed Qin swam all over the sea near Black Pearl Island and met all the sea creatures working on Black Pearl Island. When the big bluefish following the giant jellyfish saw the old shark surnamed Qin, it trembled all over and looked like it was about to faint at any time. Afterwards, the big bluefish told Yang Zhao that the highest level of cultivation he had seen in his life was the golden elixir. Senior is really a role model for my generation. One day, I will be able to dominate the sea like you and make waves. This word is particularly childish, and Yang Zhao only got goosebumps when he heard it. Accompanied by Yang Zhao, he visited Black Pearl Island again, so that all the Foundation building cultivators of the human race could see his arrival. The reason why Shenryu entrusted the old shark surnamed Qin to come again was to support Yang Zhao, who was not good enough in cultivation. At this time, he asked Yang Zhao a very common question, but she couldn't answer it. What is the name of this sea field? This sentence made Yang Zhao freeze there. Although she visited every sea field, she really didn't ask the name of each one. She now only called them according to the southeast, northwest and northeast directions, and the managers naturally wouldn't argue with the island owner on such a small matter. Fortunately, the manager of this sea field was smart, and came up to answer the old shark's question softly. This place is called Zhenfeng Township, which means to calm the sea breeze. Zhenfeng, what a good name. Yang Zhao only then knew that there were a total of 6 sea fields here. The largest one was called Zhenhe Township, and the others were called Zhenfeng, Zhenlang, Zhenbo and Zhenshu. The main point is a peaceful and smooth life. The old shark named Qin didn't want to stay here for long. He also had his own territory to take care of, so he only stayed on the island for less than 3 days before going back. Although the time was not long, Yang Zhao clearly felt that the cultivators on the island respected him more, especially the formation masters hired from the Taxon Tower. In the past, they relied on the fact that they were from the prefectural school and were formation masters. Although they did not cheat in their jobs, they always looked down on Yang Zhao. Yang Zhao even suspected that there were spies from the Taxon Tower or spies from the pirates, but she didn't dare to say it out loud. Now that such an old man with profound cultivation has walked around the island, they immediately changed their attitude and found their place. Happy Dragon Boat Festival. Chapter 359. Transaction. The weather was bad on the day when the fleet of Sehe Trading Company came. The sky was dark and no sunlight could be seen. The strong wind rolled up the waves and surged on the sea. The water was broken and splashed a thin grey mist, and the rumbling sound was endless. This was a sign of the coming rainstorm. On Hisu Island, the trees that were not tall to begin with were blown even lower. The hard-working woman had already put all the clothes and sundries outside the house into the house. The children who were running wildly outside were pulled by the ears and dragged back. Those who didn't want to go back had to be slapped a few times. Yang Zhao and a group of people were floating in the sky. From a distance, they could see a huge fleet slowly coming from afar, like ancient beasts showing their huge bodies in the mist. Hisu Island did not have a deep water port. All the ships were stopped in the distance. There was a voice coming from afar, as if there was something God, wind and waves. The voice was intermittent and unclear, but even if it was unclear, the voice seemed to carry the pressure of heaven and earth. Then, a golden light came from a large ship upstream, ignoring the strong wind and huge waves, and hitting the clouds directly. Yang Zhao watched the sky, which was just full of dark clouds, being disturbed by the golden light. The dark clouds in the sky, which were like a revolving lantern, suddenly stopped, and then seemed to be unreasonably filled with by a pair of big hands. In a blink of an eye, the stagnant dark clouds began to flee. Rays of light shone through the gaps, and the whistling and raging wind gradually stopped its running steps, and the waves that were stirred up and down by the wind gradually settled down. The seabirds that were curled up in the nest peeked at the movement outside, spread their wings, and flew out of the nest to run for their own survival. In less than 5 minutes, the Black Pearl Island, which was originally a scene of dark clouds pressing down on the city and threatening to destroy it, has now become a blue sky with white clouds and a peaceful life. But this scene cannot be seen from afar. Yang Zhao and others can see far away because they are standing high. Although the scene here on Hisu Island is sunny and windy, looking far away, it has become a doomsday scene with the sky and the sea turned upside down, and the river flowing backwards. It seems that the fleet's means are only to maintain peace in one area, rather than to calm the wind and rain and the entire sea. Yang Zhao took a water ball and stuffed it into his mouth, and talked about his thirsty throat. The heart that was originally hanging was slightly relieved. If a merchant fleet can take out large-scale meteorological weapons, then. But now this scene does not look much different. After a while, several small black dots flew towards Hisu Island from the big ship. Yang Zhao was sharp-eyed and saw the round body of the leader at a glance. she asked. "This is the big shopkeeper Feng of Sehei merchants." She hurriedly took the people behind her to greet him. The two sides exchanged greetings, and then the big shopkeeper Feng and Yang Zhao discussed to let the small boats in the caravan load the goods to the shore. Each of the seafields on Hizhu Island has a simple dock, and all the docks are covered by the seafield defense array. Hizhu Island itself has many small boats, most of which are sampans, that can accommodate 3 or 5 people, which are used by workers to breed and operate seafields. The area of the seafield is not small, and the workers cannot swim across the sea one by one. Now these small sampans have been piled up next to them to make room for the ships of Sehei merchants. This pattern of docks and seafields also means that, if Hizhu Island does not agree, the ships of Sehei merchants cannot approach the docks. Yang Zhao and Feng Dan, the shopkeeper, asked the number of ships docked at each dock, and then used the messenger magic tool to notify other seafields to open the defense array to let them pass. Soon, many small boats bypassed the big ships and began to sail towards Hizhu Island. These small boats were 20 to 30 meters long and 2 or 3 stories high. They separated and went around to other places not long after they went far. These goods are delivered to various seafields and will not be piled up alone. As soon as the boats arrived at the dock, the Xiaodao people and the stewards waiting at the dock began to check the goods to be traded with each other. After the check, the men waiting at the dock began to transport the goods from the boats one by one. For every bag of goods, the Xiaodao people gave the Sehei Trading Company a small plastic sheet with a milky white round hole in the middle for counting. These plastic rings are not only milky white, but also red, black, etc., and various goods correspond to various colors. These plastic rings were originally small water pipes, which were cut by machines with a thickness of 5 millimeters. They have not been polished, and the edges are still a bit rough. This thing does not exist in the Great Zhao dynasty. Hizhu Island belongs to Scorpion Laba, the only one. The price of plastic water pipes is cheap, the appearance is easy to recognize and strong, and the plastic is not afraid of water. It is easy to keep it with a string. As a token, there is simply no better thing than this. People who were originally quietly staying in the house saw the lively scene at the dock and also came out of their homes to watch the excitement. But the children of each family were watched closely and were not allowed to approach the dock at all. In the past, there had been cases of children being lost and never found again. There were people coming and going on the dock, so it was possible that the child was taken on board by a bad guy and hid, or that the child ran on board and hid because he saw something strange. Every parent would be on guard against strangers who had just arrived, and no parent could guarantee that their children would always be obedient. After unloading a shipload of goods, someone would bring a large string of plastic rings to Feng Dazhang. A few small sheds were set up a little away from the dock, and Yang Zhao and Feng Dazhang led their respective people to drink tea here. This time, Feng Dazhang brought the tea, and Yang Zhao provided several plates of snacks to go with the tea. A plate of French bread, a plate of snow cakes and senbei, as well as hawthorn rolls and plain melon seeds. The plastic bags of these things were all good things among the female workers who helped, and they were carefully opened when they opened them. After the plates were filled, the plastic bags were divided and taken home by them, and no one knew what they were used for. Feng Dazhang obviously liked the hawthorn rolls very much, and he ate one in a mouthful, and soon he had eaten a whole plate. Fortunately, Yang Zhao prepared a lot of this stuff, and just as he finished eating, someone brought another plate. Although he bought a lot of things, it took one day to unload all of them from the boat. Plastic sheets of various colors also gathered from all directions of Black Pearl Island to the hands of Feng Dazhang. Zhao Mengshu was quietly hanging in the pergola, facing the gentle sea breeze. Yang Zhao and Feng Dazhang's people counted the plastic sheets of various colors together. Yang Zhao and Feng Dazhang were the most light-hearted of the group. They just ate, drank and gossiped. When the final number was added up, one paid with a paper tube and the other collected the money. Apart from that, they did not spend any more effort. Chapter 360, Sanku Reef Sea City. After the goods were moved and stored, Yang Zhao and the foundation building monks entertained the people of Sehei Trading Company, and everyone enjoyed themselves. The second day was the free market session that all the workers on the island liked. The boatmen of Sahei Trading Company came down from the boat with large and small bags and boxes on their backs. They clamored and hurried to grab a good position, opened their bags, and started to set up stalls along the pier. A simple market was formed. Yang Zhao and Feng Dan, the shopkeeper, strolled around the market leisurely. There were people selling knives, pots and kitchen utensils, scissors and needles, and various vegetable seeds. Of course, the best-selling ones were various coarse cloths. The workers of Hizhu Island, both men and women, often went to sea. No matter how good the clothes were, they could not withstand the erosion of seawater. People on the island were particularly wasteful of clothes. Therefore, the business of selling cloth was the best. Today, almost all the workers in Zhenhe Seafield came to the market to choose their favorite goods, buying to candies for their children and a few clothes for their family members. No one who visits the market leaves empty-handed. Yang Zhao, does your Sahei Trading Company even do these small businesses? Manager Feng smiled and shook his head. We don't do business. These are all brought on board by the sailors themselves. The sailors on the sea have a hard life, but they also have many conveniences. Since ancient times, as long as there are sailors on board, there is no one who does not smuggle. Since this thing cannot be banned, we will not ban it, but we will not allow them to bring things into the warehouse privately. After hearing this, Yang Zhao couldn't help but mutter in her heart. Aren't you afraid of overloading the ship? Is there such a thing as overloading a cargo ship? As a northerner, she has never seen any other ships, except the Swan boat, that 2 people peddled in the reservoir. However, Sahei Trading Company doesn't care about this matter, so Yang Zhao naturally won't say anything and ask a question. Anyway, this is a world with immortal magic, and people's ships are protected by formations, and their carrying capacity may be superior. The two of them chatted while strolling. Compared to Yang Zhao, Sahei Trading Company was a different kind of local boss in this area. Most of the time, it was the shopkeeper who spoke first, and Yang Zhao was the supporting actor beside them to make sure that what he said didn't fall on the ground. Behind them followed 2 little bean men, who did nothing else but listen to the 2 people's conversation with their ears perked up. After returning, they would write down the useful information on paper and pen for analysis. As the 2 of them chatted, Yang Zhao and the others talked about the nearby sea market. Is there a sea market nearby? I haven't heard anyone talk about it since I came to the island. Yang Zhao was more interested in strolling and eating. Hey, it's not a regular sea market. Shopkeeper Feng said with some disdain. Island Master Yang should also know that pirates are rampant in this area and some things are hard to sell, so they built a small sea market in a place where no one knows where to go. Sanku Reef. There are no large-scale transactions in this sea market, and large caravans will not go there. With fewer people going there, the sea market is naturally not well known. But then again, it's also because this is a black market, and there are always people who can find some cheap and good things there. If Island Master Yang is interested, you can go and have a look. Upon hearing the origin of this sea market, Yang Zhao hesitated in her heart. This is quite a black market. In her simple impression, the black market has always been a place where blacks eat blacks and cheat people. She is a small foundation building period. If she goes to the black market, won't she be skinned? Perhaps seeing the hesitation on Yang Zhao's face, shopkeeper Feng laughed. Master Yang, don't think that the things inside are shady and the merchants have no credibility. On the contrary, all the vendors in the Sankajio Sea market are more trustworthy. They themselves are not glorious. Without the endorsement of the court and the Sea Clan, if there is no integrity in Sankajio, the sea market cannot be run. There is some truth in this, and Yang Zhao is a little tempted. The main reason is that the supplies on Hizhu Island are very scarce. It is difficult for her to eat some animal meat. The main food every day is the fish and shrimp near Hizhu Island. Yang Zhao ate these meals and 2 meals, which were quite fresh, but it would be a bit difficult to eat for a week. She wanted to try something else now. Otherwise, how did the French bread and hawthorn rolls come from? That was the comfort of Yang Zhao's taste buds by the country's prosperity and the people's strength. Moreover, Hizhu Island was not very lively. The island was gradually getting back on track. She had nothing to do on the island every day except practicing. Is there a specific date for the Sankajio Sea market? Manager Feng waved his hand. There is no specific date, because it is open every day, and now it has formed a small town on the seabed. Yang Zhao, then I have to go there, when I have time to see it. In this way, after the Sihei Trading Company stopped here for 2 days, it set sail again. Yang Zhao began to release the 3,000 little bean people, to let them experience the island life. The reason why they were not allowed to come out when the Sihei Trading Company came was that they were afraid that they would interfere with the transaction. Whether it was a large-scale transaction such as grain between Yang Zhao and the Sihei Trading Company, or a small-scale transaction between workers and sailors, encountering 3,000 little bean people who were curious about everything would definitely cause trouble. After a few days, many little bean people were very excited when they received the notice. Oh my god, I never knew that one day I would like moving bricks. I was kind of bored staying in Yunnyang Temple. I've been walking around and eating these days, but after just 2 days, I actually started to miss the days of moving bricks in Yunnyang Temple. Am I a bit like Stockholm? It's not Stockholm, but this place represents the hope of cultivating immortals. Here you can still catch a little bit of the tale of cultivating immortals. In your hometown, what else can you see, except watching some fairy tale dramas? By the way, is this the legendary Black Pearl Island? Why is it called such a name? That's right. The name doesn't sound like an overseas fairy mountain at all. One of the little bean people had sharp eyes and saw the sea at the horizon at a glance. Look, the sea. Oh, I've never seen the sea in my life. How come the color of this sea is so normal? Logically, shouldn't the sea in the world of immortal cultivation be red, black, or normal colors? I've never been fishing in the sea. Do you think there are needles and thread on this island? This large group of little bean people chattered, and the noise scared the children on the island away. Yang Zhao clapped her hands, attracting everyone's attention, and the noisy little bean people quickly quieted down. This is Black Pearl Island. I don't think everyone knows what this island is for. She pointed to the ocean in the distance. There are countless kame leaves in this sea. Do you know what kame leaves mean? Kame leaves? The clever little bean people's eyes lit up. Kame Kailing. This kame leaf is used to open the veins and spirits. Chapter 361. When he shouted, the originally quiet Xiao Dao people started to make a commotion like boiling water. This is about opening the meridians and awakening the spirit. The first step of cultivating immortals mentioned by Zidoran, the first hurdle for adults to cultivate, is now firmly in front of everyone. How can you expect everyone to be calm? Why do they come here? To move bricks every night? Do you really think that Xiao Dao people are not tired? How is it possible? Xiao Dao people will also get tired, but they consume not the energy of the human body, but the energy of the spirit. After working hard every day, everyone's brain hurts. Although the body is strong, they are not interested in anything and just want to sleep. This situation was discovered when the Xiao Dao people were making money in Luoyang. Walking mainly controls the 2 legs, while working requires the whole body to be controlled. The 4-hour work system is really tailored for Xiao Dao people after scientific research. Many Xiao Dao people can't even last 4 hours at the beginning. Otherwise, who would leave such a great opportunity to go to Kangcheng to watch the excitement? Even if there are very curious people, there won't be so many. The reason is very simple. On one hand, there is a clear opportunity to cultivate immortality, and on the other hand, there is an alternative way to travel and see the world. The difference between the 2 sides of the scale is too big to be comparable. What's more than 90% of the Xiao Dao people were sent by the country's rich and powerful people. Most of them are soldiers, and there are very few who are afraid of hardship and fatigue. The reason why many people run away after working for 4 hours is that they can only work until then. Working and shopping have different mental consumption. But as they continue to move bricks, their spirits gradually adapt to this fatigue and become more and more tenacious. After more than a month, almost all Xiao Dao people can move bricks for 8 hours. And now, the first step of cultivating the truth is on this island. After waiting for a while, seeing that everyone had no intention of quieting down, Yang Zhao stretched out her hand and called a large water ball with a diameter of 1 meter. The ball was rolled and flattened in her hands, changing into various strange shapes. In fact, She wanted to make a big crystal rabbit, but this is a craft, not something she can do. But even so, everyone's attention was attracted by her big water ball. Oh my god, when will I be able to do this? Although I've seen it on video, it's still very shocking to see it with my own eyes. Is this really something a human can do? Seeing the little bean people quiet down, Yang Zhao launched the big water ball into the air, and it broke with a bang. Drops of water fell from the sky, and a rainbow rose, and disappeared in an instant. It seems that everyone understands what I mean. Yes, you will have a chance to open the veins this time. Wow, goddess, I want to cultivate immortality. Mom, if I can cultivate immortality, I can get our family's ancestral grave. Looking at the little bean people who were getting crazy again, Yang Zhao waited patiently by the side, and then summoned a big fireball with a diameter of 1 meter, and rubbed it in his hands again. It is indeed human nature to watch the excitement, especially the more thrilling excitement like the fireball, which can attract people's attention. She had proposed in the school forum that, if the principal performed a firing during the school assembly, the students would definitely only stare at the principal, and not look at others. As a result, the principal was criticized by name, but fortunately it was the netizens' name that was criticized. When the place was quiet, Yang Zhao sent the fireball high up, letting it explode into a big firework in the air. Okay, don't be so excited. I have to pour a basin of cold water on everyone. I believe everyone knows the dangers of opening the meridians, so you need to be cautious when opening the meridians. The little bean people below didn't want to listen to this old talk. This matter has been told to them more than 10 times since they entered the Sujin Pagoda. No matter it's dangerous or not. Master Yang, can you tell me in detail how to get the opening meridian leaf? Yes. Do you still move bricks on the island? Do you still exchange it with points? Will the points we earn at Unine Temple be accumulated? 3,000 little bean people, each of them said a word, and Yang Zhao couldn't get a word in. She could only use the same trick again to make everyone quiet down again. It's still a point system, because the number of times a vein opening leaf can open veins is uncertain, so everyone uses points to fight for one chance to open veins. Because opening veins has risks, if you don't want this opportunity, you can sell it to the country. Of course, you can also buy and sell between each other, private transactions. But this opportunity cannot be sold to others, because other people have not received the teachings of Taoist, and the risk of opening veins will be greater. I hope everyone can understand. Her words made everyone laugh, and they all started to refute. Comrade Yang, you worry too much. Who would be stupid enough to sell such a good opportunity to open veins? Yes, even if you are not sure now, you should keep this opportunity. Wait for a few more days of study and open veins when you are sure. Why would you not sell this opportunity? Yang Zhao raised his hand and made a downward gesture. The work you have to do this time is the same as last time. There will be a special person responsible for issuing tasks, and there will also be a special person to record your points. I only have one request for you, that is, you can't harass the workers on Black Pearl Island. Yang Zhao raised his voice a little. These workers are specialized in planting and managing the open veined leaves. If their work is hindered by your arrival, no matter how many points you earn, it will be useless. A meeting was held for the Xiao Dao people. When the sun was high in the sky and a special Xiao Dao people took over, Yang Zhao was free. The first thing the Xiao Dao people did was to cut more wood on the island. The weather on Black Pearl Island was unstable, so they needed to build some wooden houses. The axes and knives used to cut wood were provided by the supervisors of Black Pearl Island, and many of them were rusty. In addition to these, another thing that interested the Xiao Dao people was learning to drive a flying boat. The master who drove the flying boat waited for several days in this remote place, and finally waited for the students. He was very enthusiastic about teaching, and wanted to teach the Xiao Dao people everything. Only after teaching people could they return to the prosperous Yunshan city. From then on, after cutting down trees, the Xiao Dao people who had no strength gathered together again, holding small notebooks to learn how to drive a flying boat. The driving of a flying boat is different from that of a car or airplane. It is a spherical operating platform with a diameter of about 30 centimeters. This ball floats in the control room of the flying boat. It is inlaid with various array patterns and can control various functions of the flying boat. For example, the flying boat turns or activates the array. The masters who drive the flying boat teach how to control this big ball. Chapter 362. From then on, Black Pearl Island became completely lively, with the busy figures of Xiao Dao people everywhere. They were full of enthusiasm for everything around them, and they worked hard without regrets. Not only did they build their own houses on the island, but they also cleaned up the workers' living areas like a clean freak. The living area, which was originally full of mosquitoes, seemed to have been shoveled a layer of soil and became visibly clean. The domestic garbage was collected by composting, so that it could be used as fertilizer when they wanted to plant something in the future. Many Xiao Dao people have never done this kind of thing in their lives, and often vomited psychologically halfway through. If it weren't for the quota for opening veins and leaves hanging in front, they would not be able to do composting at all. There are also special Xiao Dao people conducting species surveys on the island. This island is not big, but not small either. Even with the support of the flying boat, investigating species often requires walking on foot, which is the slowest progress of all work. But these things are not Yang Zhao's turn to worry about. She is now busy shooting videos to consolidate her fans. Fortunately, her account is quite special, and there is no limit on the flow of fans after the suspension of updates. Although the number of fans increases slowly, it has been rising steadily, and there has been no large-scale loss of fans after the suspension of updates. Yang Zhao is quite satisfied with this situation. She has not taken any other photos these days, but just photographed the open-veined leaves in the sea field. The original name of the open-veined leaves is sea spirit grass, which is a perennial herb that lives on the seabed of 8 to 15 meters. Generally speaking, sea spirit grass may be harvested for the first time after 2 years of growth. The reason why it is possible is that not every sea spirit grass can grow open-veined leaves. This is not only due to the accumulation of spiritual energy, but also depends on whether the surrounding growth environment is safe. The whole plant of sea spirit grass is dark green, and the color is a little black, while the open-veined leaves are bright green and easy to distinguish. Because of physical problems, Xiao Dao people cannot adapt to the water pressure on the seabed, and it is difficult to dive to the seabed to observe these lovely plants. This job fell on Yang Zhao, and she learned how to take care of these sea spirit grasses every day under the guidance of the workers. However, the response to this series of videos on the internet was not very good. Although the open vein leaf is a necessary item for cultivation, videos with strong professional knowledge will always discourage many people. Most people prefer videos that are more curious, funny, and relaxing. Even for cultivation, people prefer videos of various magic tools, spells, battles, and monsters. So many old fans began to leave messages below, asking her to change the content of her videos. Dear blogger, you are a blogger of cultivating immortals, not an agricultural science blogger. Your style of painting makes me think I saw an agricultural channel. This agricultural channel has been broadcasting for nearly a month, with new videos every day, and it's all about sea spirit grass. Now I don't want to open the blogger's homepage anymore. In the past, there were no new videos for a month or half a month, and you guys urged me every day. Now there are new videos every day, but you are unwilling to do so again. You are really hard to please. Yeah. Do you know how many papers these things can produce? Watch them and cherish them. If these things are true, then researching and organizing them would be worth a Nobel Prize. We will definitely be nominated for the Nobel Prize next year. What we want to see is cultivation. What we want to see is flying with swords. Carrot. And what we want to see are special effects videos, not an encyclopedia of marine plant knowledge. The last video was so cyberpunk, and this video is so rustic. Dear blogger, do you remember what you were doing at this time last year? You were running away from being hit by a huge meteorite. You also introduced 2 handsome guys and a cute big leopard to us. Why has the quality of your videos dropped this year? We want to see handsome guys. We want to see beautiful girls. When will the blogger do a live broadcast to teach us how to cultivate immortals? My wallet can't wait. I will definitely be your top brother. Hiya. TSK, top brother? If the blogger does a live broadcast of cultivating immortals, the website will probably shut down his microphone on the spot. A blogger who posts special effects videos. Actually, some people believe that she is an immortal cultivator. Are you all stupid? They believe everything. If you ask me, I think I'm a person from the future who traveled back. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Yang Zhao was happily flipping through the comment section. When the country is rich and the people are strong, sent a message. In a few days, it will be the day when the falling star island will attract meteors. We have several comrades who are studying this field and want to go and have a look. Do you think we can take up a few days of your time? Seeing this, Yang Zhao's eyes lit up. She was already bored staying on the Black Pearl Island. If it weren't for the responsibility she had, she would have run away long ago. She is an English major who wants to spend every day in the sea studying plants. Yang Zhao, go ahead. Do you want to do something big? Guo Fumin Qiang, what big thing? Yang Zhao, do you have any company or research institute that wants to purchase the meteorite from Falling Star Island? Guo Fumin Qiang, as long as you say we have it, we have it. Guo Fumin Qiang, originally we were too embarrassed to mention this to you, but you brought it up first, shy. Yang Zhao, okay, let's discuss the details of the acquisition. I will leave in 2 days. Yang Zhao, do the Little Beam people on Black Pearl Island want to go with us? First of all, I can't take all 3,000 Little Beam people with me. If she takes all 3,000 Little Beam people with her, she can't guarantee their safety at all. Guo Fumin Qiang, give us some time on this matter, we need to discuss it. When it was evening, Guo Fumin Qiang sent a message to Yang Zhao again. Guo Fumin Qiang, we have discussed it. Going to the Falling Star Island is a voluntary act. The Xiao Dao people do not have points. Correspondingly, they have the right to dispose of the meteorites they pick up, except for 1/10 of yours. Yang Zhao, what do you mean in principle? Guo Fumin Qiang, it is conditionally allowed. Guo Fumin Qiang, we can't let them flow freely into the market. Our government will buy 60% of the meteorites at the market price of the Great Zhao dynasty, and they can sell the remaining 30% to companies or research institutes themselves. Guo Fumin Qiang, now more than 50 companies and research institutes have signed up for the activity of purchasing meteorites. I guess there will be more when the day comes. Guo Fumin Qiang, of course, if they are not satisfied with the price, they can also temporarily store it with us. When the environment is relaxed, they can take it back. Yang Zhao understood that these more than 50 companies and research institutes are the money-making opportunities for the Xiao Dao people. Because they can store it and not sell it, these more than 50 companies and research institutes cannot buy meteorites without raising the price. And without points, this condition is destined to make fewer Xiao Dao people go. After all, not everyone is short of money. Everyone is more willing to spend time earning points, which leads to a smaller share of meteorites that can be freely traded in the hands of the Little Beam people, and the price will be a few points higher. Yang Zhao, have so many people known that we can travel to other worlds? Guo Fumin Qiang, we want relevant talents and develop related industries. This situation is inevitable. Guo Fumin Qiang, there is no impenetrable wall in the world. Yang Zhao understood. She thought it would be like weapon development, and it would be released only after success. But a new world is much bigger than weapon development. The next day, the Little Beam people in various sea fields received the news that Yang Zhao was going to the Falling Star Island. As Yang Zhao expected, the Little Beam people were very excited at first, thinking that they could save some meteorites from outer space to make a magic weapon or something. Even if they couldn't make a magic weapon, it would be good to wear it around their necks to show off to others. But as soon as the rules were announced, the enthusiasm of most of the Little Beam people dissipated. Compared with points, money is a bit of a waste of time. The first one to raise her hand and want to participate was the little girl Zilan. Although she has now obtained a great opportunity, it has not improved her current life at all. In fact, in order to prepare for cultivation, she has spent more money these days. Not only does she have to spend money to take care of her thin body, she also bought a lot of Taoist scriptures recommended on the Study Strong Country app, studying and taking notes bit by bit. This is not something Zilan can afford as a waitress during the day. She is very short of money now. Li Baining next to her hesitated for a while and raised his hand. As a student, he has no other income. Most of his expenses are from his family. His parents now suspect that he has fallen into a trap such as a campus loan Ponzi scheme and came to the school to find him. When he introduced the matter of cultivation to his parents thought that their child had hallucinations and took him to see a psychologist in a hurry. So he is really poor now. Although he has not officially started the cultivation, the preparation work alone is not something he can afford as a student. He can't really borrow money from the rich first generation of Wangling to cultivate, right? He still has to save some face and can't open his mouth. Chapter 363, Return to Falling Star Island. In the end, there were less than 50 people who decided to go to the Falling Star Island with Yang Zhao to pick up meteorites, which accounted for a very small proportion of the 3,000 Xiaodao people, including the experts sent by Guo Fumin Kaiyang. There were only more than 70 people. After making simple arrangements for the Black Pearl Island, Yang Zhao took the Xiaodao people and went straight to Huanglangang with the mood of being released from prison. After arriving at Huanglangang, she first found a familiar restaurant to have a big meal, and then, with the change of silver, she began to indulge in the fireworks of the world. She bought food, drinks, clothes, and accessories for a whole day. Although she didn't spend a few taels of silver, it completely satisfied her desire to consume and made her feel free to breathe. Next, Yang Zhao didn't have to worry. She didn't have to migrate to the Falling Star Island early like last year. On the last day of landing on the island, Yang Zhao came to the Huanglangang wharf to take the Zuanpeng bird. As for why she didn't fly there by herself, the reason was also very simple. She was lazy. There were means of transportation, so why should she fly? But while waiting for the bird at the pier, she found that fewer people bought tickets to the Falling Star Island this year than last year. At first, she didn't care too much. After all, she was on the last day to land on the island. Perhaps most people had already arrived on the island in the previous few days. But after arriving at the Falling Star Island, looking at the deserted market and the sparse star chasers, she had to admit that this year's money-making activities on the Falling Star Island were really much quieter. Yang Zhao easily found a place to stay in the market next to the pier. Last year, she came late, and it was difficult to find a place to stay. She curiously asked the waiter in the store why this scene happened. The waiter didn't care too much about this situation. You may be here for the first time, and you don't know that something went wrong on the star chasing island last year. The star attracting formation on the island was activated too early, killing many people. Many star chasers who pursue safety want to wait until the 3-day star attracting period before going to the island. Although they may get less, it is safer. Yang Zhao nodded thoughtfully. It seems that people everywhere are afraid of death. At this time, the island protection formation of the Falling Star Island has been activated. With its amazing power, a huge ocean water wall rises around the Falling Star Island. Fish and shrimps roamed in the water wall, seaweed swayed, and the water wall was crystal clear when the sun shone on it, a spectacular otherworldly scene. Yang Zhao summoned more than 70 little bean people in his arms to let them see this fantastic scene. When these little bean people opened their eyes and saw this magnificent water wall, they were so surprised that they couldn't speak for a moment. They held their breath in their throats, opened and closed their mouths, and finally uttered a Chinese quintessence for a long time. Fuck them. These more than 70 little bean people ran to the beach with their little feet, and all kinds of questions and speculations came up. Is this really not a waterfall? Is this really just a pure rise in the horizontal plane? How can a waterfall be the same as this? The water in a waterfall is moving, but this water is largely static. No, how does this water flow? Do you think there is a glass wall in the water? Whose glass can withstand such a large water pressure? Is this really something that humans can control? Could this be a natural landscape? Fuck, what a big bird. These birds must be monsters. Why is this bird still holding the carriage under its feet? Don't monsters have to work now? Shouldn't it occupy the mountains and become a bandit? For a moment, the little bean people didn't know where to put their eyes. Looking at the little bean people jumping around the dock, Yang Zhao kept a pair of eyes on their movements, fearing that they would accidentally run into the sea and be beaten to death by the water. Sure enough, the little bean people who were already curious tentatively put their feet into the water. There were also little bean people staring at the place where the black rock bird flew away, eager to catch up. Seeing this situation, Yang Zhao shouted at the back, "Don't you want to see how the meteorite was pulled down by the formation? Aren't you here to pick up meteorites to make money? If you die now, I won't compensate you. If you die, are you sure you can grab the quota next time?" After a few words, the little bean people's hot heads calmed down, and the feet that were stretched out retreated without a trace. "Comrade Yang, look at what you said. Are we so ignorant people?" Yes, don't worry, we are all adults, and will protect our own safety. We won't joke about the qualification of opening meridians and awakening spirits. Having said that, there are still a few little bean people who can't move their eyes away from the water wall. These little bean people gathered together and whispered a few words. Then a little bean man came to Yang Zhao with a smile on his face. "We will only send to comrades who have studied ocean currents to go down to the sea to take a look. Don't worry, we have already held a meeting to discuss this matter before coming, and it will not bring any variables to this operation." Yang Zhao blinked her eyes after hearing this. She had always thought that the people who came this time were people who studied magnetic fields or outer space. Unexpectedly, there were also several experts who studied the ocean. It seems that the video of the giant water wall last year is still quite important. Since you have all discussed it in advance, then just act according to what you have discussed. After all, Yang Zhao didn't understand scientific research, so he naturally wouldn't interfere. As soon as Yang Zhao agreed, two little bean people jumped into the water, and with the extension of their legs, they swam towards the giant water wall like two frogs. When the two of them moved, the little bean people, who were already a little tempted, stretched out their sinful feet again. Yang Zhao stood beside them and said coldly, "These two are on the government payroll, and the government has their backs. Do you have any backing?" The cold water on their heads once again cooled their swollen brains, and their feet, which had been stretched out, retreated again. The huge wall of water was not too far from the shore. Yang Zhao led a group of little bean people and watched the two people rush over and then sank to the bottom of the sea and disappeared completely. Did they sink to the bottom on purpose, or were they pulled down by some force? Shouldn't it be? It should be intentional. After all, this water wall was created by a formation, so this formation must be arranged on the bottom of the sea. Maybe they just want to go under the water to take a look. Because they were far away, the two little bean people who sank to the bottom did not leave any words when they sank to the bottom. Yang Zhao and the others could only guess one or two and dared not draw a conclusion. This is probably something that only the two of them can explain for themselves. After waiting at the beach for half an hour, they did not see the two people emerge from the sea. The little bean people who were eager to try completely suppressed their curiosity. "My purpose of coming here is very simple, just to make money, otherwise it would be much better to earn points." Of course, there are also those jealous people reading there. They have the support of the country, which is incomparable to people like us who support ourselves. But as soon as these words came out, someone retorted, "If you study hard when you are young and become an academic master in the field of ocean, then now you also have the support of the country." Relying on the fact that no one knows each other's true face, the two of them started arguing after a while, and gradually the little bean man helped both sides. The number of people arguing suddenly expanded to more than 10 people. Yang Zhao coughed and stopped everyone from arguing. "You have only become smaller in size, not younger in age. Is it time to quarrel at this time?" She was willing to speak up about this matter, mainly because she was afraid that the two sides would fight and delay things. She felt like an elementary school teacher taking the children out for an outing, worrying and working hard. Seeing that the two sides had died down, Yang Zhao fiddled with the school bag on her back and began to pick the scenery to record videos. Her video account has been complained by many people as an agricultural channel, and now she wants to change this situation. When night fell, Yang Zhao returned to the market with the little bean man who turned into a bean and began to observe the prices of meteorites purchased by the surrounding merchants. The price of meteorites this year is 1 cent higher than last year. Take a small notebook and write down all these prices for tomorrow. The next morning, she found the waiter in the inn and rented a large table and picked up the big red banner for purchasing meteorites that was ready in the evening with a dragon gun. Then let the dragon gun take the big red banner around the market and then inserted it next to the big table. This big red banner was written in large letters with the purchase prices of various minerals. Basically, it was on par with the market price. Only a few meteorites with relatively small quantities would be priced a little higher than the market price as an attractive selling point. The reason why she didn't raise the price across the board was because she was afraid that the shops that suffered losses would come to smash her place and cause trouble for her. She was only in the foundation building stage, and she didn't dare to offend the merchants who collected meteorites on the entire Falling Star Island. Otherwise they would be able to deal with the person who created the chaos. Chapter 364. Because the star attracting formation has not been activated yet, the people wandering around the market at this time, in addition to buying some necessary supplies, are also people observing the market price of meteorites. Because there are fewer people participating in star chasing this year, there are even fewer people staying in the market. When Yang Zhao bought a set of special scales for meteorites and put them on the ground and summoned more than 70 little bean people, the market was a little lively. She bought a small cloth bag for each little bean person to use when picking up meteorites, and also gave them a paint stamp in each cloth bag so that they could stamp their own marks on the meteorites they picked up. The little bean people were noisy and happy, shuttling back and forth in the market, and for a while, there was an inexplicable childishness here. What are you selling? I don't understand a lot of the words these people say. If only I had money, I really want to buy some things to take back. What good things are you thinking? We are not allowed to take meteorites back, let alone this thing. Even if we can't take it back, I can store it in the country. When the environment is relaxed, I can give it to you. By then, you probably won't be able to use it. I don't think you think it's really useful. You just want to buy it. Yang Zhao frowned as she looked at the unpopular market. With fewer people, there would naturally be fewer meteorites to pick up. It seems that she needs to stay here for a few more days until the large group of star chasers land on the island after the star attracting formation, so that she can do business for a few days. While she was distracted, some people had already gathered in front of Yang Zhao's stall, pointing and talking at the banner held up by the Gianna long spear. 730 taels of silver for Fengaiu copper? I say, shopkeeper, the price you give is a full 10% more than others. Do you really want to pay this much? Seeing someone talking to her, Yang Zhao quickly pulled his attention back. Look at what you said. What I do in business is to mark the price clearly and be fair to everyone. Isn't it that Fengaiu copper is in short supply? If I don't raise the price a little, I'm afraid I won't be able to buy anything. As she said that, she used her spiritual power to shake open the banner that had been blown up by the wind. Look at the others. They are about the same as others. I didn't raise the price either. As the banner was unfolded, the densely packed small words inside appeared. Wow, I'm telling you, shopkeeper, you have to collect enough. The banner was densely packed with nearly 100 types of meteorites, almost including all the meteorite types on Falling Star Island. Hey, this is my first time to collect meteorites on Falling Star Island, so of course I have to collect some of them and see which one is suitable. Yang Zhao looked at the banner with great pride. After all, every type of meteorite on it was collected by her hard work at the market, and what she pursued was a comprehensive one. If you find something that is hard to identify or sell, you can throw it to me. Although the price may not be high, it will definitely not let you suffer a loss. As soon as she said this, the other people gathered in front of the stall began to make a fuss. Hey, little shopkeeper, this is what you said. We rough people take it seriously. As long as you don't use a piece of stone to fool me, even if I don't know it, I will give you a few taels of silver. This is talking about rare meteorites. Although these star chasers have the ability to identify meteorites, there are always some meteorites that are beyond their cognition. At this time, there are two ways to go. One is to go to the stall of the market government for identification, but this way costs money, and many times the identification fee is higher than the meteorite itself. Even more often, the identified meteorite is an ordinary meteorite, or even a worthless meteorite, but the original appearance has been erased for various reasons. This is a kind of gambling. If the bet wins, everyone will be happy. If the bet fails, the identification fee will be wasted. This is too risky for people with limited family wealth. This led to another way, which was to sell these meteorites to other people as blind boxes. Although the price could only be set at a medium or low level at most, the risk of identification was also transferred to others. Many people with tight pockets tended to do this. There was also a risk in doing so, that is, the people who bought these meteorites would pick and choose, and not all meteorites could be sold. Now Yang Zhao had given everyone a guarantee, saying that he would take any kind of meteorites, which naturally surprised many people. Their excitement also attracted the attention of other people, and stall owners came to watch the excitement. Fortunately, although the things Yang Zhao collected were miscellaneous and numerous, most of the prices did not exceed the average price of the market, and those stall owners went back after taking a few glances. Only some stall owners whose target objects were the same as the meteorites that Yang Zhao had raised the price of went back to think about whether to raise their prices a little bit. But no one came to trouble Yang Zhao because of this little thing, which made her half-hanging heart completely relieved, and the smile on her face became more sincere. Before noon, everyone in the market had eaten early, and finally everyone stayed outside the house, waiting for the big formation to start. 3 red flares were seen rising in the center of the island, and then a huge black formation slowly rose from the ground into the air. From everyone's perspective, the formation had no edge. The gravitational formation stopped when it reached a certain height, and the characters on the formation began to rotate slowly. As they rotated faster and faster, the entire formation emitted a faint yellow light. Then the second and third formations on the formation were also activated, and the 3 formations were fixed in the air like a sandwich. The characters on the formation were moving at high speed, and only a phantom emitting yellow light remained. Soon, shining stars could be seen falling from the sky. First, 1 or 2 of them crossed the sky with bright light, and then more and more meteor showers passed through the sky. Most of these meteorites turned into fireworks, blooming from the sky. But soon, one broke through the siege of the sky fire and hit the island heavily. Boom. The huge sound was accompanied by the trembling of the ground, and the people present couldn't help but feel their hearts beating wildly as the meteors fell. The explosion of the meteorite blew into everyone's face, even through the formation protecting the market. A meteor is coming. A meteor is coming. Everyone present was in an uproar. At this time, dozens of people flew up from the surroundings of the formation and began to pick up large meteorites to crush them, so as to prevent the formation on the island from being damaged by the large meteorites. The little beam people gathered next to Yang Zhao, looking up, had already dropped their jaws in shock. Is this really something that can be done by manpower? If this is used in the city, how many people will die? Is this formation comparable to a nuclear bomb? It's simply a strategic weapon. No, are those people flying in the sky still human? This is the power of cultivators. If we want to deal with this huge meteorite, it's best to knock it off track before it enters the atmosphere. Smaller meteorites can be bombarded with missiles, but they can use manpower to blast this thing into small pieces within the atmosphere. This is really too amazing. Boom. 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 Meteorites were falling more and more, faster and faster. Waves of heat and dust were blowing all over everyone's head and face, but even so, no one was willing to close their eyes. Even though many star chasers had seen it more than once. When the stars fell, and the smoke and dust cleared, the vegetation of the entire falling star island was plowed by the meteorite fragments, becoming a tattered appearance. Just then, a little bean man came over, and tugged at Yang Zhao's collar. Yang Zhao lowered his head, and looked at the little bean man. What's wrong? Can we go out, and pick up meteorites now? We have to wait until the formation of the market is dispersed. If the formation is not dispersed, there may be meteorites falling down. This is not a joke. Yang Zhao was hit by a meteorite last year, so she has a say in this regard. Then she called all the little bean people together and gave them a few instructions. You are small and weak, so be careful when picking up meteorites. If you can't rob others, don't rob. You must put your own safety first. Is there anyone else who will rob? The tone of the little bean people was a little unconvincing. After all, they were either staying in Kangcheng or Hesu Island, and the security environment in these two places was relatively good. Of course, the Falling Star Island is located overseas. Although there are people from the court here today, they are not mainly concerned with security issues, but meteorite issues. People here usually only rob but not kill. As long as they don't do it too much, the Great Zhao court won't care. But you are the machine beans, so they don't have so many concerns about killing you. Yang Zhao looked at the star chasers around him who were carrying baskets and bags, waiting for the formation to dissipate, and his words were not polite. In short, be careful. Although there is no life-threatening situation for you, it's still the same sentence. Many people present have no bottom line. The little bean people looked at each other with a bit of inexplicable expressions. After waiting for a while, the latest smoke and dust had dissipated. As soon as the formation covering the market disappeared, the star chasers in the market ran out in a noisy manner. Even the stall owners who came to the island to sell sundries and do small business packed up their stalls and ran to pick up meteorites with baskets on their backs. Yang Zhao's situation was relatively simple. She turned all the little bean people back into traction beans and then took them to a place with few people and then summoned these little bean people. You can look for it in this area. Don't run too far and don't get lost. I will pick you up in the evening. She still had to go back to the market to guard the stall. There were always some meteorites that fell close to the market, and soon the first batch of star chasers would return to the market with their harvest. There were no large animals on this island because of the meteor shower. As long as she found a place with few people and far away for the little bean people, they could guarantee their safety to a large extent. Comrade Yang, please go back without worry. We will take care of our own safety. You must come in the evening. Don't forget us. In the reluctant eyes of the little bean people, Yang Zhao gave them a few more instructions and flew away with a determined heart. When she returned to the market, there were already star chasers carrying meteorites to sell at the market. Soon, Yang Zhao made the first deal. Because of the Fengaiu bronze meteorite, Yang Zhao was the highest bidder in the whole market. People who saw this kind of meteorite naturally tended to sell things to her. These people would also sell the meteorites that they picked up in large quantities, but could not be sold at a high price to Yang Zhao, so as to save time looking for the highest price in the market. Now time is money, and no one can afford to waste time. After paying the silver, Yang Zhao kept a record, then took a brush dipped in red paint to label the meteorites, and after the paint dried, she stuffed them into the large Kyankan bag in her hand. This saves the trouble of sorting these things when the time comes. These meteorites are of different sizes, some are as big as watermelons, and some are only as big as a fingernail. There are also smaller ones out there, but if they are not particularly rare species, no one will pick up those small things now, as they think it is a waste of time. With the highest price of Fengaiu copper in the market, Yang Zhao made 11 deals throughout the afternoon and bought nearly 100 kilograms of meteorites, one of the largest meteorites weighing more than 20 kilograms. Although this meteorite is heavy, the minerals it carries are not good, so it did not sell for a high price. The amount she bought this afternoon was not much in the entire market, but it was not the bottom either. After all, many people are still willing to sell things to old customers, and it is normal for Yang Zhao, a newcomer, to be untrustworthy. In the evening, Yang Zhao put away the Jiana long spear and hurried to pick up the Xiao Dao people. At this time, the Xiao Dao people had already deviated from their original position. They were dirty and gathered in a valley slightly away from the starting position. Several people stood on the top of the mountain as a marker waiting for Yang Zhao. Why are you so dirty? Yang Zhao stretched out his hand and pinched the seal to use a cleaning technique on them. The little bean people looked at their bodies in a curious way. Hey, it's because we have short legs and little strength. It's really inconvenient to walk in the mountains. Today, we fell down, even though we shouldn't have fallen down. Yang Zhao suppressed his laughter and asked, is anyone falling behind? Are all the people here? The Little Beam people seemed to have established their position as temporary leaders in the team during the alkali meteorite process in the afternoon. When he was talking, other Little Beam people would not come to interrupt. "We are all here, don't worry. We didn't dare to go far away, and this area is quite remote. No one showed up the whole afternoon. We are quite safe." Yang Zhao roughly counted the Little Beam people at the scene and felt relieved. "Then let's go." "No, our meteorites are still piled on the ground." Yang Zhao raised his eyebrows and saw that the Little Beam people had lifted up a patch of grass not far away. A large pit caused by the meteorite appeared under the weeds, and many meteorites were piled up in the pit. It turned out that they were too small to carry all the meteorites they had picked up, so they found a larger meteorite crater and put the larger and harder to carry meteorites into the crater. Then they pulled out the weeds around it and covered the crater carefully. As for the smaller meteorites, the Little Beam people put them in the cloth bags that Yang Zhao bought for them and carried them with them. The meteorites in the crater were of different sizes, and each meteorite had a variety of paint stamps on its surface, making it look colorful. You all know how many meteorites there are, right? Remember each other, and don't say that I swallowed your stuff later. Look at what you said, Comrade Yang. We will never doubt you, even if we doubt anyone else. The leading Little Beam people said, and the others echoed. Yes, 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 we all trust Mr. Yang's character. Besides, Master Yang, you are helping us. Without your help, we can only leave these things here and can't take them back. This thing involves money, Yang Zhao asked again worriedly. I only have a large storage bag. I can only put all these meteorites together first and then distribute them to you when we get to Black Pearl Island. Is that okay? The Kyankan bag she used was relatively small, and it also contained a lot of personal belongings, such as quilts and clothes. And these Little Beam people will have to pick up meteorites on Falling Star Island for several days. She is afraid that they will not be able to fit them, which is also a troublesome thing. The Little Beam people have already prepared for this. It depends on your convenience, Comrade Yang, and I will do whatever you say. Yang Zhao took out the large Kyankan bag, pinched the absolute spell, and collected all the meteorites in the pit. Afterwards, the Little Beam people turned into Kyanji beans. She put the Kyanji beans in her sleeves and turned around to fly back to the market. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 365. As night fell, Yang Zhao took the meteorites that others sold as blind boxes to the official website for identification and marked them with paint. Then she spent a lot of money to buy another meteorite introduction encyclopedia produced by the Great Zhao dynasty so that she could learn a thing or two. After editing the videos shot in the past 2 days, she divided them into 3 parts and posted them online. The first one was the video of the island protection array and the star attracting array that was updated a year ago, but there were many Little Beam people speaking Chinese in the new video. The second video was a scene of her purchasing various meteorites and the Little Beam people picking up meteorites. The last video was her introduction to the meteorites she had purchased. With the help of the newly purchased meteorite encyclopedia, she took the meteorites she purchased today and showed them one by one in front of the camera, from the size to the color density, and then to the market price of the Great Zhao dynasty. She briefly talked about them. Her video became pure popular science content again. It was just that it was popular science about opening veins before, and now it is popular science about meteorites. After posting all 3 videos on the video website, Yang Zhao was finally able to sit down on the bed with peace of mind, stuffed a pill into her mouth, and began to practice. Although she stopped vomiting in the morning, her nightmares did not stop. As a result, she was a little tired of sleeping. She now sleeps as little as possible and does not sleep at all, with the spirit of cultivating immortals as the main focus. She was quiet here, but his video account exploded. When I watched the first video, I thought the blogger had run out of ideas and that he wanted to re-upload last year's video for us to watch. It wasn't until the second and third videos came out that I realized I was narrow-minded. That means the blogger is going to watch the meteor shower again. I'm so envious. I also want to see this spectacular sight with my own eyes. By the way, the blogger hasn't opened any travel links recently. Didn't you say that you can spend money to travel? I have saved all my money. Blogger, look at me, look at me. I don't envy the blogger, I envy the group of little bean people around the blogger. What's going on? I'm crying. Upstairs, please tell us your story now. No need for the upstairs to tell, we old fans all know that he is the idiot who sold the travel quota. One idiot is not enough to describe him. Let me just say this, no one really believes in special effects, right? Don't argue with me, you are right if you argue. Don't pay attention to the person above, whoever pays attention to him will lose. Let him have no traffic and sink to the bottom. Am I the only one who is puzzled? Why did the last video become a popular science channel again? Hey. In fact, the blogger's videos used to have a bit of popular science about the world of cultivation, but everyone treated it as a special effects video and took it too seriously every time. Recently, it's just that the relevant professional knowledge of cultivation has become stronger. To be honest, even if this is really a special effects video, it is definitely on the same level as long masterpieces like the Marvel Universe. The various settings are so detailed that it can't be written without millions of words. You all are so high-end. Am I the only one who noticed the price of these meteorites? They are so expensive. The little bean people who picked up meteorites there are going to get rich. Meteorites are expensive to begin with, and now they are sold by gram. Meteorites cost several thousand per gram. This time they have earned back their travel expenses. People, Hey, what, hey, you even believe this kind of special effects video? 9 years of compulsory education are all wasted. The internet is full of leaky fish, and now we who are sober basically don't get involved with them, so as not to be pulled down to the same level by their IQ, and then use their rich experience to defeat us. I just smile and watch you regret. Hey. Regardless of the situation on the internet, many hidden research institutes in China were already brightly lit within an hour of the video being released. Many people began to analyze the video frame by frame. Not only analyze the formation in the video, but also record the meteorites in it, cut off the photos of the meteorites introduced by Yang Zhao, and then create detailed files for these meteorites for future research. Of course, it's not just them who do this. The old fans under Yang Zhao's video are also doing it, such as Unravel Temple Cultivation First Group and Cultivation War Propaganda Bureau, and so on. It's just that compared with these researchers, they are not so professional, but their enthusiasm for research is not small at all. Anyway, everyone stayed up all night, recording all night, fearing that Yang Zhao would come to his senses later and think that this knowledge was priceless and it would be a disadvantage to put this knowledge online without any conditions, so he changed his mind and deleted the video. This is human nature, and people always have some benefits in doing things. At that time, they will have nowhere to cry. Of course, there are also many people who are more familiar with this matter of cultivation, and they privately praised Yang Zhao's spirit of sharing. Then the internet will implement a policy of tightening the outside and tightening the inside and issue a ban, and this video must not be circulated abroad. Not only the meteorite mine, but also the dozen or so introduction videos of the open-veined leaves are priceless treasures. Comrade Yang is willing and dares to share this kind of priceless treasure. It shows that he has great righteousness in his heart. Whether we can keep these priceless treasures and strive for the first mover advantage for our country depends on us. During the Industrial Revolution, Western countries relied on their first mover advantage to bully us for many years. Now that we have this first mover advantage, if we can't seize it, even the coffins of our evolutionary predecessors will not be able to hold us down. Then isn't there a strategic propaganda bureau? We can set one up now and don't do anything else. The main purpose is to discover this kind of video as soon as it leaks out, and then no matter it is through reporting and complaints or cyber hacking, we have to muddy the water. We can't eat such a big cake in one bite, but we can take a few bites and then share it with others. In the next 2 days, the star guiding formation on the island will be activated at noon every day. The little beans will go out once in the morning and once in the afternoon. For safety reasons, Yang Zhao will bring them back at night. As a result, they spent much less time picking up meteorites every day than other star chasers who were still on the road at night. With the closing of the star attracting array and the withdrawal of the island protection array, many star chasers flocked to the falling star island. As the number of people on the island increased, public security problems emerged, and soon there were incidents of robbing the little beam people. After all, robbing a little beam person is much less risky than robbing an adult. It is the instinct of every species to bully the weak and fear the strong. At least the little people are very sensible. When they see someone robbing them, they throw out the meteorites in their pockets and cover their eyes. The main point is the consciousness of a robbed person. Some people who can speak a few words in the alien language will shout a few words in a weird way. Take them all away. I didn't see you. I won't go to the government. This move did save many little beam people. When Yang Zhao learned about this situation, he frowned, but there was no good way. She couldn't leave the stall for purchasing meteorite mines in the market, and these little beam people couldn't be entrusted to others. There was no other way. She could only discuss with all the Xiaodao people in the evening. You all know what happened today. With more and more people, there will be more and more robberies, and the probability of developing into vicious robberies will also increase. Now each of you has picked up at least 50 kilograms of meteorite ore, which is a big harvest. Do you want to stop? The Xiaodao people looked at each other, and the few Xiaodao people who were robbed were protected by them in the center. Every day after that, going out to pick up meteorites is a gamble. If they are really killed by Xiaodao people, it will not be easy for them to come again. Even those experts who have a guaranteed bottom line have doubts. Because this time they came here, they had a hard time to fight for it in their own unit, and not only in their own unit, but also with experts and professors in this field across the country. They said there is a guaranteed bottom line, but everyone doesn't want to use it if they can. They discussed with each other and decided to follow Yang Zhao's opinion. We will follow you to collect meteorite ore these days, and I will help you sort them. Yang Zhao nodded and agreed. Okay, then I will buy a few more bags for you to use. Just like that, she bought a lot of bags for the little beam people in the market to sort and pick up meteorites. They came in batches to sort meteorites for Yang Zhao. The other little beam people learned a few words of the alien language from her and then ran to the market to act as advertising loudspeakers without electricity. 3 or 2 groups of people introduced Yang Zhao's stall to those who sold meteorites. After half a day, the whole market, whether new or not, knew that Yang Zhao's stall's purchase price of Fengyou copper was the highest in the whole market. And she also bought all kinds of meteorites and was willing to buy those meteorites that could not be sold. Yang Zhao's business improved a lot all of a sudden. Just like that, after they stayed on the falling star island for more than half a month, the star chasing wave on the falling star island calmed down. Now Yang Zhao has collected more than 1,000 kilograms of meteorite ore in total, and the types are countless. In addition to collecting meteorites, she also records meteorite encyclopedia videos with her mobile phone. She records a video about every 2 days and posts all of them online. This time, fans who originally wanted to see high-end special effects were not satisfied again. I'm really speechless. How come this video blogger has taken the job of the science blogger again? I want to watch Cultivation. I want to watch monsters. I want to watch handsome guys and beautiful girls. You can even show me fishing. It started out as an agricultural channel, and now it's a science and education channel. In a word, it's all about being rustic. Anyway, the blogger is stuck in the soil and can't get out, and amp, lt, asterisk, and amp, gt, and amp, gt, equals and amp, lt. Who said agriculture is rustic? Who said ore is rustic? How many people in the world are now fed by farmers, and how many people don't use mineral products? Haha, just a video blogger updating videos. You guys are still making it sound so high and mighty. I'm really speechless. And amp, gt, and amp, lt. If you are speechless, please unsubscribe. Thank you. Our master doesn't need a fan like you. Asterisk asterisk. Hey, you call me master, but do I know that I have a disciple like you? How shameless. Hash, does your master know that you are driving away his fans? Your master makes money from fans. If you destroy her job today, you will be kicked out tomorrow. The above is funny. The blogger has not accepted any advertisements since last year. She really doesn't live on fans now. Pa, she doesn't live on fans. Didn't you see her tricking fans into buying travel tickets? She must be blind. Just, are we the only college students who like this kind of popular science video? Don't you see the value in it? Nobel Prize. Nobel Prize. Yang Zhao, watch the comments below. From scolding her videos for being uncreative and uncreative to quarreling with each other, gradually suppressing the serious comments in the comment area. It seems that the internet is really a sea, and many people want to swim here with their clothes off. Emotions between each other can also be easily aroused by others. When browsing the internet, there are some good people who would like to step on a tree, even if there is nothing wrong. Although this behavior is not good, it is indeed very helpful for individuals to vent their emotions. But soon, Yang Zhao found that some comments sank to the bottom involuntarily. It is not that the comments were deleted, but even if the number of likes on the comments is high, they cannot be pushed to the top. This method is much more useful than deleting comments. It seems that the national team has taken action, otherwise no one has such a strong power to reverse the algorithm of a video website. Even video websites like users to quarrel with each other, because there is a place for fighting to better increase user stickiness and attract more new users. Many people just want to quarrel and watch the fun, and they also save this video website on their mobile phones without deleting it. Since someone has taken care of this matter, Yang Zhao no longer cares about the uproar in her video comment area. She put away all the meteorites, settled the bill with the innkeeper, and took more than 70 little bean people to the dock to act as black rock birds. Yes, 70 little bean people want to sit in the carriage held by the black rock bird's big claws. For this reason, each of them borrowed silver from Yang Zhao as travel expenses. Now that they are wealthy and powerful, the meteorites in their hands can be sold for a lot of money, so they don't care about the few taels of silver at all. Yang Zhao didn't mind it, since they were willing to spend money to take a ride on something new. Yang Zhao fulfilled their wish. When more than 70 of them bought tickets, the ticket seller was also stunned for a moment. Do these traction beans also need tickets? Yang Zhao paid more than 200 taels of silver. Yes, they have never seen the black rock bird. This is the first time they see it, and they want to see something new. The boy licked his lips hard as he looked at the white silver. Then let's make a deal. These little bean people are yours. You have to pay attention to their safety, restrain their behavior, and don't let them run around. If they fall out of the carriage because of running around, we will not be responsible at all. Chapter 366. Come back. Oh, I've never flown in the sky in my life. Is this what it feels like to fly on an airplane? I've never flown on an airplane in my life. More than 70 little bean people were divided into 3 carriages. Led by the black rock bird, the carriages slowly flew into the sky. The little bean people leaned against the windows, and apart from the blue sea below, they could only see the grey-black wings covering the sky. But even so, it couldn't stop everyone's passion. I even made a special move to ride the black bird. It is said that the biggest eagle in our area is a legendary Argentine giant eagle. I don't know which one is bigger, the black bird. You didn't look closely at the move. The black bird is definitely bigger. The Argentine giant eagle has a wingspan of 7 meters, and the black bird's wingspan is more than 10 meters. Compared with it, the Argentine giant eagle is just a little guy. Oh, you can actually estimate the length of its wingspan? In my eyes, anything over 7 meters is more than 10 meters. In my eyes, I thought many big pythons were more than 10 meters long. Later, I checked and found that the longest one was only more than 8 meters. Amid the chattering of the little bean people, the black bird flew over the sea and placed the carriage steadily on the dock. The little bean people happily got off the carriage, looked at the bustling dock and the row of shops next to the dock, and became excited again. A clerk selling tickets at the dock found Yang Zhao, looked at the little beam people who were curiously looking around with their little heads raised, and reminded him in a low voice. Sir, you need a talisman from the government to bring a bean into the city. Although the area near the dock is not strictly controlled, there are often Yamen officers patrolling here. If it weren't for the young man's reminder, Yang Zhao would have almost forgotten this rule. After all, Yang Zhao took out a handful of copper coins from his sleeve and stuffed them into the waiter's hand. Thank you for reminding me. The young man's face suddenly smiled like a flower. Sir, you are so polite. It's just a matter of a word. Yang Zhao greeted the little beam people who wanted to go out for a walk and told them that most of them were illegal residents. The leading little bean person took the lead to stand up and comfort everyone. It's okay. Huanggang port is right there and it won't run away. Sooner or later, we can go in and take a look. There's no need to rush now. When he said this, the other little beam people also swept away their previous depression. Yes, we all have 2 legs, and sooner or later we can come to this city to take a look. That's right. Now, I want to see how much my meteorites can sell for. Yes, what can be more beautiful than money? I can't wait. After saying this, all the little beam people put their hearts on making money. I don't know how much money I can make this time. I feel that among so many of us, I picked up the least. Don't think so. You feel that you have lost less because you don't understand meteorites. The meteorites on Falling Star Island are simply. After all, Chairman Mao's charm is incomparable and terrifying. The flying boat of Black Pearl Island was waiting near the dock. Yang Zhao took the little beam people on the flying boat and flew back to Black Pearl Island without stopping. Today, Black Pearl Island is cloudy and windy. Yang Zhao took the little beam people to the total control of the formation on Black Pearl Island. The place here is relatively large and there are relatively few people. There are only a few foundation building formation masters and workers who cook and take care of them. Compared with other seafield towns, this is much quieter. Yang Zhao gathered all the Xiaodao people and poured out the meteorite ore from the Kyankan bag. There were hundreds of them. These meteorites had been carefully picked by the idle Xiaodao people on the Falling Star Island, and they were put into the bag one by one according to the type and owner of the meteorite. Then Yang Zhao took out 2 electronic scales, one large and one small, from the Kyankan bag, and placed them in the yard. The large one is a kilogram scale, and the small one is a gram scale. These 2 electronic scales were given by Guo Fuminqiang when she helped Guo Fuminqiang to purchase things. However, she is a Buddhist person and will not be fussy about the weight. Guo Fuminqiang also adheres to a tolerant attitude and strives to have a good image with Yang Zhao. As a result, these 2 scales became decorations and have been eating dirt in the corner of the Kyankan bag. Today, they finally saw the light of day again. Under the leadership of the national team Xiaodao people who had been waiting here for a long time, these Xiaodao people began to help each other weigh the weight of these meteorite ores. These data are recorded by 3 parties. One is for the individual Xiaodao people, one is for the national team, and one is for Yang Zhao who recorded a video with the mobile phone in his school bag. They worked until the sun set, and the Xiaodao people finally weighed the meteorite minerals. More than 70 Xiaodao people picked up more than 400 kilograms of meteorite minerals. It is not too much in terms of weight, but the types of meteorite minerals are too diverse, with a total of 65 types. After weighing the big scale, use the small scale, and after weighing the kilograms, weigh the grams. This thing is sold by grams, and it is not too careful to weigh it. After weighing, Yang Zhao put these things back into the Kyankan bag. The Xiaodao people smiled at each other, and then everyone suddenly shrank into beans. The sale of meteorites is not carried out here. They have to go back and buy and sell on a specially designed app. Yang Zhao has one last step, which is to post the weighing video she just recorded on the video website without cutting it, to prevent people from mixing up the numbers. After all, there are too many types of meteorite minerals, and no matter how good a person's memory is, there will always be times when they forget it. Of course, this is also a fair move for the country, to publicly show that there is no shady dealings. It is also a way to show the wealth of the other world to Yang Zhao's fans, and lay the foundation for a more distant future. When Yang Zhao sent the video, he also posted the link to the trading app below the video for people to download. This app is a new comprehensive cultivation software developed by the country this year. It uses another algorithm of regional chain technology to ensure the security of information. This app has been installed and tested on a small scale internally and is currently running well. This time, putting the meteorite transaction on the app is also a test of the pressure on this app. Because this app does not restrict the people who register, as long as they are fans who have been following Yang Zhao for more than 3 months and are Chinese nationals, they can register on the Yang Zhao app. And this time, the meteorite transaction will be carried out in the public's view, although it is a very small part of the public. Zhu Lan, who had asked for leave from her boss, was hiding in the dormitory, writing down her meteorite gains in a small notebook worth 3 yuan. Suddenly, the sound effect of the mobile phone's special attention sounded. She put down her pen, grabbed the phone, and clicked on the latest video updated by Yang Zhao. The video was their weighing video today. According to her memory, she dragged the progress bar to the approximate location where she measured the ore and pricked up her ears to listen. The reason why she pricked up her ears was that Yang Zhao did not add text to the video this time. She followed the video and checked the information written in her notebook bit by bit. It's the last day, give me a useless monthly ticket. Chapter 367. I know the mysterious entrance. After Zilan checked everything, she followed the link given by Yang Zhao and downloaded the trading app to her mobile phone. The name of this app is very special, called I Know the Mysterious Entrance. The name is strange, and I don't know why an app developed by such a country would be called such a jumping name. Under the boot up guide of the app, Zilan stumbled to record her facial information and ID number, and completed the information registration. She found out that she was the seller and filled in the number of meteorite mines she had harvested according to the above categories. The data of these meteorite mines had long been entered into the information database of I Know the Mysterious Entrance by the national team with a large amount of manpower in a short period of time. When there are inconsistencies between the two parties, they will be verified based on Yang Zhao's video. This workload is not small, but the national team has many people, and the entire information input took only half an hour. After these things were done, the advertisement of Meteorite Night popped up. High-priced purchase, fair trade, give you a different night. Meteorite Night, start your journey to wealth. The slogans don't look serious, but Zilan is not very experienced. She has only been surfing the internet for a few months, so she happily clicked in. The top layer of the interface is the public purchase shop of the national team. The advertisement of this shop occupies the largest area on the trading interface and the color is the most conspicuous. Compared with it, other shops are much smaller. It is visible at a glance and will never be ignored. The rest is the real-time fluctuation of the highest purchase price of meteorites every 5 seconds. This price is based on the price of each store in the network background, and the highest one is selected and posted on the homepage. Then the advertisements are sent in batches according to the type of ore. Click on this advertisement and you can see the shop. In order to attract everyone's attention, these shops use exaggerated purchase prices in large fonts to attract people's attention. Zilan roughly flipped down and then clicked on the national team purchase shop first. This shop is called Red Meteorite Mine. The whole shop is full of meteorite purchase links with photos, and the purchase prices of the meteorite mine on the Falling Star Island are marked on them. The prices of these meteorites range from several hundred taels of silver per pound to a few taels of silver per pound. The price difference between them is huge. But the main goal is fairness, and the prices are fully benchmarked against those of the Falling Star Island, without any changes. Unlike other shops that only use cash settlement, the Red Meteorite Mine settlement mode has 2 modes, silver and cash. And there is also a thoughtful notice in the shop. Dear guest, the meteorites purchased by our store are at least 60% of all types of meteorite mines for you. Comrade Yang Zhao's 10% agency fee will also be temporarily collected by our store. P.S. I believe you have also seen that there are 2 payment modes in our store. One is cash and the other is silver. Cash can be withdrawn in real time, and silver can be withdrawn in both worlds. Yes, you read that right. Silver can be withdrawn from professional institutions in the cultivation world for spending. PS. My store is also temporarily operating the deposit and withdrawal business of silver within the cultivation world. The 5 words within the cultivation world are also added in red, enlarged and emphasized, so that people can see it at a glance. Looking at the intimate tips, Zealand did not hesitate to settle all the income from her 60% meteorite mines with silver. Only fools would choose cash. Although Zealand is young and has little knowledge, she is not stupid. The price of the national team's acquisition is benchmarked against the Falling Star Island, which is much lower than other stores. Logically speaking, the competitiveness is smaller than other stores. Many people will only sell 60% of the standard line of meteorite mines, and the rest will choose to trade in other stores. After all, people want to earn more, not less. However, the business of depositing and withdrawing silver in the cultivation world has directly improved the competitiveness of the national team's stores. Many Xiaodao people have long wanted to buy something in the cultivation world, but they have been unable to buy it because they do not have an equivalent trading object, silver. Now the national team's store just meets everyone's basic requirements for buying things in the cultivation world, even if they have no place to buy now, or they can't bring it back for the time being. The national team's move is also a big blow to other meteorite purchasing stores. They can only raise their purchase prices again. Now, in these stores, the lowest price meteorite costs more than 3,000 per gram, and the highest costs tens of thousands. Zealand was stunned. In the more than 10 years since she landed in the world, she had never seen such a high-priced product. This made her more confident in cultivation, and she smiled unconsciously on her face. Zealand hesitated for a while, compared the price of meteorites in other stores, calculated carefully, and then sold 90% of her meteorites to Red Meteorite Mine. She had nearly 60 kilograms of meteorite ore in total. Once 90% was sold, she was left with more than 8 kilograms of various meteorite ore. Seeing that more than 370 taels of silver had been added to her account, Zealand couldn't help but smile happily. This silver was the basis for her survival in the world of cultivation, and everyone wanted to be more confident. For the remaining 8 kilograms of meteorite ore, Zealand began to carefully select stores on the app. In order to purchase more low-priced ore, these stores also withdrew from various preferential policies. For example, several wealthy stores directly stated that enough ore could be exchanged for a school district house in a certain big city. Other stores took a different approach, claiming that as long as they sold a certain amount of meteorite ore, they would not only give money, but also provide corresponding settlement quotas in several cities, where it is more difficult to settle down. But these things were not attractive to Zealand. For her, who had just come out of the mountains, the small county where she lives now is already very prosperous. Moreover, there are many people who have helped her here, and she has made many friends here. She has no intention of going to other places in the short term. Therefore, she is one of the few people who is not restricted by external conditions, and only looks at the purchase price of meteorite mines. Although there are not many 8 kilograms of meteorite mines, and she does not have the particularly rare types of meteorite mines, after more than 2 hours of careful selection, she also bought these meteorite mines for nearly 300,000 yuan. At the beginning, she didn't think there was anything when she sold it, but when the entire amount of money was transferred to her app homepage account, Zealand looked at such a large amount and couldn't help counting it several times in succession. This money is a huge sum of money for her, who has just been in this world for more than 10 years, and she didn't feel it was real to get so much money in one night. I should apply for a bank card to see if the money can be transferred out. Chapter 368. This chapter contains a long forum text. You don't have to buy it. While Zealand was thinking about what to bring with her when applying for a bank card, a forum called "Is It Really Cultivation?" had already exploded. On the forum, as long as the word meteorite was posted, the forum would be filled with dozens of stories. Every post about meteorites was labeled hot, and even the top 10 posts were labeled with a bright red explosive. Something like, list of the most expensive meteorites. Something like, our scam is so advanced, now that they have built a website to hype meteorites. One of the posts topped the list, and had already been filled with thousands of stories. Meteorite, let's see how I watched others get rich overnight. That's too much. Op, Hello everyone, I'm the well-known victim, the most prosperous leak. Yes, it is the fool who won the first chance to travel to the world of cultivation, but sold it to someone else at 3 times the price. I believe that everyone in this forum is familiar with me and has seen many jokes about me. You bad guys. Angry. Now I'm a part-time up host who digs the video of Yang Zhao. Although I can only share my discoveries on a few websites and platforms. I can't even post a period on other platforms. Oh. The above is my personal introduction. Now I will dig up how much money those people who sell meteorites on the internet can make today. I will tell you the final conclusion first. If all the minerals are sold, the maximum amount can be more than 2 million, and the minimum can be more than 70,000. These star chasers who chase meteorites with their small bodies can be said to have become rich overnight. First floor Zio Feng bus, peanuts, melon seeds, mineral water, beer, drinks, popcorn. Close your legs. Melon seeds are 20,000 yuan a pound today. Don't miss it if you pass by. Second floor Yili Maisie, op, I know you. I have been following your information for 4 months, and I have already followed you 2 months ago, shy. Third floor Jaduobao, I just want to find the op to analyze whether this is true. Is there really such a place where you can cultivate immortality? If there is, why did the country openly put this news on the internet for dissemination? I don't understand. I'm shocked. Fourth floor Xiang Kong's fate. Don't go off topic above. We want to see others get rich overnight today. Fifth floor op. The following is the meteorite harvest of a single person that I dug out from the video of blogger Yang Zhao. Because the blogger did not report his name in the video, I don't know his specific surname. Here, the order of the videos is replaced by number 1 and number 2. I hope everyone knows. PS. Because there are no subtitles in the video, I copied all the Chinese names of from the Chinese names of the meteorites in. I know the mysterious entrance, and there is no originality. PSs. These names are more in line with the situation of Chinese immortal cultivation, but they do not meet the chemical standards. I guess it is because the country has not studied these meteorites thoroughly, so they did not give them some scientific names such as copper trioxide. Enough of small talk, let's get back to the main text. Number 7 Feng. I'm the craziest. I also feel that those names are like novels, but I didn't expect the deep meaning in them, or the host size are poisonous. The host of the 8th floor, number 1, Fengai copper meteorite or 70 grams. At first I thought 70 grams was too little, but I didn't expect that for this kind of meteorite. 70 grams is a lot. Laos Hanfu soft silver meteorite or 790 grams. Cheyenne Hanti meteorite or 4700 grams. Number 2. Fengai copper meteorite mine 0G. Yes, this person does not have any of this ore, and there are many people who buy this ore below. No wonder the purchase price of this ore can reach more than 50,000 yuan per gram. It is really rare. Laos and Fu soft silver meteorite mine 0G. High, Cheyenne Hanti, 22 kilograms and 87 grams. The largest piece of meteorite ore in the whole game is this one, and the single wheel size is unique. Floor 9, number 3, Fengai copper meteorite mine. Number 72. Floor 42 I want to climb every day. Oh, the whole network host, Leak I'm the most prosperous, is the first part-time blogger who has dug up the video in such detail. If it were not for the network restrictions, relying on your carefulness and patience, you can definitely become a full-time blogger who digs up information about cultivation, and you will definitely become popular. Floor 43 a grain of wheat. Indeed, I also wanted to dig it up at the beginning, but it was too tiring for my eyes, so I gave up. 44th floor Jaduobao. You and I are in the same boat. I only watched the beginning of the video, and couldn't watch the rest. At at 50th floor Shire and Minerals Co Limited. Bowers. Are you interested in working in our company? Monthly salary of 50,000, 6 insurances and 2 housing funds, 2 days off a week, and possible overtime. Whether or not to work overtime depends on whether the blogger Yang Zhao will post videos late at night. If she does, we will work overtime. If she doesn't, we won't work overtime. 51st floor Xiang Kong's fate. 50,000. To be honest, I'm crying because a host can get a monthly salary of 50,000 because of a video that I don't know if it's true or not. 58th floor Jadu and it's 6 insurances and 2 housing funds. You really make me cry. I'm going to dig up the video now. At TIANYUAN Minerals Coal Limited hours. You must wait for me. 73rd floor host. Thank you for the olive branch from SYNOPSIS Minerals Coal Limited, but I want to make it clear in advance that if I go to your company, I will not tell the company who I will sell my travel qualifications to, because I want to protect his personal privacy. 74th floor Feng Feng Feng. I'm the craziest. Yes, the host has such a heavy resource in his hand, and this news is worth millions. 75th floor He Ziuxin. It is worth millions. 79th floor host. Enough of small talk, let's get back to the main text. This is what I spent nearly 2 hours digging through all the acquisition shops in. I know the mysterious entrance and pulled out the highest and lowest prices. First of all, among the shops in the entire, I know the mysterious entrance, Red Meteorite Mine, has the lowest price, and no other shop has a lower acquisition price for any ore than it. The acquisition price of this shop is not in the same dimension as others. But even if the store's purchase price is so low, all star chasers are forced to sell 70% of the ore here. Note that it is mandatory. That is, if you don't sell the ore to him first, you can't sell the ore in your hand to other stores. According to gossip, this store is official. Although the name is not serious, it is indeed official. Although he purchased a large amount of meteorite at a very low price, this store also has an advantage that other stores can never match. The silver and money deposit and withdrawal business in the cultivation world. This business is really awesome, which makes me feel excited and then burst into tears. I really want to travel back a few months ago and give myself a club. For this reason, this store provides 2 payment methods. One is Mao Zedong's grandfather, and the other is silver. After eliminating this store, the highest price of all ores is Fengdiu Copper Meteorite Mine. 51,000 yuan per gram, purchased by Fengling Store number 78, the owner of the 82nd floor, Lao's Hanfu Soft Silver Meteorite Mine. 18,400 yuan per gram, purchased by SYNOPSIS Minerals. Yes, this is the company that sent me an olive branch on the 50th floor above. Why did I agree so readily? Because they really have a mine at home. 132nd floor host. In summary, because 70% of the meteorites must be forcibly sold to red meteorites, the cash received by everyone has also dropped a lot. But even if the income has dropped a lot, this is still a fortune that a normal person cannot get in a short period of time. Among them, the richest is number 32. If he only sells 70% of the meteorite mines to red meteorites and sells the rest at the highest price, he can make 2.47 million last night. The one with the least meteorite mines is number 65. If she sells all the minerals to red meteorites, she can get more than 70,000 cash, and the money she earns belongs to the bottom of these little beam people. These people really got rich overnight. I regret again. Why did I sell my quota? 187th floor a grain of wheat. The host is a living god. A monthly salary of 50,000 is definitely worth it. 258th floor Feng Feng Feng. I'm the craziest. I'm really crying. Others can make so much money in half a month. I can only make more than 2,000 in half a month. 342nd floor He Ziuxin. My eyes are red, but this is definitely not true. Zilan looked at the 200 yuan she took out from the bank card and felt her feet were soft, as if she was stepping on cotton. She actually made so much money. At first, she didn't have any real feelings about how much money she made. After all, her living environment from childhood to adulthood told her that it was impossible for a rural migrant worker like her to make so much money in a short period of time, unless she broke the law. But when he really transferred the money from mysterious entrance I know to the bank card and really took out 200 yuan from the bank card, the feeling of sudden wealth invaded her brain. How could she make so much money? She really made so much money. She made so much money because of a rash decision at that time. It turns out that practicing Taoism not only makes you live longer, but also makes money. Zilin licked her lips, went to the market, and bought more than 200 yuan worth of fruits, and sent them to the store where she worked. Then she discussed resignation with the boss, who had done her a favor. Since practicing Taoism can make money, she has to devote all her body and mind to it. She can't work during the day, so she also works at night. Now Zilin has enough money in her hands, which can support her life for several years. The boss of the store was also surprised to see that she bought so many fruits and asked him to resign. This little girl is young and simple in character, and she doesn't have any survival skills. The boss was afraid that she would be cheated by others when she suddenly said she would resign. Actually, my family called me and said that I can go to school to study and the money is ready for me. Zilin told a white lie to appease the boss, but she really wanted to go to school. The more she came into contact with other Little Bean people, the more she could realize the lack of her knowledge reserves. In this world, you can't practice Taoism without culture. Seeing Zilin's promise, the boss could only agree. This was his employee, not his daughter, so he couldn't control too much. Your parents are also worried about you. When you return home, you must study hard and don't let your parents down. After taking the remaining salary from the boss, Zilin found an agent to rent a one-bedroom apartment in the afternoon and then moved in with her luggage. The next day, she found the post office and mailed 5,000 yuan to her family. Because she was relatively young, taking out too much money would attract a lot of attention. For example, when she transferred money directly from her mobile phone, after applying for a bank card, the bank manager found her next to the ATM. And these 5,000 yuan can buy her peace of mind. No matter who stuffed the money into her pocket, it was the only rope for her to escape from the mountains, and she was grateful in her heart. After dealing with this matter, she asked in the Yunnyang Temple Cultivation First Group how to go to school in an unfamiliar place. Faced with the question of this little sister, many people in the group also responded actively. The little fish who loves plants. In fact, in your case, you can consider online correspondence courses. The former King, yes, or TV University is also very good. Although the academic style is relatively loose, as long as you are determined to learn, it is still suitable. The former King, because you are relatively young and not yet an adult, you don't have a guardian around you now. Various conditions make it difficult for you to find a public school to attend, even if you have money. The former King, oh, the admission requirements for online functions and TV universities are relatively loose. The advantage of these two methods over self-study is that they have the guidance of teachers. Although they can't be compared with regular universities, they are much more directional than self-study. Group leader, I want to become your disciple. The former King is right. I remember that there are TV universities in small counties now. You should be able to find such a place locally. Tao Shanhu and Ri, maybe you can also apply for an audit card at the university. If you have this idea, I can inquire about this for you at the school. Zilin looked at the suggestions given to her by netizens in the group, and regardless of not having dinner yet, she took the room key and went out, scanned the card with her mobile phone, rode a shared bicycle, and began to look for it street by street in the city. She wanted to find the legendary TV university and ask if she could be accepted. She was actually unsure in her heart, because she only had an ID card, not even a junior high school diploma. She had learned from the experience of traveling to another world that she had to act immediately if she wanted to do something. Otherwise, the longer she delayed, the more hesitant she would be. She didn't want to hesitate, nor did she want to waste time. She wanted to catch up with those who were ahead of her, and she didn't have time to hesitate. She yearned for a new world, and she chased after a new world. Chapter 369, Refining. The news of getting rich overnight by picking up meteorites was still spread online. Someone uploaded a screenshot of the meteorite purchase price to the internet, and an analysis post titled "I'm the most prosperous leak was also posted online. Soon, the entry "Getting rich by picking up meteorites" was at the bottom of the hot list. However, this news lacked key information, and the three words "cultivation world" disappeared for some reason. So as soon as this news appeared on the hot list, it was exposed by many people who knew about meteorites. Both the name of the meteorite and the price of the meteorite were criticized comprehensively, and I'm the most prosperous leak. Leak was even scolded and became a hot search overnight. The brightest star. Originally, meteorite-related hot searches only happen once in 1,000 years. I was quite excited when I first saw it. After all, compared to those stars, our circle belongs to a niche among the niches. But who knew it was fake news, which really ruined the perception of our meteorite circle among outsiders. Star Chaser. I searched all software platforms, but I couldn't find any app called Mysterious Entrance. I know. Now this kind of fake news that can be pierced by a finger can also be on the hot search. I don't understand. I'm shocked. However, there are also fans of Yang Zhao who quietly commented below. T2 meters 5. Alas, has anyone considered that this news is true, but the news is incomplete, so it is fake in your eyes? Unfortunately, all such remarks are not supported on the internet. After a while of commenting, they were chased and scolded, and these people had to quietly delete the message. But even if they delete it, there is a sense of superiority, that everyone is drunk, and I'm the only one sober. The perspective turns to Black Pearl Island. If the country took at least 60% of the meteorite event, and gained the most, then Yang Zhao was definitely the second, accounting for a full 1/10. Her gains were greater than any other research institute or company. Such a big piece of cake was placed there. Of course it attracted the attention of many insiders. Guo Fuminamum Kyang had asked Yang Zhao for his opinion on this 1/10 of the meteorite. After thinking for a while, Yang Zhao decided to keep a few more precious meteorites and divide the rest into 3 parts, 2 large and 1 small. 1 large one would be sold to the country, 1 large one would be sold to enterprises and research institutes, and the remaining small one would be given to her parents. The 2 old people would decide how to deal with the meteorite. Speaking of not seeing my parents for a year, even if they can contact each other on the phone, it is still not as good as the old couple who have not seen their daughter for more than a year. In addition, her younger brother Yang Yun and his parents have been apart for more than a year, and Yang Zhao always feels that she owes the 2 old people. These meteorites may not be so important to Yang Zhao's parents. It is more to fill the sense of indebtedness in her heart. It is a replica of not being able to give company but only money. Of course, this is only because she has been doing well these days. If she is not doing well, she can only feel the psychological guilt, and maybe she will no longer feel it. After this matter was dealt with, Guo Fumin Qiang sent him a research data file on the soul gathering stone. It was more than 30 pages long, and they said it was the result of a short time and few samples, so they could not conduct further research. Yang Zhao flipped through it, not quite understanding it, and found that this thing was purely to embarrass her as a liberal arts student. Although the special terms in it had a bit of cultivation color, Yang Zhao still didn't understand the meaning. Even because of the cultivation color, Yang Zhao couldn't even Baidu to find the specific meaning. It seems that these special terms were also invented recently. Yang Zhao, so is it safe? Can I bring it to my parents? With a ding, Guo Fumin Qiang sent 2 pictures and then said, the 2 soul gathering stones you gave us are different. One is still intact, and the other has become dull. Yang Zhao clicked on the picture and found that the 2 were indeed very different. One was still the same, with a warm jade texture and a bright luster, but the other had gradually shown signs of petrification. She recognized at a glance that the intact one was the one he fished out from Wuqian, while the other soul gathering stone with signs of petrification was the one she bought in the shop. These 2 should be soul gathering stones, and their quality is similar, but the biggest difference between them is that one may have been stained by the blood of the gods, and the other is an ordinary soul gathering stone. Yang Zhao, do you know what the reason is? Guo Fuminamum Qiang. Our initial guess is that the spiritual power pressure is too great, and one of the giant spiritual stones couldn't bear it. Guo Fuminamum Qiang. This phenomenon actually also occurred in many of the goods we bought. Guo Fuminamum Qiang. These items that originally had a spiritual color gradually lost their original appearance and became no different from ordinary things. Yang Zhao frowned when he heard the news. He thought that these items from the spiritual world would bring about earth-shaking changes to everyone after they were bought, but now it seems that the production cost is simply too high and the durability is so short. Yang Zhao, so what kind of things are least affected by spiritual pressure? Guo Fumin Qiang, we are not sure now, because there are too few samples and our research time is too short. Now we can only make various guesses and assumptions, and then conduct experiments in the direction of guesses and assumptions. Guo Fumin Qiang, but the one that is least affected here is the spirit gathering stone you brought. The other is the giant beast's tooth you sent. Guo Fumin Qiang, these two items are not affected at all now, and they still maintain their original appearance, very strong. Guo Fumin Qiang, but based on our historical speculation, it may be that the quality of these two items is relatively high and the impact is relatively small, but this kind of impact must exist. Guo Fumin Qiang, they have not changed now, it may just be because the time is relatively short. Guo Fumin Qiang, otherwise, we have been carrying out infrastructure construction in recent years. How can the government find so many things with the color of cultivation? After all, we have too many mythological stories from ancient times to the present. Yang Zhao touched the Taoist card on the mobile phone thoughtfully and felt that Guo Fumin Qiang's guess was actually somewhat reasonable. Yang Zhao, maybe it's because the divine object is self-concealing. After all, when my uncle Gongsun didn't move the leaves, you didn't realize that it was a Taoist tree with intelligence. Guo Fumin Qiang, maybe what I said just now was just one of the guesses. We are novices in this area. It takes a long time of systematic research to get a more accurate answer. Yang Zhao, so are my two giant spirit stones safe? Can they be worn by my parents? Guo Fumin Qiang, anyway, they are safe for the time being. Guo Fumin Qiang, through research, we found that the function of the spirit gathering stone is not to gather spiritual energy as you said, but to scoop up some spiritual energy like a bowl. Guo Fumin Qiang, it can only hold so much in its bowl, and that little spiritual energy seems very active in our environment. In other words, the giant spirit stone is largely free from the influence of spiritual pressure. Within a distance and range, spiritual energy has the function of nourishing organisms. Guo Fumin Qiang, according to the reactions of those researchers who observed the spirit gathering stone, after studying the spirit gathering stone for a period of time, they obviously felt that they were not so tired. Those who originally had severe hair loss gradually stopped losing their hair. Guo Fumin Qiang, but we found that this spiritual energy not only nourishes us, but also nourishes microorganisms, such as fungi and viruses. Guo Fumin Qiang, if the two old people are not misophobic, we don't recommend them to wear things. It's more troublesome. This reversal was something Yang Zhao had never thought of. In her shattered and rebuilt values, she had never thought that spiritual energy could also nourish microorganisms. After all, the two words microorganisms in the world of cultivation are not related at all, and they don't seem to be things of the same dimension. But a light flashed in her mind, and she thought of the huge disinfection archways outside the cities of the great Zhao dynasty. Why does the world of cultivation have this thing outside every city? This is obviously to deal with the invisible microorganisms in the world of cultivation. Yang Zhao, then is this thing good for people's cultivation in your place? The reason for asking this is that when this thing was in Yang Zhao's hand, it had no effect on her cultivation. Guo Fumin Qiang, yes, it will be faster to practice with the soul gathering stone. After all, it is really difficult to practice here because of the pressure of spiritual energy. Guo Fumin Qiang, if the experimental results were not so good, we would like to purchase a batch of soul gathering stones for our cultivators to use. Yang Zhao, then give you the one that is gradually petrified for research, and give the good one to my brother. Although Yang Yun would inevitably become a guinea pig if he gave this soul gathering stone that was suspected to be stained with divine blood to Yang Yun, Yang Zhao thought that just because this soul gathering stone could speed up people's practice, Yang Yun was also willing to be this guinea pig. Guo Fumin Qiang, okay, we will send this thing to Yang Yun. Yang Zhao connected his mobile phone to the power bank to charge, put away the Dao card, and rubbed his forehead in annoyance. The sky outside was pitch black, and there were only the sounds of insects and waves around. It was time to go to bed again. It was time not to go to bed again. Hi. Yang Zhao was a little scared when it was time to go to bed. After every painful practice, a good sleep was the best thing. But now, sleeping became a mental torture after physical torture. These days, Yang Zhao could clearly feel that her temper was getting more and more impetuous. Everything on Black Pearl Island was now on track. Except for a few key things, she basically didn't have to worry about anything now. With this leisure time, Yang Zhao began to carefully sort out the exercises she practiced. In the end, she found that the others could be accumulated step by step, but the oil lamp-shaped soul weapon in her soul land could not be accumulated step by step, because it had not been lit by Yang Zhao yet. Why did I forget this thing? Yang Zhao muttered secretly in her heart. She now practiced 2 kinds of exercises, one of which was the 3 pure and righteous Yang Sutra, which she had to practice every day with pills. She would never forget this thing, even if she forgot anything. The other one is Forged Divine Body with Incense, a set of skills that the great monk left for him. Because of the incense of the Dao tablet, she couldn't forget it. Only the oil lamp in her soul land was silent and had no sense of existence. Yang Zhao forgot about it when he was busy, resulting in the fact that this soul weapon has not been lit yet. Anyway, I have plenty of time to practice well these days. I'll give you a name. Let's call you Zenshin. The oil lamp trembled, exuding a rejection. Yang Zhao didn't spoil it and decided happily. Although this name sounds like it is ranked with the towns of Zhenhe and Zhentao on Hesu Island, it is already very good for Yang Zhao, who is bad at naming. In the following days, Yang Zhao allocated most of her practice time to the soul weapon. Starting from the base of the oil lamp, she moistened it with her soul power bit by bit, and spent most of her time every day refining the oil lamp in the soul land. She wanted to let this oil lamp be stained with her soul power from the inside out, so that it would obey her command. This process is very long, and often only a little can be completed in a whole day, which is very demanding of one's patience. But what Yang Zhao lacks the most now is time and patience. Hard work pays off. As time goes by, the color of the oil lamp changes from black gray to more and more oily, and gradually has the feeling of black jade. After a month of continuous and careful sacrifice and refining, the oil lamp was finally lit by Yang Zhao one morning. At that moment, the oil lamp brought light to Yang Zhao's dim soul. Chapter 370, Dream. Feeling the brilliance of the land of spirits, Yang Zhao felt a sense of security in her heart. Soon, Zenshin brought her a surprise. On the night when the fire lit up in Zenshin, the perspective of the nightmare changed from the first person to the second person. Yang Zhao finally broke free from the shackles of the nightmare and broke out of the body that was fighting hard. The fighting monsters and sea tribes in the dream seemed to be unable to see her and continued to fight each other to death. The statues in the distance and the pilgrims were still walking towards the statues like ants, and the crying of children resounded throughout her dream. The golden mist enveloped the entire sky, suppressing the blood mist below. Yang Zhao trembled in her heart, and regardless of the fighting beside her, she ran towards the pilgrims with her hands and feet. If there was anything that Yang Zhao feared the most in the whole dream, it was of course the helpless and shrill cry of the child, even though she knew it was just a dream. The distance seemed far away, but it seemed very close. She ran to the middle of the team, yelling for everyone to stop, and trying to pull the crying child away from the adults. But her hand went through the child's body and touched nothing. No one could hear her shouting. Yang Zhao couldn't help but stiffen for a moment, and then she began to push the crowd, passing through their bodies again and again. All this was a ruthless reminder that everything she did was in vain. Even if she could move, she could only watch those men, women, old and young, with their longing for faith, turn into dry bones bit by bit along the long road, and walk towards death step by step. She was like a madman, shouting in the team, but it didn't work at all. The child's crying for fear of pain bombarded her heart, and the tears bettered her soul. Everything was telling her what hell is. Yang Zhao was a little dazed and helpless, panting, and she turned her eyes to the huge statues, and her eyes gradually became firm. Gritting her teeth, and wiping away her tears, she suppressed her fear and quickly surpassed the pilgrims. She didn't know which step it was, but she suddenly found that her flesh and blood began to melt and fall off like those in the middle of the group. She stepped back in fear, and fear enveloped her whole body. It was the first time she saw the appearance of her own skeleton. It was such a horrible scene that frightened her so much that her whole body trembled involuntarily. But the crying of the child pushed her forward. It's okay. It's just my dream. My dream can't kill people. You see, I don't feel any pain now. Yes, the person who left this nightmare couldn't do anything to me. She is a stray dog who has lost her home. What should I be afraid of, just because of the dream she left behind? I'm not afraid of her. I'm not afraid of him. She hesitated and tentatively moved forward. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Slowly, her steps became faster and faster. It's okay. You see, I'm okay. Finally, she broke through the limit of walking and began to run along the group towards the statue. Her running body went from a bloody mess to a pale skeleton and gradually became exactly the same as the other people in the group. It's okay. It's okay. It's just a dream. She whispered to herself, stepped on the white bones, and rushed to the foot of the statue, raised her hand and smashed it with a raging anger. She screamed, punched, and kicked, and even opened her mouth to bite it twice. But her hand fell into the air. She was like a ghost wandering in the real world, unable to touch any real objects, and unable to affect anything. The statue still had a weird smile, emitting bursts of divine light, and standing in her dream, laughing at everything Yang Zhao did. This is my dream. Why can't I change it? Why? It seemed that it only took a moment for her to go from madness to powerlessness. Why can't I wake up? It's okay, Yang Zhao. It's just a dream. It's just a dream. It's okay. Yang Zhao covered his empty eyes and sat powerlessly at the foot of the statue, indistinguishable from the bones. It's okay. It's just a dream. Those people died a long time ago. They died a long time ago. It's just a dream. I can't save them. It's just a dream. No, it's my dream. My dream is my territory. I can definitely change everything in my dream. I'm sure. Yang Zhao looked up at the tall statue, gritted her teeth, and stood up, and kicked it hard, although she knew she couldn't kick it at all. Sooner or later, I will smash you. I won't let you be arrogant in my dream for too long. After crying, Yang Zhao said the harsh words, and felt that her tense nerves finally relaxed. She closed her eyes, and sorted out her mood for a while, and shifted her gaze to other places. In addition to the golden sky, the most conspicuous thing is of course the main body of this dream, the battle group that is fighting all the time. Yang Zhao walked away from the statue step by step, and walked towards the chaotic battle group here. When she completely left the range of the statue, her lonely bones were covered with flesh and blood again, and clothes slowly appeared again. Yang Zhao took advantage of the fact that no one could touch her, and moved forward to closely observe the person she possessed every night. This was a general wearing a golden helmet and golden armor. He was surrounded by black smoke, and his face could not be seen clearly. Among the fighting army, his outfit was the most conspicuous. He killed demons, sea monsters, sea creatures, and even plant-like fairies. Of course, he also killed people. To be precise, he killed all the enemies he faced. It was only tonight that Yang Zhao broke free from the oppression of life and death and the mania of killing, and had time to discover that the things this person killed were a bit mixed, or to be precise, the types of people killed were a bit too many. When she was trapped in this body, all she thought about was killing people, and avoiding the opponent's attacks to avoid being killed. As for who to kill, she rarely considered. Among these killed things, there were many strange creatures, with horns and sharp points, scales, and bones, and everything you can imagine is here. This pedagogical illusion fully showed Yang Zhao what species diversity is. In this nightmare, the military teacher emphasized the equality of all. He killed whoever came, and there was no protection for animals, let alone mercy. Only when Yang Zhao left that environment and stood from an outsider's perspective could she discover how powerful this man was. The black spear in the general's hand was like a man-eating demon. Every time the spear tip moved forward, it could pierce the enemy's body. Every time he raised his hand and stepped forward, it was purposeful. The main focus was on simplicity and efficiency, without wasting any effort. This general in golden helmet and armor always knew the fatal weaknesses of these species, always picked out the loopholes in the spells, avoided the most dangerous magic weapons, and exchanged the smallest damage for the greatest results. He killed from the sky to the ground, from the shore to the water, and it seemed that there was no place where he could not fight. Yang Zhao gradually became fascinated, and her body followed the gestures. In a trance, she once again possessed the body of the general. Yang Zhao didn't know when he got out of the dream, but felt the sun shining on his face warmly. After she finished washing up, she dragged the Jiana long spear to an open place and started to practice. She didn't have a smooth start. No matter how she used the spear, it was awkward. She always had to stop and think before she could make another move. Slowly, Yang Zhao's doubts disappeared in the whistling sound of the spear. Her moves became faster and faster, and the spear flew up and down in her hand, gradually becoming so powerful that water could not penetrate it. Then Yang Zhao injected spiritual power into the Jiana long spear, and a faint light rose from the Jiana long spear. The spear shadow, which was originally cold and oppressive, was instantly shrouded in an invisible bloody aura. Her action quickly attracted the attention of others. There were Foundation establishment cultivators who stopped to watch, and there were also children who stared at them with a pair of admiring eyes and chattered noisily. Of course, there were also the little beam people who loved to join in the fun. The murderous aura of this gun is quite strong. Sure enough, the gun is the king of all weapons. It's really mighty and domineering. A month of sticks, a year of swords, a lifetime of guns. This is not just talk. When can I be so handsome? While discussing, some little bean people could no longer hold back their eagerness and took out straight branches from somewhere and began to imitate Yang Zhao. However, Yang Zhao's moves were methodical, and they looked like a shaman on these little beam people. Once there is one, there will be two. Once there is a little beam person who is shamanic, the others can't help it. Soon all the little beam people wanted to imitate him. The children on the island, who had learned everything, followed suit when they saw this situation. They couldn't find branches on the ground, so they broke them off from the trees with their hands. For a while, the grass and trees in this area were inevitably destroyed. Chapter 371, Gunmanship. In the days that followed, Yang Zhao spent every day pondering the gun techniques in her dreams. For this gun technique, she had to endure her inner disgust and sleep for a long time every day, hoping to study it better. She disassembled and combined the moves bit by bit, deduced the changes in the spiritual power in the moves, and then circulated this spiritual power and converted it into a way that could run freely in her meridians. The meridians of different species are different. The spiritual power circulation path that the general with a golden helmet and golden armor can use is a dead end for Yang Zhao. This work is tedious and meticulous, requiring people to constantly try and error. Sometimes it takes several days to determine the correct route. Gradually, Yang Zhao's brain is like a ball of yarn, and she becomes irritable. When will someone help me with this shit? I'm 007 every day. When will it end? The psychologist Xianadaran who followed her obviously noticed the change in Yang Zhao's mood. Why don't you go out for a stroll and travel? You'll feel much better after a few days. The reason why Yang Zhao was not recommended to put down her work and lie down on the island for a few days was because Black Pearl Island was a bit desolate, with no entertainment facilities and no shopping places. For a modern person like Yang Zhao, staying in this place was a bit depressing. Anyway, you can fly, and it's convenient to travel. Now that things on the island are on track, you can go out for a few days without delaying anything. This really moved Yang Zhao. Then I'll go out for 2 days? The little bean man encouraged her softly. Go ahead. Yang Zhao happily packed her luggage, explained the island's affairs to several supervisors, and then went to the sea to find the giant jellyfish. She wanted to go to Sankajio Sea Market, but she didn't know how to get there. And the giant jellyfish was a local snake. The giant jellyfish didn't know much about the Sankajio Sea Market. I only know the location. I drifted there along the ocean current when I was a child. After I grew up, I rarely went there to play because of Milo cultivation. I was afraid that someone would see that I had a good taste and make me a cold dish. The reason why the giant jellyfish said this was because a little bean man saw it while rowing on the sea and excitedly discussed the cold jellyfish head for a long time. It didn't understand the meaning of the Chinese, but its intuition told it that it was not a good thing. When Yang Zhao took the little bean man to inspect the sea area occupied by sea urchins again, he asked a question. Yang Zhao didn't react at first and translated cold jellyfish head straightforwardly. This time, the giant jellyfish looked at the little bean man differently and asked Yang Zhao curiously, "Are they turtles?" In the sea, turtles love to eat jellyfish, one by one like eating jelly. So many turtles that were rescued have eaten plastic bags. Yang Zhao's expression was a little tangled at the time, and he didn't know what to say. Now the giant jellyfish said cold dish, and it was talking about the cold jellyfish head. Yang Zhao skipped the salad. "It's okay. If you want to go, we can go together. If you don't want to go, please show me the way. I'll bring you a gift when I come back." The tentacles of the giant jellyfish floated with the waves. "Okay, I'll take you to Sanku Reef, and then I'll come back. My body is too big to go there." In this way, the two set out from the seabed and walked together. Sanku Reef is a little far from Hizhu Island. Although the giant jellyfish is a little unemployed, it still moves slowly in the water. Yang Zhao, who didn't know the way, could only follow it and walked 1 hour into 2 hours. Although the time was doubled, the process was not boring. The giant jellyfish is a good communication partner. It introduced the scenery along the way to Yang Zhao. It knows which small fish and shrimp are delicious and which place has warm water temperature. Yang Zhao listened with relish along the way. When they arrived at the place, the giant jellyfish stretched out a tentacle and pointed to a huge underwater reef in front. "See that grayish-white reef in front? That is one of the 3 dry reefs. If you stand there, you can see the sea below from the reef." The reef was grayish-white and bare. There were no corals or seaweeds on it, and no aquatic creatures stayed on it. It seemed that the word dry was an adjective. Yang Zhao and the giant jellyfish said goodbye. One returned along the original route, and the other went to the 3 dry reefs. When she reached the reef, she saw 2 gray and smooth giant reefs about 100 to 200 meters away from this reef. These 3 reefs were in a triangular shape, and under the reefs was a trench of more than 100 meters. These 3 reefs were on both sides of the trench. The trench was prosperous, with accumulated corals and thriving fish and shrimps. The faint sound of hawking came from the trench, which was a very rare sight on the seabed. Yang Zhao slowly swam down from the reef, and soon he could see that many holes were dug densely on both sides of the trench. From time to time, sea creatures or humans would come in from outside the trench and find a hole to crawl in. Of course, there were also people coming out from the hole. It seemed that this was the sea market. Although it did not look so prosperous, it was much better than the Black Pearl Island. This sea market was very different from the sea trial, held once a year in the territory of the old shark surnamed Qin. One was the scale of the sea market. The sea market on the old shark surnamed Qin side was very large, and basically everyone set up stalls outside. Yang Zhao could not reach the end of it even after a few days of walking around. The large scale and large volume of goods attracted many people. Every time the sea market opened, it was a grand event, attracting hundreds of thousands of people and sea creatures to join in the fun. The Sankajio sea market could be seen at a glance, and it was very small. There were not many stalls, and there were more shops in the holes on both sides of the trench. It was estimated that this was not only their shop, but also their residence here. There were 2 lines of text engraved on the stone walls outside many holes, one for the Great Zhao, and one for the sea creatures. Yang Zhao did not know the characters of the sea creatures, but she knew the characters of the Great Zhao. Live jellyfish claws for sale? What's the use of this thing? She subconsciously turned her head and looked up. Fortunately, the giant jellyfish didn't come down, otherwise it would be really dangerous. But what are jellyfish claws for? Of course, they are for massage. A big fish with a big head and a short tail about 2 meters long heard Yang Zhao's muttering and answered quickly. Many jellyfish claws are poisonous. They sting when they grab the body, which is very comfortable. There is a small head hanging on the top of the big head of this fish, and its eyes are bigger than half of Yang Zhao's palm. "Oh, are you a new pirate? Why don't I seem to have seen you?" "Hiss. Are you admitting directly that there are many pirates in this sea market? I'm not. I just come to stroll around, broaden my horizons, and buy some things. Yang Zhao smiled awkwardly and turned to the next cave in trance. To be honest, she was a little scared when she saw such a big head fish. I always felt that the head of this fish looked a bit like a human. But human faces look good on humans, but they look awkward on fish. The fish saw Yang Zhao running away and didn't bother him. He went straight into the shop selling jellyfish claws. Yang Zhao continued to look at the list of items written outside the cave entrance of each shop, trying to find something interesting. Zhang to turtle belly shell. Is there anyone selling this? Red water willow wood, specially used for alchemy. Oh, this thing is obviously not from the bottom of the sea. I don't know which pirate stole it. Yang Zhao looked interested and walked into the shop to buy a tree as big as a bowl. Yes, all of their red water willow trees have been transplanted to nearby islands. If a customer wants it, he has to buy a small orange shrimp. Take this shrimp to the island and cut down a red water willow tree. This tree is not expensive. A whole branch is only more than 20 taels of silver. It is said that the fire burned with this kind of wood is not arrogant or impatient, very gentle, and most suitable for alchemy. The little fish in the shop also explained to her why she did this. This red water willow is afraid of water and can't stay on the seabed. We usually plant it on the island to save waste. Because of this business has become renewable. Yang Zhao put the orange shrimp into a special small cage and hung it on his waist and continued to walk on the seabed. Island exploration map? Oh, there are also pirate treasures in the world of cultivation. The store selling island exploration maps is quite lively, and a group of people are picking and choosing. The shopkeeper is a human with 2 goat horns. When anyone asks him whether it is real or not, he shakes his head and says he doesn't know. I opened this store to test your eyesight. Don't ask me whether it is real or not. This is a pure profiteer. Yang Zhao shook his head and withdrew. The New Year's seabed ocean current migration map. What is this thing for? Yang Zhao was a little interested and went in to ask and found that this thing is actually a highway and food distribution map for the sea people. It details the places where the ocean currents in the surrounding seas can go. Many sea people can't swim fast, so if they are going on a long distance trip, it will be faster to travel on the highway of the ocean current. The corresponding ocean currents also bring the food that various sea creatures love to eat. So for marine creatures, riding the ocean currents can be a fast lane or a fast entry into their mouths. It is unknown which will come first, the future or the unexpected. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 372. After walking a few steps, Yang Zhao saw many shops selling small boats and food. The prices were much cheaper than those of Sahai Commercial Bank. Moreover, they sold food by the thousands of kilograms and dozens of boats. The sea creatures rarely eat food because there is no food growing on the seabed. They rarely travel by boats without boats. This is obviously something that was robbed. But even if it was robbed, it is cheap. If it were not difficult to store food on the island, Yang Zhao really wanted to sweep the food in the market. He found a shop selling human food and wanted to try something new on the seabed. This shop is also in a cave in the trench, but this cave is composed of 6 caves, decorated with various corals. Some caves are filled with night pearls and are full of brilliance, while others are so dark that they are specially used to entertain those sea creatures who hate light. Of course, there are also air chambers on the top floor for humans to eat. The second brother who served Yang Zhao the food was 2 big crabs with green shells. The shells were 1 meter square. One crab carried the food on its back, and the other crab helped to bring the food to the table. The staple food was food bought from the outside shops. The dishes were very fresh, with all kinds of sea worms and fish, as well as rare green leafy vegetables. These dishes were either raw or cooked. Of course, cooking was just simple steaming or boiling. It was not easy to make a fire under the sea, so the cooking method was naturally much simpler. After the dishes were served, Yang Zhao called the big crab who wanted to leave and stuffed a small ingot of silver into it. Little second brother, do you know which store in the Sankyagoc market sells good things? The big crab took the silver swiftly. Although it was impossible to tell whether he was smiling or not due to his race, the flattery in his voice was clear. I wonder what good things the guests want to buy. I want to buy something that is beneficial to my cultivation, but it's hard to find this thing. If I don't have it, I want to see some rare treasures. This is my first time here, so I have to learn a lot. He smiled at the big crab. You are right, sir. We do have several such shops here. The first one is Huhu and in front of us on the left. The owner is called Huhu. It is said that he has some connections in the deep sea. Many things in the shop are from the deep sea. Although the shop is not big, there are some good things that can't be found elsewhere. The second one is Shanghaiju. It is jointly opened by the human race and the sea race. The shop specializes in selling things that big people don't like. Yang Zhao nodded after hearing this and understood the key. Things that big people don't like are just the best for small people like Yang Zhao. Thank you, little brother. After saying thank you and watching him go into the water, Yang Zhao started eating under the light of the night pearl. It must be said that these dishes are delicious, whether they are raw or cooked, even if the cooking methods are simple. The main point is the word fresh. Yang Zhao's appetite opened up after eating, and he ordered another table after finishing this table. After paying the money, Yang Zhao found Shanghaiju as soon as he went out. There are more than 20 caves in Shanghaiju, and the main business is written outside each cave. Yang Zhao visited one cave after another, and found that the things sold here are indeed a level higher than those in other shops. For example, they have a lot of various spiritual beads, with different varieties and qualities. If customers with ordinary quality want to buy, they usually start with 20 spiritual beads, and only those with particularly good quality are sold at the same time. As for processing, there is no need to think about it. In the mainland or Yunshan city, such beads are generally simply processed in order to sell at a higher price. The main attraction here is the original ecology. It is estimated that there are no craftsmen to process them after they rob them, so they are sold like this. Yang Zhao took a fancy to a spiritual bead that helps sleep and went to the store's waiter to introduce it. This bead has the effect of calming the mind and helping people sleep well. But because this function is a bit useless for cultivators, it has never been sold at a high price, only more than 2 taels of silver per bead. Of course, if this bead is sold on the mainland, the price will be more expensive. This calming bead is cheap. You can just drill a hole and string it into a bead curtain and put it under the mattress. If one bead is not enough, then a bed of beads will definitely be enough. Or if you don't like it, you can stuff it into the pillow core or hang it by the bed. Seeing that Yang Zhao was a little tempted, the waiter in the store recommended it to him. He pulled out a big clam from a corner. When the clam was opened, it was full of round calming beads. There were at least several thousand beads in this basket. Although not every bead was round, there were no particularly bad quality beads. When the light in the cave shone, these beads reflected a bright and smooth light, and the people who saw it softened their minds. The waiter stretched out his claws to scratch the beads, and the sound of the calming beads hitting each other seemed so crisp and pleasant. Look, how beautiful it is. It would be pleasing to the eye to put so many beads on a string in the house. It would also be worth taking out as jewelry. I heard that ladies also like to string these beads into clothes and wear them. They are so beautiful. Wouldn't you like to have one? We see people don't have this skill, but you are a human. Just find a good shop on land and process these beads a little. When the price is doubled, there will be a lot of people who want to buy them. This is fair. The price of the goods in the place of origin is of course much lower. Besides, these beads are really beautiful under the light. Then I want to buy more. Can you make it cheaper? The waiter smiled immediately. As long as the customer is willing to buy, it means he wants to buy. The business is done at 80%, up or down, and it's just a matter of arguing about the price. And many of their goods are no cost transactions. The difference is only in making more or less. If you buy a lot, I'll talk to the shopkeeper and ask him to give you a discount. How about that? If I buy this whole clam, how much discount can you give me? The second brother's eyes lit up at once. These thousands of tranquilizing beads are worth thousands of taels of silver. Don't worry, if you really buy this whole clam tranquilizing beads, I will ask the shopkeeper to give you a 15% discount, even if I beg my grandfather and grandmother. How about that? 15% discount is not a small amount. A business of thousands of taels of silver can save hundreds of taels of silver with a 15% discount. Since you can't make the decision, you should call your head of the shop over. Okay. The second brother smiled with his big eyes, moved his two claws, and didn't take the right path. He dug a gap somewhere and went in directly, which scared Yang Zhao. Speaking of which, the second brother Yang Zhao couldn't tell what species it was. The octopus was not an octopus, and the squid didn't look like a squid. It looked like a mollusk, but it looked like a four-legged beast. As soon as he left, the other brothers in the cave came up to Yang Zhao with other beads and began to recommend them enthusiastically. After all, Yang Zhao didn't hide from anyone when he was discussing business with the brother. He spent several thousand taels of silver, so the other brothers naturally knew that he was a man who was not short of money. Sir, take a look at this tide pattern bead. This bead can absorb moisture. If you feel that there is dryness somewhere, put one of these beads in the room, and you won't cough for a whole day. Oh, where is there a dry place on the sea? Sir, take a look at mine. This is a genuine sea flame bead. As long as you input spiritual power into it, one bead can heat up to the level of barbecue. It's very convenient to cook and boil water without open flames. Many caravans are willing to buy this bead. The brother who was blocked by people and just ran through the gap came in with a middle-aged man in a navy blue robe. Seeing that Yang Zhao was stopped by a group of young men, he didn't hesitate and stretched out his claws to push those sea creatures away. Hey, the shopkeeper is here. Make way, make way. This is a big business for me. If you mess up and make things go wrong, I will swallow you all in one bite, he said, and opened his bloody mouth. Although the other young men didn't care about his actions, the shopkeeper was standing behind them, so they didn't dare to make a fuss and could only step back a few steps to make room. They didn't dare to make a fuss, but they didn't go far either. They just stepped back a few steps and surrounded the three of Yang Zhao, trying to find an opportunity to do a business with Yang Zhao, the big customer. The shopkeeper who came was a human with a scholarly air. He looked like a refined middle-aged man in his 40s, and his temperament seemed like a teacher in a school. I heard that the customer wants to buy a clam of tranquilizing beads. Yes, but the price has not been agreed yet. The waiter said that he can't make the decision and wants to talk to you. The waiter smiled and said something nice to the shopkeeper. This customer is a generous one. He can do such a big deal in his first visit to our store because he trusts us. Shopkeeper, please give this customer a discount because I work hard. You are right, but we have to make money as a businessman. The shopkeeper and the waiter sang the same tune in front of Yang Zhao. To be honest, Yang Zhao has encountered too many such tricks since he was a child. For example, when applying for beauty cards and hair cutting membership cards, basically the salesperson and the boss use this trick. The salesperson said nice things, and the boss complained desperately. Finally, after a lot of arguing, the two gave the customer a price that seemed very cheap. But in fact, this price was the original price they had set, and the price they said at the beginning was deliberately quoted higher. Yang Zhao did not say anything, just listened to the two of them arguing for a long time. Finally, under the second brother's pleading, the shopkeeper was willing to give Yang Zhao a 20% discount. Looking at the second brother's sparkling eyes, Yang Zhao turned the bracelet on his wrist. Can it be cheaper? The shopkeeper's face, which was originally a little serious, became even uglier. How much cheaper do you want, sir? Yang Zhao did not dare to ask for more, and casually said, how about a 30% discount? Chapter 373. Yang Zhao's words calmed the shopkeeper's face. Customer, isn't it a bit rude to just draw your knife and kill us? Well, this shopkeeper doesn't seem to have much professionalism. When faced with a customer bargaining, shouldn't he list his own difficulties, emphasize the efforts of the waiter, and emphasize to her that his batch of goods is not profitable at all? Yang Zhao took out the messenger magic weapon, opened the Zhuanru tower, and began to search for information about the soul lancing pearl, and then put the collected information in front of the shopkeeper. You see, although your things are real, the quality is not top notch. They are all things that are not easy to sell in the sea. The price I give is reasonable. Besides, in fact, I have never bargained since I was a child, but I have loved bargaining since I was a child. Bargaining is the soul of buying things. If you want to sell this batch of goods to me, you have to let me bargain. If you don't let me bargain at all, I will feel uncomfortable all over. The key is that this thing is not a necessity. Yang Zhao may sleep better if she buys it, but it cannot be guaranteed. Not buying it will not have much impact on her. After all, she has been thinking about the gun skills and spiritual power in the dream these days. If it is said that it was the first time she had a nightmare last year, this illusion made Yang Zhao face the cruel battlefield for the first time, and the first time she felt like killing someone with her own hands. It increased Yang Zhao's fighting spirit more. It told Yang Zhao that if he didn't fight, he would die. Then this time, Yang Zhao really learned the skills of fighting and learned how to kill more simply and labor savingly. So this calming bead seems a bit dispensable, and it doesn't matter whether you buy it or not. The shopkeeper looked at Yang Zhao for a long time and suddenly laughed. Okay, 30% off is 30% off. Just think of it as me making friends at Iju, and I will count the goods for this customer. Okay, shopkeeper. The clerk stared with a pair of big eyes, quickly found another empty big clam, and happily called a few young men who were watching the fun to count the beads under Yang Zhao's nose. For the shop assistants, the interests of the owner are actually not very relevant to them. Even if the owner earns a few hundred taels less, it is only a few taels less commission for them. As long as the business is done, they will have money to take. Even if they get less, it is better than not getting 1 tael of silver if the two sides fail to negotiate. As they counted, the shopkeeper over there began to recommend other treasures to Yang Zhao. There is no need to lead Yang Zhao to other places to see. Just let the assistants in other caves send the good things over and stand in a row for her to choose. The first choice is of course all kinds of good looking things, all kinds of beads, shellfish, and all kinds of gemstones and fabrics are continuously sent up. Although these are all good treasures, these things are overstocked in the sea market. Sankajio Sea Market is too small, and the big caravans don't come here. Small caravans are more willing to buy some things with higher added value to earn higher profits. These things are not practical and the quality is not top notch, so they are not well received in this sea far away from the mainland. These pirates would easily keep the stolen items in their hands, unable to sell them, and it would be uneconomical to throw them away, and they would just take up space. Otherwise, the shopkeeper of Shanghaiju would not be willing to give Yang Zhao a 30% discount. It was really hard to sell these things when they were piled up in his hands. Seeing the eager eyes of the shop assistants, Yang Zhao also frowned. Shopkeeper, although I'm a woman, I don't have any special hobbies for these things. I bought the tranquilizing beads just because I felt that they might be useful. Seeing that Yang Zhao really had no desire to buy, the shopkeeper waved his hand and asked the shop assistants to leave. Then what do you want to see? There was nothing to hide about this question, so Yang Zhao was frank. Things that are beneficial to cultivation. As a cultivator, I naturally want to improve my cultivation. Whether it is elixirs, magic tools, or spiritual treasures, as long as they are useful, money is not a problem. Excuse me, sir, what is your cultivation level? Shopkeeper, you have a key eye for gold, and you should be able to see that I have just reached the foundation building stage. The shopkeeper nodded secretly and greeted a shop assistant. Go find the shopkeeper's son and tell him that a big customer has come and wants to buy some treasures that can improve his cultivation in the foundation building period. Ask him to prepare them, and I will take the customer there later. The young man agreed with a smile and walked away quickly. While he was waiting for a while, the young man who was counting the beads over there worked very quickly and finished counting the things in a short while. To the shopkeeper and the customer, there are a total of 1,252 soul-soothing beads here. This big clam bead looked like a lot. Yang Zhao thought there were at least a few thousand beads, but he didn't expect there were only a little over 1,000. Yang Zhao asked with the bill of exchange from Yunshan City. Do you want the bill of exchange? Or just the silver? Yang Zhao was mainly worried that with their status, it might be difficult to exchange the silver. The shopkeeper laughed and said, "It's alright. We accept gold, silver, or bills. How can we be picky about money?" The two of them took the bills and settled the bills. The total was more than 1,700 taels of silver. The 2 extra tranquilizing beads were given to Yang Zhao to play with. After paying the money and receiving the goods, Yang Zhao covered the pearls and put them in his storage bag. Then, under the guidance of the shopkeeper, he went to another cave in trance. As soon as she entered, the legendary shopkeeper Shun was already waiting there with a group of young men holding treasures with a smile. "Oh, I just heard that a Baganka came today. I didn't expect it to be such a beautiful girl." The most eye-catching thing about the shopkeeper Shun was his turquoise hair. She looked to be in her 50s, wearing a lilac-colored dress, and her eyes were shining. It was the first time Yang Zhao saw someone with eyes that looked so bright. Of course, species with glowing eyes are not counted. After a few pleasantries, the shopkeeper Shun began to introduce the treasures in the hands of the waiter to Yang Zhao one by one. "Look at this piece. This is shuo wood, the main material of the incense of the gods. You should know that this kind of incense can make the cultivator enter the state of meditation faster when practicing, which is very useful for cultivators below the Jinden stage. The Jinden stage will not be troubled by the difficulty of entering the state of meditation. The most troublesome thing about entering the state of meditation is the 2 stages of key training in foundation building. The reason why it is difficult to enter the state of meditation during cultivation is that one is young and the other is insufficient experience in cultivation. Yang Zhao has only heard of such things but has never used them. Naturally, she doesn't know whether this shuo wood is real or fake. But if she doesn't know, naturally someone knows. Yang Zhao took out the messenger again and began to search for information about shuo wood in Zuanru Tower. This incense of the gods requires a total of 4 ingredients, among which shuo wood is a main ingredient, and the amount used is also large, and the other 3 ingredients are the subordinate ingredients, and the amount used is only a little. According to Zuan Rui's introduction, Yang Zhao touched the shuo mu and also used her spiritual power to detect it. She found that this thing was real and the quality was above average. She had never seen this thing before, so she couldn't be too careful. The 2 shopkeepers just smiled and watched her verify it without interrupting her. "This thing is different from those tranquilizing beads. If the beads are fake, she can throw them away at any time or sell them to Guofu Minimum Kyang for their research. This shuo mu is something to be used for cultivation. If something goes wrong during cultivation because of this thing and she goes crazy, then she will be in trouble." It seems that what Feng Dan, the shopkeeper of Sihei Trading Company, said about Sankajio merchants is true. As a sea city with obvious pirate background, Sankajio Sea City can't stand on the seabed for a long time because of its integrity. Pirates have integrity, and this statement doesn't taste right no matter how you think about it. Since the item was real, Yang Zhao was very tempted. "I'll buy it, but I still have to find someone to refine it. It seems a bit troublesome." You may think it's a bit troublesome, but it's cheap to buy it here. In the Great Zhao, a thin stick of incense for attracting the gods costs at least 17 or 18 taels of silver. The shopkeeper began to calculate the bill with Yang Zhao carefully. "Here, a pound of shuo wood is only 13 taels and 5 cents of silver. It is the most used in incense for attracting the gods. When the time comes, you can add other materials together. The price of a stick of incense for attracting the gods will not exceed 3 taels of silver in the end. If you can't use it up, you can sell it casually and get a 6-fold bonus." Yang Zhao thought of Yang Zhao who was holding the alchemy furnace all day. Maybe he could pay the money to ask this Jinden monk to help refine it. Speaking of incense, is it refined by alchemy? Yang Zhao remembered that this thing seemed to be mixed with raw materials and rubbed directly by hand. "Then I want 300 kilograms of this quality." Upon hearing the weight, the shopkeeper's attitude became more amiable. "Oh, you are a customer who knows what to buy. You know that good things should be stocked up." The shopkeeper Shun smiled so hard that his teeth were exposed and he was busy introducing the next one to Yang Zhao. Yang Zhao looked at the various magic tools that the other party introduced to her and waved his hand. Don't introduce this kind of magic tool to me. Do you have the other ingredients of this incense for attracting gods? If you do, take them out and show them to me. If the quality is satisfactory, I will buy them all from you so that I don't have to go to other places again. Oh, you are a customer who knows how to think. I do have 2 flavors here. The shopkeeper Shun hurriedly asked the waiter to turn out the 2 medicinal materials. Yang Zhao saw that the things were similar to those introduced by Zhuanru upstairs. They were all of medium and upper quality, and they were also very compatible with the Shuo wood. They would not buy things of particularly good quality here because they had already been shipped away. Yang Zhao asked the shopkeeper to match the share of Shuo wood in the 2 ingredients according to the share of the incense for attracting gods, and then he had the mind to look at other things. After looking at several items, Yang Zhao shook his head. The remaining items were some magic tools and some raw materials for alchemy. Yang Zhao didn't have a good impression of elixirs, and she felt a little upset when she saw these raw materials. After all, she had been eating this since she started practicing, and she didn't feel good every time she ate it. Besides, she had to take a meridian refining elixir every day when she practiced, so she didn't have such a high demand for other elixirs. After all, without a doctor's order, she was afraid that the medicinal properties of the 2 elixirs would conflict with each other, and she would be the one who would be unlucky in the end. There was really nothing good to see below. As I said, the real good things were not put in the Sankajio Heishi. After buying 4 things including the Enshenzu and Shuomu, Yang Zhao left Shanghaiju and started looking for another store recommended by the waiter of the restaurant. Huhuan. To be honest, the name looked a bit strange, and of course, the owner Huhu was even stranger. Yang Zhao couldn't see this Huhu owner at all, and his whole body was huddled in a large shell less than 1 meter long. Although this person opened a shop to do business, he seemed to have a social phobia. It was the only shell in the store. Yang Zhao had to ask a few questions before it would answer. The voice was very ethereal, and it was hard to tell whether it was male or female. Upon hearing Yang Zhao's request, Hui took out a shell board with words on it and handed it to Yang Zhao, recommending several types of meat and blood. These are all consigned by the Golden Core Great Demon. If you are an alchemist, you can use these things to make pills. If they can't improve your cultivation, they are just less effective. All the information is on the shell board I gave you. Ask me after you've read it. She spoke hurriedly in an ethereal voice, and then quietly closed her shell. If she is so quiet, why doesn't she find 2 young men? Maybe she doesn't want to get along with the young men every day. Yang Zhao secretly guessed in his heart, and then carefully looked at the shell board in his hand. The shell board was written with what kind of cultivation the original owner of these flesh and blood had, what kind of pills he could make, what benefits he would get from eating, and what price he wanted. From this shell board, it can be seen that some of the things here should be consigned by others, and they don't look like the goods that Hui, the shop owner, has imported. Because many items in it do not require silver, but only require the exchange of specified items. For example, the blood that Yang Zhao is most optimistic about requires the exchange of poisons, such as the venom of several sea snakes, and some grass and stone poisons. This is the blood of a deep sea fish, which is light pink. For example, some want to exchange for some animal horns and hair, some want specific metals, and some even want several tons of food. Yang Zhao calculated her own things in her mind, and still set her sights on the pink blood that wanted to exchange for poisons. After all, it was the first time that Yang Zhao heard of the animal products required on the shell board, and as for specific metals, she didn't have them. Only poison. Yang Zhao has a large box of it still gathering dust in her storage bag. I have several kinds of venom extracted from plants. Maybe you don't know them. Can I exchange them with you? You can take it out and let me see it. As long as the toxicity is strong enough, I can usually make the decision to give it to you. Yang Zhao poured spiritual power into the water repelling beads to keep the surrounding sea water away from him. She took out a silver white safe with a skull hanging on it from her storage bag, opened it on the open ground, and carefully picked up one of the brown bottles, which was 80% full of liquid. This is what I was talking about, but I don't know its specific toxicity. Although each bottle had a corresponding Chinese label on the outside, it did not prevent Yang Zhao from not understanding this thing. Chapter 374, What We Saw in the Sea. Yang Zhao squatted down and held the small bottle next to the big shell. The big shell opened a small crack, and a white and tender little hand stretched out from it. Yang Zhao subconsciously hid back with the small bottle. Although she didn't know what the label on the small screen said was, she didn't dare to hand it to a stranger. Will you open it in the shell? This thing should be very poisonous. And then, there is seawater around. What if the poison flows out with the seawater? Don't worry, I have experience in this area. The little hand waved at Yang Zhao, indicating that she should hand the thing over quickly. Yang Zhao smiled awkwardly and took a step back with the small bottle. Well, how about you cast a spell to force the seawater around you away, and then I will give you this thing. The big shell was silent for a while, and when Yang Zhao gritted his teeth and refused to let go, he heard a clear shout, retreat. The entire hoo-hoo and seawater was forced out of the cave in trance by the spell. The white and tender little hand shook again, indicating Yang Zhao to hurry up. Yang Zhao licked his lips and solemnly placed the small bottle in the other person's hand. As soon as the thing was received, the little hand slipped back into the shell. 1 second, 2 seconds, 1 minute, 2 minutes. Time passed bit by bit, and there was silence in Huhuan. Yang Zhao's already nervous face became darker and darker. If the seawater outside the cave had not yet poured in, she would have slipped away. This silent atmosphere was really scary. The owner, are you still there? Yang Zhao squatted down and asked softly. After waiting for a long time, no one answered. Yang Zhao swallowed his saliva, packed up the big safe on the ground, and put it into his kayankan bag. I don't know if the owner is alive or dead. Can he make a sound? After a long while of torment, Yang Zhao couldn't help asking again. Owner, are you okay? Nothing. The ethereal voice sounded again. Yang Zhao subconsciously took a breath, which was definitely the best she had heard in a while. I'm glad you're okay. I'm glad you're okay. A big stone fell from her heart, and she felt a little lighter. Then, a joy came out from the bottom of her heart like a spring. Since this bottle of poison can make the shopkeeper silent for such a long time, it is very likely to meet his request. I wonder if you are satisfied with this bottle of poison. Can you exchange it for catfish blood? Shopkeeper hoo-hoo, the poison in this small bottle is indeed something I have never seen before. Do you still sell the other poisons in your box? It seems that the other party is quite satisfied with this bottle of isopropyl-methylfluorophosphonate. Yang Zhao asked again without giving up. I wonder how much catfish blood can be exchanged for this small bottle of poison? 3 cat is enough for you to use 3 times. 3 cat is sounds like a lot, but it seems a little too little to be enough for only 3 times. Then if I sell you a few bottles of other things, can you tell me in advance, and don't scare me? Big Cell was speechless for a long time, and seeing Yang Zhao's expectant face, he could only respond in a low voice. Okay. The smile spread from the corner of Yang Zhao's eyes to her entire face. She took out the safe with a skull from the storage bag, and picked up a bottle of transparent liquid from it, and handed it over. This bottle of poison was one of the few that Yang Zhao knew, and it was written with botulinum toxin. In her previous impression, this thing was used for beauty. When she was in college, her classmates around her had used this thing. It is said that the wrinkle removal effect is very good, but this thing is too expensive, and it is not something that Yang Zhao, a poor student, can afford. I don't know why Guo Fu Minimum Kayang gave this thing to her, but something that can be used on the face should be less toxic, right? Yang Zhao was not sure, but she still happily stuffed the small bottle into the little hand that stretched out from the shell again. The speed of the inspection this time was not fast. Although the shopkeeper promised to tell her earlier, he obviously forgot. But with the experience just now, Yang Zhao looked at the seawater outside the cave and felt much more at ease. This time the waiting time was a little longer. When Yang Zhao couldn't help asking, the shopkeeper finally spoke again. 5 caters of catfish blood. You are in the foundation building stage, and your body can only bear 6 times. Do you still want to sell some poison now? Although this wise shopkeeper is a little taciturn, his style of doing things is completely different from those shopkeepers selling goods outside. Yang Zhao licked his lips and decided to stop while he was ahead. Thank you for your reminder, then I will sell these 2 bottles of poison first. The big shell opened its mouth slightly, and then a big pottery bottle was spit out by the shell. Here is 8 catters of catfish blood, take it and I won't give it away. Yang Zhao grabbed the big pottery bottle, pinched a spell with one hand, and opened the stopper of the pottery bottle in the light and looked inside. The blood inside was a darker pink color, and smelled a faint sweet smell. Yang Zhao used his spiritual power to pull out a drop of spiritual blood from it, and put it on the tiger's mouth, and then began to test the blood according to the experience in Zhuanru Tower. She poured a little spiritual power into the drop of blood, and the pink blood suddenly exploded, and turned into a pink mist. A small fish shadow jumped up from the pink mist, swam happily along Yang Zhao's tiger's mouth, and finally disappeared. It seems that the quality of this bottle of catfish blood is not bad. Yang Zhao happily put it into his kayankan bag. The thing is right, then our transaction is completed. After saying that, she wanted to go out, but after taking 2 steps, she turned back worriedly. Shopkeeper, if something happens to the 2 bottles of poison I sold you, no one will come to settle the account with me, right? After all, this thing may take someone's life. What if the victim can't beat the smart shopkeeper and comes to trouble himself? Don't worry, welcome to come again next time. As soon as the voice fell, there was a pop sound, as if something broke, and the calm sea water outside the cave entrance rushed into the cave. Yang Zhao was unable to react, and was frightened by this change. The originally empty cave was filled with sea water again. Fortunately, she had water repellent beads on her body, so Yang Zhao's clothes were spared. Seeing that the big shell hid again without a sound, Yang Zhao with a smirk on his face, retreated from the cave in trance. At this time, the seabed was dark, and all kinds of small animals with shining lights swam around in the sea. Yang Zhao looked around the Sankajio Sea Market, but couldn't find a more suitable place to stay. Because of different personal physiques, many sea creatures rest directly in the sea water, and if they are more selective, they will find a coral reef to sleep. And Yang Zhao wanted to find a relatively dry place with a bed to sleep. But there is only one shop that can be regarded as an inn in this Sankajio Sea Market, and the living environment is also a cave. There are only a few air chambers without seawater, but inside is a bear cave. There is no bed, so naturally there will be no quilts or other things. The waiter in the shop saw Yang Zhao frowning and enthusiastically recommended it to her. Please make do with it, guest. Our Sankajio Sea Market is relatively small, and there are not many customers who come here to buy things every day. We are the only inn in the whole Sankajio where you can sleep. If you don't rest here, you can only sleep in the water. Yang Zhao gritted his teeth, thinking of his kayankan bag, which still had the bedding he had packed in before, and finally nodded in agreement. It is better to have a dry place than to sleep in the water. Zhao jumped into the water with a smile on his face, and Yang Zhao began to take out the pounds from the kayankan bag. The next morning, Yang Zhao got up early and had a seafood feast, and then went to the sea market again. This time Yang Zhao bought some things for alchemy, and prepared to go back to please Shangjia. After all, the incense for attracting the god still depends on others. This sea market is not big, and she has been around for 2 days. She took the token she bought in the sea market on the first day, and went to a nearby island to get a red water willow tree. Then she dived back to the bottom of the sea, followed the route she came from, and began to return from the bottom of the sea. Although she had water repellent beads on her body, her movement speed in the seabed was still slower than in the sky. In fact, if she flew in the sky, it would take less time. But the sea was vast and there were no conspicuous standard objects. Yang Zhao had never walked in the sky, fearing that she would get lost if she flew in the sky rashly and could not find the way back to Black Pearl Island. She was the only one on the way back. Yang Zhao turned on the video recording function of her mobile phone, put the phone and the bag on her back and started recording. This time, there was no delay from the giant jellyfish, and Yang Zhao returned to the vicinity of Black Pearl Island in less than an hour. Looking at the familiar environment, Yang Zhao did not return to Black Pearl Island, but rushed out of the water, floated in the sky to identify the direction, and rushed straight to Yunshan City with spiritual power. She still lacked materials for the incense for attracting the gods. Yunshan City floats between the sky and the sea, still looking like a cybernetic city. Yang Zhao marvels at the greatness of this city every time she comes here. This city is really magnificent. Yang Zhao sighed, bought something and didn't stay for long, and went back to Black Pearl Island directly. When she came back, she saw hundreds of little bean people chopping wood on a relatively large flat ground in front of the formation control center. When did they need so many people to chop wood? And where did so many sickles come from? Yang Zhao flew over curiously and asked curiously, "What are you doing? Where did you get the sickles?" When the little bean people saw her coming, they all put down their work and surrounded her. "We need to chop these plants and use them as firewood to cool down, and then set fire to this piece of land." We borrowed the sickles from the managers. They transported them to us from various towns by flying boats. A little bean man was holding a large sickle that was obviously not suitable for him, and his voice was a little breathless. "The firewood we cut will be dried and given to the Heichang towns that lent us sickles for free. Although it's not much, it can help the workers. Once this piece of land is cleaned up, we can plant things." Are these people really going to be killed? Yang Zhao didn't know much about planting, so he didn't ask more about it. "Then tell me when you finish cutting the firewood, and I'll light the fire for you, so that you don't have to do it alone when the wind blows and the flames fly to other places and cause a fire." The little bean people were obviously very satisfied with this proposal and agreed to it immediately. "Okay, what you said is also what we are worried about. Do you think we should cut a buffer zone first?" Cutting a buffer zone is not a small project for the little bean people who don't have many tools. Even if there are hundreds of little bean people, it will take a long time. Yang Zhao looked up and estimated the area of the land. "This place is about 3 acres. There's no need for a quarantine belt. This area isn't too big. I can control the fire here by myself." Some thieves looked at the land in front of them in disbelief and then looked at Yang Zhao. Although they knew that Yang Zhao was a cultivator who could fly, play with fire and water, they didn't know much about his specific combat power. If Yang Zhao could really control the fire in such a large area by himself, they would be really amazed. "Okay, then we'll look forward to your methods. Comrade Yang, you must open our eyes. Yes, we are in for a treat today." Looking at the chattering little bean people, Yang Zhao smiled and waved his hand. "I'll go back first. Remember to have someone greet me when I'm done." "Okay, go back and rest." Yang Zhao waved his hand and said goodbye to the little bean people, then returned to his house. No one had been in the house for 2 days, and there was some dust. Yang Zhao pinched a cleaning spell and cleaned it up. Then he took out his phone to charge it. After recording the video for a long time, the phone was out of power. After the phone was turned on, Yang Zhao edited the video he had just taken today. Among them, the scenes in the sea were edited, but Yunshan City was not edited at all. He simply added some texts to introduce Yunshan City in the video, then took off the inverted pad on his neck, put it on the back of the phone, and sent it to the video platform with one click. Now she has more than 800,000 fans. Although the number of fans is not large, basically as soon as she posted a video, someone would leave a message under her video quickly. First, "Oh, I was too slow. I didn't even watch the video, but I still didn't get to comment first." Yang Zhao didn't care. He put away his phone and started to pack up the things he bought in the Sankagyo Sea market. The first thing to bear the brunt was, of course, the more than 1,000 calming beads. Looking at the bright sky outside, Yang Zhao poured all the beads on the bed and then covered the pillows with two quilts. She lay on it and tried it and found that it was not uncomfortable, so she didn't get up, closed her eyes, and began to brew sleep. She just wanted to see if the bead would work for her nightmares. She was tortured by nightmares and didn't want to wait any longer. Even if the nightmare could bring her great benefits, it was not a good idea to face this nerve-wracking nightmare every day. If the bead worked, she could rest for 2 days between nightmares to relax her tense nerves. But for some reason, she turned left and right, lay on her stomach, crossed her legs, but couldn't fall asleep. It seemed that her biological clock was still stubborn, so she could only wait until dark. Yang Zhao sat up from the bed with some regret. Chapter 375, Pearl Bed. Alas, Yang Zhao pulled open the mattress and rubbed the tranquilizing beads on the bed with her hands. Not to mention, these beads feel pretty good. She was bored and rubbed for a long time. Seeing that the battery of her mobile phone was charged to 60%, Yang Zhao turned on the recording function of her mobile phone and put it in her bag. Then she went out of the house and squatted on the ground to watch the little beam people open up the wasteland. Opening up the wasteland is not an easy task, but when there are more people, this matter becomes simpler. There are hundreds of little bean people on 3 acres of land. In a short time, they picked up the weeds, shrubs and big rocks on the ground. Then someone started to use a pickaxe-like object to dig up the roots of trees and grass. This work was much slower. The pickaxe was twice as tall as the little bean people. The inconvenient tools made their work more difficult. Yang Zhao took out the booklet of Common Simple Spells given to her by Zhang Sheng in the key refining period from her Kyankan bag. Following her sporadic memories, she turned to the Earth Dragon technique and squatted there to review it with one-hand gestures. This book contains some simple small spells such as Mortal Recruitment Technique, which can be learned as long as the meridians are opened and the spirit is awakened. Yang Zhao hadn't turned it over for a long time. Today, he studied it again with the foundation building stage, and he actually had a different understanding of this spell. My perspective has changed, and the angle of looking at things has naturally changed. This spell is very simple. Yang Zhao can already turn over the land under his feet after a simple review. Putting the booklet into the Kyankan bag, Yang Zhao stood up and clapped his hands, calling the little beam people who were busy in the field. That's enough, I'll do the rest. The little beam people in the field shouted loudly. But the tree roots and other things inside haven't been dug out yet. Even if you light a fire now, you can't burn the tree roots inside. It's okay. Yang Zhao didn't care and called them to come out quickly. I'll show you something new. Seeing her confident look, the little bean people looked at each other and someone called out, and these little bean people trotted out of the wasteland. They stood in groups of 3 or 2 around the edge of the field, watching Yang Zhao's actions with sparkling eyes. When the little beam people retreated to a safe distance, she made a seal with her hands and muttered a few words. She rarely used this spell, so she made a seal with her hands to show her importance. After reciting the spell, she stamped her left foot and snorted softly. Go. The little beam people on the edge of the field stretched their necks to observe carefully. But there was no flash of light, and no fireballs were ejected. The little bean people looked at each other in confusion, and made crazy eye contact with each other. Could it be that her spell failed? Let's pretend we didn't see it, so she wouldn't lose face. But in just 1 or 2 seconds, some little bean people felt a vibration under their feet. Look at the ground. What is that? Is there a living thing in the ground? A little mole? Under Yang Zhao's feet, a soil snake more than 1 meter wide appeared and slowly bulged on the ground. Its body grew longer and longer, and its head and tail grew to the edge of the ground on both sides before it stopped growing. The roots and stones in the ground were also lifted up by this soil snake. Then the earth dragon began to roll sideways on the ground, and in the blink of an eye it had advanced several meters. In an instant, dust rose up in the wind and flew all over everyone's head and face. But even with a mouthful of dust, it couldn't cover up the excitement of the little bean people. Oh my god. Oh my god. Tilling machines are not as good as this, right? Tilling machines are better. I can use tilling machines, but only cultivators can use them. But if you learn it, others have to spend money on gas to use tilling machines. I only need 1 meal to plow 1,000 acres of land. How much money do I have to make? What are you dreaming about? How can this be a dream? I have a lot of points. At least I can get a chance to open my meridians. Then I can learn this spell. Well, I think our country should open a spell technology training school. Tuition is not a problem. Don't say it. I can't help but fantasize when you say it. The little bean man over there was still imagining a better future. The earth snake over here had already flipped from Yang Zhao's end to the end of the wasteland, and then stopped. Compared with the surrounding area, the overall height of the more than 3 acres of wasteland was raised by more than 20 centimeters, as if yeast was put in it to make dough. Various grass roots and stones with the fragrance of plants were forced to accept the sun's irradiation. Yang Zhao did not wait and changed the spell in his hand. As soon as he reached the fire line, he began to burn along the original path of the earth snake. Soon, more than 3 acres of wasteland turned into a sea of fire, and billowing smoke rose from the ground. When the wind blew, everyone was covered with match ash. This sudden change made the Xiaodao people subconsciously step back several steps, for fear of being licked by these vigorous flames if they got close. Wow, isn't this fire too big? Is this spiritual power oil? It is so good at fanning the flames. Yeah, it's burning really vigorously. According to this fire, it's estimated that these grass roots will be burned to ashes in a short while. Not only grass roots, but also various insects, eggs and grass seeds are afraid of fire. Get rid of these things, and the crops planted in the land can grow better. The fire burned for more than 10 minutes before it gradually went out. The whole piece of land became black, and there was rising water vapor. After a while, when there was no open fire on the ground, the little beam people started to pick up stones from the ground in groups. Hundreds of people picked up all the things in less than 2 minutes. Then Yang Zhao turned the land over and burned it again, and then asked the little bean people to pick up the larger stones. This was repeated 3 times before the task was completed. However, at this time, the land was burned a little dry. Yang Zhao controlled several large water balls and irrigated the more than 3 acres of land. If farmers have this ability, will they no longer be afraid of drought? Probably not. Materials cannot be created out of thin air. Comrade Yang should have just used spiritual power to move them. This job is so easy. One person finished this piece of land in less than half an hour. If every household does this, how much lower will our grain production cost be? Oh, you think long term. Don't you think the scene I mentioned is spectacular? If every household in our hometown on the Great Plains comes here on the same day, we can definitely make a documentary. Comrade Yang can make a documentary himself. Yang Zhao symbolically patted the dust off her hands, looked at the fruits of her labor with satisfaction, and felt a sense of accomplishment. Although she was not an experienced farmer, her lack of experience made up for her lack of cultivation. Okay, you guys keep busy, I'm leaving. The Xiaodao people also responded. Thank you for your hard work, Comrade Yang. You really helped us a lot. Hey, it's just a matter of convenience. I'll collect some video materials by the way. Yang Zhao waved his hand nonchalantly and returned to his house. At this time, the sky was already filled with large clouds of fire, and the smoke from the cooking carried the aroma of food to Yang Zhao's nose. It smells pretty good. After a full meal, Yang Zhao sorted out the video of himself turning the soil and posted it online. At this time, the comment area of the morning video had already been added 999 times. At first I thought the author ran out of material, resulting in repetitive content, but I was wrong. I was extremely wrong. I apologize to the blogger. This is not a lack of material. This is a case of a rat pulling a log to lift a big head. Is this city called Yunshan City? Is there really such a city in the world? This city is so magnificent that it makes me want to swear. This is the city I want to immigrate to. How can I get a local household registration in Yunshan City? Oh backquote. Waiting online very anxiously. I'm anxious too. What kind of cyberpunk city is this? Oh my god. Oh my god. Even if I can't get a household registration there, let me go on a trip. Blogger, why haven't you posted the travel link yet? Don't even mention 3000 yuan a time. I'll do 6000 yuan. Look at me. Look at me. Blogger, look at me. I have been following you for almost 2 years. I'm your diehard fan. For my long-term fandom, should you give me a backdoor for travel? If this city appeared in reality, it would definitely be overcrowded. I would step on people's heads to get in. I'm uneducated. I can't help but swear when I see this video. Blogger, I recommend that you make this Yunshan city into a series like the Open Vein Leaf. Shoot this city from multiple angles. No one will get bored of it. It took more than 2 minutes to click on all the red dots on the video software. The video of opening up the wasteland with magic that I just posted has received more than 100 comments. I really can't say anything except swearing. In fact, the one that turns the soil is very suitable for intercepting transportation tools. If it happens during the war, many large carts will be stuck in the ground, and the enemy can't even guarantee supplies. Fuck, if this fire spell appears on the battlefield, don't add an extra 100 or 200 meters of width, and many infantry will have to fight back. The key is that this flame is very obedient, and it doesn't fly anywhere else. I just thought that with such a big fire, the surroundings will be burned by this fire. Even the little bean man is no exception. Upstairs, you are right. Just look at the little bean man's two short legs. He can't outrun the speed of the burning flames. Why? Asterisk covering mouth and laughing our small nunu. Come and have a look. The special effects are really well done. I heard the sound of gold coins colliding. Every frame here is money. This video makes me feel like I have earned tens of thousands of dollars in vain. I can only say that the blogger is amazing. The blogger should be the #1 person in our country's cultivation world. Seeing them blowing rainbow farts, Yang Zhao felt relieved. Why are treacherous ministers so popular with the emperor? Because rainbow farts really make people happy physically and mentally, and listening to these rainbow farts more often every day can prevent depression. Yang Zhao put down his mobile phone and took out the messenger magic weapon, and then reviewed the tips for eating catfish blood in Zhuanru Tower. He took out a clean bowl from outside, and then took out a small scale for measuring meteorites and catfish blood from the Kyankan bag. He measured the weight of the bowl, and then carefully poured the catfish blood into the bowl. She can only use 1 pound of this stuff at a time. It is better to be careful about the things of cultivation. Yang Zhao dare not let this stuff exceed the amount and cause unnecessary trouble in cultivation. I don't know how this catfish blood is preserved. It has been in this big barrel for such a long time, but there is no coagulation phenomenon. Is there no platelet in the blood? Turning back and thinking about it, it is not right. The blood transfused in the hospital does not coagulate. Yang Zhao shook his head and threw away the messy thoughts. There are many ways to use this thing, such as adding medicine and ingredients, and directly using this blood to make pills. But the simplest way is to swallow it raw. Many people with tight pockets choose this path, and those who can't afford to process it choose this path. Although the effect is a little weaker than carefully processed blood, the large amount can also cause qualitative changes. She controlled the small flame to heat the blood little by little until there were more and more stars in the blood, and a faint fresh and fragrant smell came to her face. She put out the fire. Yang Zhao looked at this pink blood and prepared herself for a long time. As a northerner, she has eaten a lot of blood tofu since she was a child, but this is the first time for her to drink raw blood. She closed her eyes and held her breath and poured all the blood in the bowl into her throat. A sweet and sticky liquid hit Yang Zhao's taste buds, making her throat tremble and subconsciously want to spit out this strange thing. Yang Zhao covered her mouth and forcibly suppressed this physiological reaction. This is all money. It would be a waste if I spit it out. Although she didn't know how much the tubes of poison cost, she knew they were not cheap, and it was estimated that this thing could not be bought, even if she had money. While comforting herself with Arcudafa, she poured the rest of the bowl into her mouth. She summoned a water ball to dilute the bloody taste in her mouth. Yang Zhao found a large bathing tub, summoned a large water ball, and put it into the tub, and then heated it with a fireball. Then she took off her clothes, soaked her whole body in it, and sat in the tub to practice the 3 pure ones and true yang meridians. The bloody taste in her throat pushed up again and again. Yang Zhao closed her mouth tightly and devoted her whole body to practice. After she officially entered into a state of concentration, she could no longer care about the blood. After practicing for a while, she felt her whole body warm, as if she was soaking in hot spring water, generally very comfortable. This was the first time since she started practicing that she did not take pills. Without taking pills, she naturally did not feel any pain. It was really nice to practice without pain. She was so happy that she felt time was passing faster. When she finished practicing, Yang Zhao saw that the water in the tub had turned black. She quickly got out of the tub and led the water outside. She boiled a large basin of water to wash her body. It was because she knew magic. Otherwise, it would be difficult to boil water for a bath on this desolate island. After putting on her clothes, she carefully felt the changes in her body's spiritual power and found that if she didn't take the elixir, her practice results would not be even 1/10 of what she would get if she took the elixir. It seems that the elixir also has its benefits. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.